In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie in the morning while I'm driving. Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie.
I'm just talking. Hey, Nappy Child. Hey, Foot Soldier. Good morning. Thank you for joining me. Please hit the like on your way in or double tap if you're watching on vertical. I appreciate your support. Now, I am having my fourth annual Secret Santa. Mark it on your calendars. This is where the content creators who show up give back to their subscribers. Fourth annual Secret Santa is on Saturday, December 6th at 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That would be noon Pacific Standard Time. This is when the content creators come to my channel. Uh, they hit the link. We exchange names among the content creators. We cash app whosever name we chose a gift between $30 and $50. Once we get our gifts, we are not allowed to keep our gift because this is a give back to the subscribers. So once we get our cash app from the content creator who chose our name, we then give that gift to someone who is actually in the chat giving out their cash app to receive a gift from the content creators. Um, there's no pot. There's no pre-organization. We pull names as in a regular Secret Santa. We give the content creator. We are not allowed to keep our gift. We must then give it back to a subscriber who is actively in the chat. No, we can't go back on our page and give it back on our. No, we do everything here on my channel. Whoever shows up, shows up. Whoever shows up to give back to the subscriber, they will show up to give back to people who have supported us all year long. This has been my this is my fourth year. I started my channel in November. On my first year, I always wanted to uh, show you that I appreciated your help. So whoever else who shows up to let you know that they appreciate you, that's who will be here. So tell a friend. All right, let's get into this news. It's some interesting things going on in the news. Let me hold on. Let me remove my banner. So be sure to tell a friend where you will be on Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, December 6th. So uh, it's a lot of stuff going on. You know, this Epstein file stuff. Yeah, that's going on. This Epstein file stuff. Yeah, they are still going to try to hide these files. That's why they opened up an investigation. You can't give off all the information. Uh, if you're doing an investigation, why do you think that before 45, 47 said that he wanted everyone to sign the a paper to release the files? Why do you think prior to him saying that he told Pam Bondi to open an investigation to the Democrats who were in the file? So they can say, "Oh, we can't release the files. We have an active investigation." That's why. That's why. This is all bullshit. Okay. However, I was reminded yesterday, Robert Garcia, he's on, he is on, I forget what committee, he's on a special committee that subpoenaed the full Epstein file. See, because why they can't release the Epstein files, they have to they have to obey the subpoena. Now, we know the subpoena said that the files had to be oversight committee. Robert Garcia is on a oversight committee. They subpoenaed the files, and then the chair of the oversight committee, I think it was Chip Roy, you know, the single one who held out and didn't sign for them to be released at all. He stood up and he adjourned the caucus when they put the vote on the floor that passed. He got up and acted as if he didn't even hear a vote on the floor. He only came back when he was forced to come back and was told by his own caucus that no, you have to handle this vote on the floor. So they have subpoenaed the papers in this oversight committee. So they cannot ignore the subpoena. Uh, Regardless of them opening up some new investigations into the Democrats. You know, opening up a new investigation into the Democrats based on 45, 47 telling them to. So that lets you know the independent Department of Justice uh, are absolutely doing 45, 47's bidding, because the president of the United States is not allowed to tell a independent Department of Justice who to investigate, when, where, how. And this is what exactly what's going on in this administration. On top of the fact that Pam Bimbo and Kagai Patel had already come out and lied to you and said that there was nothing else to be investigated on, and the case was closed and that they would not be releasing anything. Remember when that happened? They said that they had reviewed all the files. Remember, Pam Bimbo said that the file was on her desk, and she had to review it, and she would be putting it out. The next thing she said was, "There's nothing to see here, and this case is closed. Scuttle on. We have nothing for you." But so when 45, 47 tells her to investigate Democrats, how will she be investigating anybody? She said that they have reviewed everything in the files. There is no client list, and they would not be releasing the file. Okay, so all of this is just bullshit. So let's get to some real news. They still have to uh, release the full file to Congress who has a subpoena, and it was subpoenaed from them. They still have not released that file. They still not. They still have not done what a judge told them they had to do. But this is par for the course for this administration, and that's why Article 2, Section 4 of the Constitution should be enacted upon this whole administration. Article 2, Section 4 of the Constitution says that you get everyone out of this in administration. You impeach them all, from the president to vice president to any of their cabinet members and judges. That's what we need. We don't need Article 22 just to get 45, 47 out. This whole administration is corrupt. And I hope our Congress people and our senators have had enough of this clown show and do what they did yesterday. All of them vote to get this whole boatload of people out of our government, these thieves out of our government, these people who are looking to enrich themselves by our tax dollars. I hope they get them all out of our government. Okay, that's all I have to say. Let's move on. Let's move on to some things I hope that you are paying attention to. If you're not paying attention to, I would like to bring a couple of things to your attention that I think are very important. Uh, Now, 4547 has called, uh, he had a bad night last night. So he's been up all in the morning, tweeting out, live socialing out a whole lot of dumb shit. So he has called to arrest and hang Democratic lawmakers. He has called for Democratic lawmakers to be arrested and hung. Let me show you why he wants them to be arrested and hung. Let me show this to you. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can find it right quick. A couple of Congress people have put together a public service announcement, and they addressed it to the military. And all these Congress people who put this public service announcement together actually served in the military themselves. So they put together a public. Let me see if I can find a public service announcement, saying, you reminding them of the things that they swore an oath to when joining the military, and the message was the end message was to hang strong. So this is why 4547 has flipped out. I thought I had this, but it doesn't seem like. Let me see. I will find this. Let me play this for you, and I will actually find the actual public service announcement. Uh, because of this public service announcement, uh, the President of the United States has come out and said that these people need to be hung. Okay.
We have some major news right now that is extremely concerning. Donald Trump is now calling for the arrest and indictment of several Democratic lawmakers, amplifying calls. We have some major news right now that is extremely concerning. Donald Trump is now calling for the arrest and indictment of several Democratic lawmakers, amplifying calls to give them the death penalty, to, quote, hang them, accusing them of being domestic terrorists and engaging in sedition and treason. A group of Democratic lawmakers led by Senator Alyssa Slotkin from Michigan and Congressman Jason Crow from Colorado all of whom previously served in the United States military, recently issued a public service announcement to all members of the United States military to ensure that they are following all legal orders and rejecting any illegal orders handed down by the Trump administration, by Pete Hegseth or Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is now saying that that PSA is tantamount to treason and sedition, that these lawmakers should be indicted and arrested, and that they should even be hung for their crimes, which are not crimes, by the way. And it comes as there has been a skyrocketing number of phone calls being made to outside legal counsel from within the United States military, trying to get advice on whether or not they should follow certain orders handed down by the president and by the Secretary of Defense concerning Gaza, concerning the National Guard deployment on U.S. soil, and even concerning strikes in the Southern Caribbean. I need your help to make this go everywhere. So like, comment, share, and subscribe, because the President of the United States is openly calling for the arrest and death of Democratic lawmakers who are asking service members simply follow your orders. This is a significant development. I want you to watch the PSA issued by these lawmakers first before we jump into what Trump said this morning.
I'm Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly.
Representative Chris Deluzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander.
Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow. I was a captain.
Okay, hold on. I want to show you this ad full screen so you can actually see this ad full screen. I want you to be clear on why he is calling for people to be hung in the administration behind. This is the ad. Full screen. Here we go.
I'm Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly.
Representative Chris Deluzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander.
Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow. I was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy.
Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer.
Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
And the intelligence community.
who take risks each day.
Keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress and pressure right now.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
And intelligence community professionals.
against American citizens. Like us, you all swore an oath.
To protect and defend this Constitution.
And right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad,
But from right here at home. Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
you must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law.
Or our Constitution.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
The Army,
Our Navy,
The Air Force.
your vigilance is critical.
and know that we have your back.
Because now, more than ever,
The American people need you.
We need you to stand up for our laws.
our Constitution,
and who we are as Americans. Don't give up.
don't give up.
Don't give up.
Don't give up the ship. I'm Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly.
Representative Chris Deluzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander.
Okay, so this is the actual ad. Now, let's get back to what 4547 said about what should happen to these people who have served their country and put out this ad telling people who are serving the country that to not take any illegal orders. Let me share this with you.
In the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy,
Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer.
Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
And the intelligence community.
who take risks each day.
keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress and pressure right now.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
And intelligence community professionals.
against American citizens. Like us, you all swore an oath.
To protect and defend this Constitution.
And right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad,
But from right here at home. Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
you must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law.
Or our Constitution.
We know this is hard.
and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
The Army, our Navy,
The Air Force.
Your vigilance is critical.
and know that we have your back.
because now, more than ever,
The American people need you.
We need you to stand up for our laws.
our Constitution,
And who we are as Americans. Don't give up.
don't give up. Don't give up.
Don't give up the ship.
Now, that's a powerful PSA that was issued by those members of Congress. You had Senator Mark Kelly, you had Maggie Goodlander, Elisa Slotkin, Jason Crow. These are all former service members in various branches of the United States military. And they're just urging, essentially, the intelligence community and the military to follow your orders. That's all they're doing. This was released on social media. And Jason Crow got some pushback on Fox News, but he explained why this was done.
Martha, we're standing by our troops, our service members who are often put in very difficult positions, and Donald Trump has put them in very difficult positions and has alluded to putting them in even more difficult positions in the months and years ahead. So we are reminding folks about what the Uniform Code of Military Justice says, what the Constitution says, what the law of war says. You know, this is really no different than what I did with my infantry platoon in advance of deploying to Iraq in 2003. I trained these young soldiers on their obligation to comply with the law of war, to comply with the Constitution, and what is a lawful versus a unlawful order.
See, it's that simple. It's what is a lawful versus unlawful order. But this enraged Donald Trump. And this morning, he is calling for, quote, seditious behavior from traitors, lock them up. President DJT calling it really bad and dangerous to our country. Their words cannot be allowed to stand. And he went on to start amplifying messages on his Truth Social account. This is one from a random user, hang them, George Washington would. Another one, indict all of them, from another random Truth Social user. Some more that he amplified this morning. I think they should be charged with sedition. Also save those tapes and run them when the next demo commie is in office. Okay. The next one, domestic terrorist Democrats always causing chaos and destruction, destroying people's lives. But this one particularly, the hang them, George Washington would, the president of the United States is reposting a message to hang Democratic lawmakers who, in his opinion, violated the law, even though they did not violate the law. They did not do anything wrong legally when it came to releasing that PSA. And it comes as military service members right now are increasing calls to outside organizations to see what their legal rights are when following an order, or rather rejecting what they believe to be is an unlawful order. And right now, Stephen Miller, the Deputy White House Chief of Staff, is echoing Donald Trump's remarks.
And one that you see as insurrection?
It is insurrection, plainly, directly, without question. And when you have one of the lawmakers on that video being unable to state in, as you say, a lengthy cross-examination, a single so-called illegal order, it just proves the point. It's a general call for rebellion from the CIA and the armed services of the United States by Democrat lawmakers, saying that you have not only the right, but the duty and the obligation to defy orders of the commander-in-chief, that those who carry...
Yes, you have the right to defy illegal orders. And why do these people think that there will be illegal orders? I will show you why they felt that it was very important to put this PSA out. Why that they thought that the armed military will be given illegal orders and expected to carry them out. Let's continue.
Weapons in America's name should defy their chain of command and engage in open acts of insurrection that the CIA, the clandestine service, which isn't even legally authorized to operate in the United States, should engage in, again, acts of rebellion and insurrection. These lawmakers...
Okay, so we see how he has so much to say now, acting as if Democrats are doing sedition and trying to get your elected officials arrested on sedition. Not only elected officials who have also served their country and who voted him in to what office. And What did he do to serve the United States as a civilian, as a military person? Absolutely no one, and nothing he has done but run his motherfucking racist ass mouth. Okay, let's continue.
Should honestly resign in disgrace and never return to public office again for even daring to think, let alone to say these words and to say them proudly. But
this is someone who has never run or been elected to a public office himself. Let's keep that in mind.
So that's right now coming out of the White House. Donald Trump this morning is actively amplifying calls now to indict, arrest, and imprison, and even kill, give the death penalty to Democratic lawmakers who simply reminded their constituents, simply reminded those they served with to follow their oath. And right now, as I've previously reported, there have been massive amounts of calls to essentially outside organizations from the United States military to get advice on whether or not the orders that they are being given from Pete Hegseth, from Donald Trump, are lawful. It's happening, and it's happening right now. And while the President of the United States is lashing out and is calling for the death and the arrest of the lawmakers who are simply urging military leaders to just follow their orders, to follow the lawful orders. Folks, never before has the rule of law in America been under attack in this way. Like, comment, share, and subscribe, and I'll have another update for you soon. Make sure everyone sees this.
Okay. Now, we are not going to pretend that we do not know that it has been said what is being done in the Caribbean is are war crimes. We are not going to pretend that the top commander in that region, the top Navy commander in that region, retired rather than to stay on. It was a black, I forget his name, a black guy. He resigned, and there has not been any reason put out for why he abruptly resigned from his career in the military. But let me refresh you with why this ad may have been taken out. I have played, this is news channels. This channel is based upon facts. I have played Pete Hegseth confirmation hearing many a times. I have reminded you about Pete Hegseth's answers many a times on this channel. Let me refresh your memory on this is his confirmation hearing. He has said this to more than one person, but these two ladies right here, I can quickly find him, and this is Pete Hegseth's confirmation hearing. Let me let you hear it from his own mouth.
Representing a state that Trump won, right? We both won on the same ballot. So I understand that President Trump has the right to nominate his people. We are going to have policies that we disagree with. All of that to me comes very standard. What I think I'm most concerned with is that no president has the right to use the uniformed military in a way that violates the U.S. Constitution and further taints the military as that apolitical institution that we all want, right? And our founders designed the system so that, we had posse comitatus, that we weren't going to use active duty military inside the United States and make American citizens potentially scared of their own military. We went through our own experience with that with the British. As the Secretary of Defense, you will be the one man standing in the breach should President Trump give an illegal order, right? I'm not saying he will, but if he does, you are going to be the guy that he calls to implement this order. Do you agree that there are some orders that can be given by the Commander-in-Chief that would violate the U.S. Constitution?
Senator, thank you for your service. But I reject the premise that President Trump is going to be giving illegal orders.
No, I'm not saying he will, but do you believe there is such a thing as an illegal order that Joe Biden or any other president, Donald Trump, could give? Is there anything that a commander-in-chief could ask you to do with the uniformed military that would be in violation of the U.S. Constitution?
Senator, anybody of any party
Right.
could give an order that is against the Constitution or against the law.
Right. Okay. So are you saying that you would stand in the breach and push back if you were given an illegal order?
I start by saying I reject the premise that President
I
Trump will be
understand
giving
you've done your
any
genuflecting
illegal
to him,
orders
but
at all.
this isn't a hypothetical. Okay. Your predecessor in a Trump administration, Secretary Esper, was asked and did use uniformed military to clear unarmed protesters. He was given the order to potentially shoot at them. Helos flew low in Washington, D.C. as crowd control. He later apologized publicly for those actions. Was he right or wrong to apologize?
Senator, I was there on the ground.
And
I saw that. I saw
I understand,
the
and I
myself.
respect that.
I've been there.
But you're
I
about
understand
to
the
be the
level of threat
Secretary of Defense.
that was involved in that moment. I
Was
also
he right
understand
to? So he was.
legality and the Constitution.
Sir, was he
and
right
the
or
laws of
wrong
what you
to
have.
apologize?
I'm not going to put words in the mouth of Secretary Esper or
No,
anybody else.
he said them himself. You don't have to. What are you scared of? Did he do the right thing by apologizing?
I'm not scared of anything, Senator.
Then say
I'm
yes or no.
interested
You
in
can say
upholding
no.
The laws and the Constitution.
Okay.
In any
So
particular
Donald
scenario.
Trump asked for the active duty 82nd Airborne to be deployed during that same time. Secretary Esper has written that he convinced him against that decision. If Donald Trump asked you to use the 82nd Airborne in law enforcement roles in Washington, D.C., would you also convince him otherwise?
I'm not going to get ahead of conversations I would have with the president. However, there are laws and processes inside our Constitution that would be followed.
President Trump said in November that he is willing to consider using the active duty military against the, quote, enemy within. Have you been personally involved in discussions of using the U.S. military active duty inside the United States?
Senator, I'm fine. I'm glad we finally got to the topic of border security equaling national security because it's been abdicated and ignored for the last 4 years.
That wasn't my question. I'm just asking, have you been involved? You're about to be the Secretary of Defense, potentially.
Okay, so this is who would be giving these orders. And you see, he has never said that he would not follow a law, a illegal order. He refuses to say if he would not follow an illegal order that Mark Esper apologized for flying those Hilo helicopters low over a peaceful Black Lives Matter march. But he refused to say that he will not do anything that he's told, even in American cities, as they are doing war crimes to the extent that a high-ranking admiral retired abruptly. Let's continue. That's why this ad is made.
Have you been involved in discussions about using the active duty military inside the United States?
Senator, I am not yet the Secretary of Defense.
Right. I'm
If
just
confirmed, I would be party to any number of
But you haven't been in any of these
which I would not
conversations.
reveal what I have discussed with the President of the
No,
United States.
just have you been in conversations? You're going to be in charge of 3 million people. The active duty that I know you care about, I believe you care about. So have you been in conversations about using the active duty in any way? Whether it's setting up in detention camps, policing dangerous cities, have you been involved in any of those conversations?
Certainly, I have been involved in conversations relating to doing things this administration has not, which is secure the southern border and not allow floods of...
You notice the deflection of it all. A whole lot of words saying absolutely nothing. So what are we to believe? What are we to believe that this weak ass motherfucker would do?
Illegal
So
to
are
enter
you-
our country
so-
through an invasion
Okay.
that threatens the American people.
Okay,
And there
I
are
got
ways
it.
in which the military is already playing a role in that, to include 5,000 National
Do you
Guardsmen from
believe-
Indiana.
And we're not going to forget, this is the same Pete Hegseth in 45-47 last term that went to him to get some of his buddies who were in jail and had been convicted of war crimes in either Iraq or Afghanistan, one or the other. This was the same Pete Hegseth who went to 45 and 47 to get them pardoned, and they were pardoned. So you don't think that he won't act as if a war crime isn't a war crime? This is the same Pete Hegseth who said that he's going to unleash the lethality of the U.S. military, and they're not going to have to basically, what did he say? They're not going to have to take they're not going to have to act in a way that people who made rules of engagement up in wood walls and while smoking cigars, the Geneva Convention. He said that this military would not have to fight wars in accordance with the Geneva Convention. These are where the wood walls where people were smoking cigars and all of this stuff. Like they weren't lethal. We're out here. We have to be lethal. This is the same guy who said fuck the Geneva Convention in his confirmation. If you are interested, I have followed this. And why is this important? Because she's talking about putting military in your streets, doing this to you, and this is the mindset that this stupid motherfucker has. And a whole motherfucking drunk to the extent that he said he would quit drinking if he got this job. But the first time we saw him abroad, he had a shot glass with some brown liquor, like a shot of brown liquor, drinking it from the podium. This man is compromised.
In
that
Texas,
the U.S.
we're at the border right now, allowing for border
Will
security.
you
So there
ask
is
the
plenty of
active
precedent
duty military to
members
staff
enforcing
detention
our southern
centers?
border.
Our U.S. military is not trained in law enforcement roles. I think you know that, right? We've seen how that mission is difficult for them in places like Iraq and Afghanistan because that's not the training a uniformed military comes with. Do you support the use of active duty military in supporting detention camps?
Senator, everything we will do would be lawful and under the Constitution, but I recognize.
Yes.
Okay, so that was his confirmation hearing. Now he got another bite at the apple. He did get another bite at the apple in his actual confirmation hearing. Let's go here. Let's go here. Why don't we?
By force, or would you comply with an order to take over the order from to make Canada the 51st state? Would you carry out an order from President Trump to seize Greenland, a territory of our NATO ally Denmark, by force, or would you comply with an order to take over the Panama Canal?
Senator, I will emphasize that President Trump received 77 million votes to be the lawful commander-in-chief of this country.
We're not talking about the election. My question is, would you use our military to take over Greenland or an ally of Denmark?
Senator, one of the things that President Trump is so good at is never strategically tipping his hand. And so I would never in this public forum give one way or another direct what orders the president would give me in any context.
That sounds to me that you would contemplate.
The same president who tipped his hand and wrote on Truth Social, Lie Social, that James Comey and Letitia James needed to be prosecuted, and that Pam Bondi need to get on prosecuting Letitia James, Adam Schiff, and Jim Comey. That same one who don't tip his hand, who tweeted that out loud and then came back and deleted it and then made another post talking about what a great job Pam Bondi is doing. and Letitia James, James Comey, have been indicted. That motherfucker who don't tip his hand, and he don't tip his hand. And what was the first thing you did when you got in office? You tipped your whole hand and had a whole motherfucking news reporter in a unauthorized apparatus talking about strikes on the Houthis.
Carrying out such an order to basically invade Greenland and take over the Panama Canal. Current DOD policy allows service members and eligible dependents to be reimbursed for travel associated with non-covered reproductive health care, including abortion.
Been personally pro-life. I know the standard is whatever the president wants on this particular issue. With my advice, I will take a
if
look
the president
at it.
tells you that this
I don't
common
believe
sense
the federal-
policy will not be maintained, you will not enable our service members to seek reproductive care. So it
I
sounds
don't
like to
believe the
me.
federal government
I'm not
should be
hearing
funding-
answers.
Whatever the president wants. Whatever the president wants.
To my questions,
Travel for
Mr. Chair,
abortion.
we would not enable our service members to seek reproductive care. So it
I
sounds
don't
like to
believe the
me.
federal government
I'm not
should
hearing.
be this review all policies, but our standard is whatever the president wants on this particular
Okay,
issue.
so
With my advice, I will take a
if the
look at it.
president
But
tells you that this.
Our position is whatever the president wants. Let me go back a little more. I just want to show you what a fucking fool that would be giving orders and why this public service announcement was created.
Current DOD policy allows service members and eligible dependents to be reimbursed for travel associated with non-covered reproductive health care, including abortions. Will you maintain this common sense policy?
Senator, I've always been personally pro-life. I know President Trump has as well, and we will review all policies, but our standard is whatever the president wants on this particular
Okay,
issue.
so
With my advice, I will take a
if the
look at it.
president
But
tells you that this
I don't
common
believe
sense
the federal-
policy will not be maintained, you will not enable our service members to seek reproductive care. So it
I
sounds
don't
like to
believe the
me.
federal government
I'm not
should be
hearing
funding
answers to my questions,
travel for
Mr.
abortion.
Chairman. I just want to note that the other area that
You don't believe that the federal government should be financing this. But what does the law say? What does the law say? It says that you must reimburse them. But because you don't believe, and you're going to be over what they say 3 million people, and because you don't believe, or you go to a white nationalist church where your pastor did a sermon saying that he don't believe that all slave masters treated their slaves badly and that they were just men of their time. That's what you believe. That's the teachings you go and sit under on Sunday mornings. Who gives a fuck what you believe? What's the law?
of serious concern to me is President Trump saying that he wants to use the military to help with mass deportations, which will cost billions of dollars. And what that will do to readiness is very, very concerning. Mr. Hicks, I have noticed a disturbing pattern. You previously have made a series of inflammatory statements about women in combat, LGBTQ service members, Muslim Americans, and Democrats. Since your nominations, however, you have walked those back on TV and interviews, and most recently in your opening statements. You are no longer on Fox and Friends, Mr. Hexet. If confirmed, your words, actions, and decisions will have real impacts on national security and our service members' lives. There are close to 3 million personnel in the Department of Defense, $900 billion budget. I hardly think you are prepared to do the job. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator,
Thank you. That wasn't a question, Mr. Hexet.
That was not a question. Let's move on. That was the confirmation hearing. Now this is after he has been confirmed. I'm trying to let you see why they felt that it was important to make this public service announcement. This was about 2 months ago.
To detain or arrest protesters in Los Angeles.
Senator, I would just start by saying,
have you authorized the uniformed military to detain or arrest protesters in Los Angeles?
Senator, I would just start by saying, you're not a protester if you're throwing concrete
100%.
at law
Arrest those
enforcement
people,
officers.
throw them in the jail, 100%. But what you're doing is something different. Everyone knows this is a political decision, right? So we don't trust that you're using the best interests of the military, certainly, and of democracy on top of that. So have you given the order? That's all I want to know. It's not theoretical. For the U.S. military.
Have you given the order? That was a straightforward question that he has not answered. And who's sitting next to her hearing all of this? Mark Kelly, who also served this nation in the military. Mark Kelly sitting right next to her, who was also in the public service announcement. Let's see if he answers this simple question.
Military, not law enforcement. They can arrest all day long. That's the job. Do they have the ability, the uniformed military, to arrest and detain protesters currently today? It's a yes or no thing. Authority.
It's sort of amusing the extent to which the speculation is out there. These troops are given very clear orders.
Then what is the order? Then list it out for us. Be a man, list it out. Did you authorize them to detain or arrest? That is a fundamental issue of democracy. I'm not trying to be a snot here. I'm just trying to get the actual, did you authorize them to do that?
All of these orders and what they're sent there to do are public. They are
Okay,
there
so
to,
say it. So say it. Yes or no?
I'd like to.
Please, yes or no?
As I've said time and time again through interruption, they're there to protect law enforcement.
Do they have
ICE
the ability
officers
to arrest?
who are trying to do their job,
Okay.
deporting illegals who were allowed in by the previous
So
administration.
they cannot.
So you see how long he refuses to answer this question? Did you see that this question has gone unanswered? And this who will be giving orders? And now the military is actually in our city streets. And he refuses to answer this question. See, the first two clips, he hadn't even gotten a job. But I'm telling you right now, the military are in our streets. Let's continue.
Arrest and detain citizens of the United States, the uniformed military.
As we've stated, if necessary, in their own self-defense, they could temporarily detain and hand over to ICE. But there's no arresting going on.
When did you state that? As we've stated, when exactly did you state that? If their life is in danger, and you never stated that. You're a liar. So that's why they made the public service announcement. That's
And you know this better than
you're
trying to play political games. There's no
to use
arresting
cyber
of U.S.
tools
personnel.
of the U.S. military against members of the protest? Have you authorized U.S. military cyber tools to investigate people participating in these protests? Yes or no?
Certainly in no way that I'd be aware of.
Okay, that's good. I love that answer. That's great. Have you given the order to be able to shoot at unarmed protesters in any way? I'm just asking the question.
Oh, so we know that is a lie. We know that they are definitely using Palantir. We know that they are definitely using Palantir all up and in through the Department of Defense. So we know that that's a lie. Not in any way that I know of. Well, you probably are not even smart enough or even stay sober enough long enough to get the details of how Palantir and what Palantir is doing in the crowds of protesters, because you're so uninterested. That ain't the half. Let's continue.
And don't laugh. Like the whole country. And by the way, my colleagues
What is
across
that
the
based
aisle.
on? What evidence would you
It
have
is
that an
based
order
on
like that has
Donald
ever
Trump
been given?
giving that order to your predecessor, to a Republican Secretary of Defense, who I give a lot of credit to because he didn't accept the order. He had more guts and balls than you because he said, I'm not going to send in the uniformed military to do something that I know in my gut isn't right. He was asked to shoot at their legs. He wrote that in his book. That's not hearsay. So your poo-pooing of this, it just shows you don't understand who we are as a country. Who we are. And all of my colleagues across the aisle, especially the ones that serve, should want an apolitical military and not want citizens to be scared of their own military. I love the military. I served alongside my whole life. So I'm worried about you tainting it. Have you given the order? Have you given the order that they can use lethal force against honor? I want the answer to be no. Please tell me it's no. Have you given the order?
Senator, I'd be careful what you read in books and believing it, except for the Bible.
Oh my God. Have you authorized the uniformed military?
Have you authorized the uniformed military to shoot at protesters? He refused to answer that question and told her he be careful what she read about in books, except the Bible. And when she referenced the book of his predecessor who wrote that 4547 asked him to shoot at the legs of peaceful protesters when they protested in front of the White House. Make that make sense. Now, are we clear that he has called for these people who made this public service announcement telling the military to follow their orders? And he said that they should be hung, that they should be killed. Are we clear? I hope we're clear. I really hope we're clear on what this man is capable of. Okay, let me see what you guys are saying. I was behind this the camera. Moo. Okay, whatever. Hey, Lena, it's good to see you. She told his ass, accept the Bible. Hey, viewers of you, it is good to see you. Hey, Gary Callens. Oh, you are? Are you? Are you? Gary Callens? When you break and burn things, it's not a protest. Okay. So when you broke into the Capitol and spread excrement all over the Capitol and broke into offices, that wasn't a protest either. Okay, I got you. I got you. Let me see. It couldn't have been me either. It couldn't have been me either. Filibuster. Answer the dang on question. No man, keg breath. Keg breath. Hey, Very Carrie. Please make sure you hit the like button or tap the screen twice. Since you're here, I appreciate you. Isn't that being a dictator? That's exactly what it is. I wish they had chats where you could speak. What do you mean, foot soldier? Oh, speaking to the chat and it fills the chat box. I know what you mean. Okay, hey Bird, it's good to see you. Grand Rising, detached myself. It is good to see you as well. Now, okay, so I think I have everybody. Excuse me? I have no idea what you're trying to convey in this message. maybe let's do this. Let's do this. I have no idea what D and D is. Oh, don't write that in my chat anymore. How about that? Okay, so let's continue on. There is a couple of. Hold on. Okay, there is something else I would like to share with you. Hey, Leonard, it's good to see you. Now, speaking of which, this is something in lieu of that last story that I showed you. I find that this is quite interesting. These people should be arrested and killed. According to our president, these elected officials should be killed. However, isn't it interesting? Do we know who the DOJ is hiring? Do we know who the DOJ is actually hiring? Actually giving $50,000 bonuses? Room shaker. Your big fat ass should have went on and got that job. Because surely, if they are hiring these people, your funky ass can get a job there. Let's get into this.
Well, unfortunately for him, we locked him up, put him away. When he was arrested, he said, "I'm ICE boys." Well, unfortunately for him, we locked him up, put him in our jail. He got reappropriated to our jail.
Alexander Back, 41 of Robbinsdale, Minnesota. That's who we're going to talk about today. It's very.
When he was arrested, he said, "I'm ICE boys." Well, unfortunately for him, we locked him up, put him in our jail. He got reappropriated to our jail.
Alexander Back, 41 of Robbinsdale, Minnesota. That's who we're going to talk about today. It's very strange to me that all of the talk about the pedophile ring and the Hillary Clinton drinking the blood of babies and all of the just absolute wild, crazy conspiracy theories. When the guilty parties were in the party, the calls coming from inside the House. The guilty party was within the Republican Party the entire time. When you hear about a crime against children, when you hear about sexual trafficking, it's amazing that it invariably ends up being a Republican. And it starts at the top. Here's a headline from the AP that you certainly know about. Jury finds Trump liable for sexual abuse, awards accuser $5 million. He's been adjudicated by a jury of his peers of committing the crime that the Republican Party accuses everyone else of. Not just Donald Trump. Listen, this video could be 3 hours long of me listing just Republicans wrapped up in the molestation and rape of children and crimes against women. I think it could be 3-4 hours long. But we're just going to hand you a few. Donald Trump's faith advisor, Robert Morris, former Texas megachurch pastor and Trump advisor, indicted for child sex crimes. Morris is a former spiritual advisor to President Donald Trump, and Gateway, one of the nation's largest megachurches, has been particularly active in Dallas area GOP politics. Here's another one, more recent. NBC News, pardoned Capitol rioter, I think they mean insurrectionist, pardoned Capitol insurrectionist tried to bribe child sex victim with promise of January.
Oh, it's not a protest when you are a criminal breaking in to the Capitol. It's not a protest then. Let's continue.
January 6th payout, officials say. Andrew Paul Johnson, 44, faces multiple charges in Florida, including lewd and lascivious molestation, according to the Hernando County Sheriff's Office. Very strange, because I thought it was really a Democrat problem. I thought it was...
Did they get a pardon from 45, 47? Notice the commonality of criminality. Do you notice this? Do you notice this? Do you notice uh, who just happens to hang around 45, 47? Let's continue. They're great people on both sides. Is this what's going on?
The Bill Clintons and the Larry Summers and all the other people that Donald Trump likes to try to get us to focus on rather than himself. I've said it before. I'll say it again. It needs to be said. All of those people need to be investigated too. All of them. All of them. If you're named in the Epstein files, here's an investigation. You get an investigation. You get an investigation. You get a conviction. You get to be buried under the jail. I'm fine with it. Every single one of them. Every one of them. But here's the latest in a long line. CBS News, ICE employee among 16 men arrested in Bloomington sex trafficking sting, police say. Again, Alexander Back, 41, of Robbinsdale, Minnesota. Here's a little, just a little bit of a video, and I have a critique of WCCO because they've blurred all the faces, including they cropped the video to where you can't see his face, but it would have been blurred if they did show it. I don't know what they're doing with that, but here is a little information on the case. And then we'll show you the unblurred version from my reporting and from the press conference of the sheriff, Booker Hughes, I think is his name. First, WCCO.
Guns, drugs, and some high-profile arrests in an underage sex sting in Bloomington. Police took more than a dozen men into custody, including one who works for ICE. Jonah Kaplan reports on the latest in a series of stings in Bloomington.
The chief called it Operation Creep, and he was ready for the cameras when giving props to the band Radiohead for the idea.
I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. This is a song these guys were singing. What the hell am I doing here?
The efforts leading to the arrest of 16 men, one of them working as an auditor for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
When he was arrested, he said, I'm ICE boys. Well, you know, unfortunately for him, we locked him up, put him in our jail. He got reappropriated to our jail.
Another, a staffer at the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency.
Maybe he'd go to work and figure out how to get that pollution out of his mind, come in here and try to mess with a 17-year-old girl.
Soliciting sex with a minor wasn't the only alleged crime either. Police sharing this drone video of a suspect arriving at a hotel. Inside that bag was coke, meth, and 8 firearms. Another suspect told the decoy he was showing up with a gun. The chief sharing this video of the officers tackling him to the floor. The operation reminiscent of a similar sting several months ago that led to the arrest of ex-state Senator Justin Eichhorn, who's currently facing federal solicitation charges. The chief promising more crackdowns in the future, but the work is getting more difficult.
Interesting that ICE, who is ostensibly there, I mean, it's the message, it's the propaganda being released by the administration that ICE is here to protect children, to keep Americans safe. And yet here's one of their own, allegedly, it's alleged, he's innocent until proven guilty. He has the same rights and the law has the same obligations as any other criminal defendant in any other case. So he's innocent until proven guilty, but he most certainly was arrested. In fact, watch this from the sheriff there, the chief of police, Booker Hughes in Bloomington. And listen to what he has to say, that when they arrested him, when he was arrested, he says, I'm ICE, boys, as though that's going to be his get out of jail free card.
Next, this one shames. This is a tragedy in many respects, but people at the Department of Homeland Security, I know there are great people there that come to work every single day and do their jobs and do it admirably. Unfortunately, Mr. recently married back here is not one of those people. He works for ICE and he is an auditor for them, a civilian employee. When he was arrested, he said, I'm ICE boys. Well, you know, unfortunately for him, we locked him up, put him in our jail. He got reappropriated to our jail, and my understanding is he helped send people to send federal authorities. I think he's going to see some federal authorities because I think the feds are going to take this case. So I'm going to close on this and I'll take questions.
Do not let this case go federal. Please.
Please do not send this case to the feds because it will not be likely will not be prosecuted under Pam Bimbo. And if it is prosecuted, we do know that 4547 will pardon him. We do know that. We have it on examples of his pardons in the past. Based upon his pardons in the past, let me correct that. Based upon his pardons in the past, please do not send this federal. Please make this a state case so he can get all that he has coming, and not 17-year-old children.
For the love of all that justice portends to provide, do not let this go into a jurisdiction in which Donald Trump could provide another pardon to these ghouls, to these criminals, to these vile, disgusting predators of children. Because if you think Donald Trump wouldn't do it, look back at his past. Look at the people he's pardoned and the crimes for which they've been set free. Records erased in many cases, because a presidential pardon does just that. It erases the conviction. It's not clemency. It's not graciousness and mercy. It's a complete erasure that there was even a conviction. This needs to stay in state court. This federal employee, this protector of children, is out there doing the same thing that Robert Morris did.
Now, I have a question. Are these the type of people that are out there grabbing children, separating children from their parents? Are these the type of people who had children in the Chicago streets, naked and half naked in their pajamas? Is this the type of people? Would you like these type of people to be zip tying your child? They probably are zip tying these children with hard penises. Can you imagine? This man is out there in the Chicago street zip tying children as they rouse them out of their sleep. Only for the spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security come out there in that raspy voice and lie and tell you that they caught 38 Mexican gang members, when in fact they caught 0 people, no person in that Chicago sting at that apartment building where they were zip tying naked people together, children together, separating them from their parents, and no one was arrested. Not one person. I played the video for you yesterday. I will replay this today. But these are the people that they have out there doing this. I showed you the 2 people who wanted to put their ICE credentials up front when they're out there driving drunk. Drunk enough to have a single car accident, drunk enough to have their 7 and 9-year-old children in the car driving all over the lines and not being able to tell the police officer exactly where they are on this earth. But this is who your Department of Justice, your Homeland Security, your Kristi Noem has the audacity to be hiring to police you. And I do mean you, because they don't give a fuck if you are a U.S. citizen. We're clear on that. So all of this, they're going after the worst of the worst. They are hiring the worst of the worst. Are we clear that these people have been put into these ICE positions without having a background check? God damn it, Kash Patel is the head of the FBI, and they haven't given him a background check. Did you know that Kash Patel has not gone through a background check? But y'all all following around and trying to make excuses for this dismal administration. And you think I give a fuck as I tell the truth? The link is in my description box. Go over there and check out Jesse Dolomore. He has a great show. Okay. Let me see. Any comments? Robert, do what you do best. Go eat a dick. How about that? Yes, you are a loser. Are you crying for this administration? Are you crying for this administration? They are such losers. Hello, God first. It's sad. Okay, so let me see. I have a couple of more things I would like to share. I forgot to share this with you. I forgot to share this with you about Kate Breath's confirmation hearing. Why you should be concerned about who is going to be giving our military orders. So, military attorneys are called JAG officers. So, Kate Breath had a cute little name for the military attorneys. And if you are unaware, Keg Breath has gone through and fired a large portion, most of the military attorneys. You know those people who you consult to see if what you're doing is lawful. Well, those people have been fired under Keg Breath. So during his confirmation hearing, he was questioned about JAG-off. You know, they call them JAG officers. So he was questioned about his use of the term JAG-off, like jack-off, JAG-off. So what is a JAG-off, Pete Hegseth? Exactly what would a JAG-off be? That you thought it was so funny to call people who are telling you about the law and what you can or cannot do within the guidance of the law. So you had a little cute little term for them prior to you even getting the position. Let's hear about it. I'm sharing it. Let's hear about this. What is a jag off? And you wonder why that public service announcement was made?
But the other factor, too, is you've already disparaged in writing the Geneva Convention, the rules of law, all of these things. How will you be able to effectively lead a military in which one of the principal elements is discipline, respect for lawful authority? You have made statements to your platoon after being briefed by a JAG officer. Well, by the way, would you explain what a JAG-off is?
I don't think I need to, sir.
Why not?
Because the men and women watching understand.
Well, perhaps some of my colleagues don't understand.
It would be a JAG officer who puts his or her own priorities in front of the warfighters. Their promotions, their medals, in front of having the backs of those who are making the tough calls on the front lines.
Thank you, Senator Reid.
Interesting.
Thank you, Senator
Thank you
Reid.
very much.
Mr. Hegseth, you and your family have...
Jagoff. He feels that if he doesn't get his way with the attorneys, the JAG officers, they are putting themselves and their promotion in front of the war fighters. Make that make sense. And you wonder why they put this public service announcement out. This is prior to him getting the position. And since he has gotten this position, most of the JAG officers have been fired. So what does that mean? They're not consulting anyone about legality of the things that they are ordering these service members to do. That's what it means. So, uh, okay, someone has mental issues in here, so let me take care of that. Okay, let's continue. Okay, where are we? I want to share. We know that up to up in probably more than 17 million people are going to be losing their health care under this administration starting in January. 4547 said there is extending subsidies for Obamacare because he's such a hater of Obama because he cannot live up to any of the things that Obama did while in office. Even all of this showing off of brutality that these ICE officers have done. Most of the 600 and I believe 602 or 620 people that these ICE officers have these arrests that the ICE officers made in Illinois, they are going to be released because of the disgusting illegalities that were shown to judges and courts. They are releasing 600 of these people who were detained in Chicago. Branvino had to show up in court every day and to explain what his ICE officers had been up to. Now, I am not a proponent of immigrants just coming into our country and flooding our country, but what I also am against, I'm against people trying to make it commonplace, trying to make you get used to abuse and abusing people's rights and abusing the law. So I am also deadly against that as well. So don't try to play no games. If they do it to them, I'm clear that they will do it to me. If they normalize just grabbing people off the street, what makes you think that they won't grab you off the streets? Shouldn't anything make you think that they won't grab you off the street unless you're white? Unless you're white, you are the only people who have the comfort of not being afraid that you won't be snatched off the street and disappear. Because if they do it to one black or brown person, what make me think they won't do it to me? And what make you think that they won't do it to you? Because they have already snatched up United States citizens clean off the street where their families don't even know where they are for weeks at a time. This has already happened. We already knew it was going to happen. When your Supreme Court gave them the okay that it was okay to racial profile people in these ICE raids. So what makes you think it wouldn't happen to you? Okay, so that's all I got to say on that. I want to talk about now. This administration is always talking about affordability. When Zoran Mandani beat their ass and let them know that all these tariffs, all they did was increase prices. If if the tariffs weren't the reason why prices are increased, why is it that 4547 has gone through and taken the tariffs off certain items, certain food items? If why is he going through and taking off? I think it was uh, 40, 40 items that he uh, erased the tariffs on because affordability is actually a problem. Now, a lot of people think that I'm not on Medicaid, I'm not on Medicare, I'm not on food stamps. This don't concern me. Yeah, it does concern you. Because like I said, the increase in insurance in health insurance, that affects everyone. The health insurance was not just going up on people who had the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare, as some people don't even know that is one and the same. It's not just going up on them. Now, what has Republican Congress people presented to you, or Democrats? What have they demonstrated to you that they are doing to these for-profit insurance companies? Absolutely nothing. But I want to talk about looming affordability crisis set to hit Americans with health insurance through work. Through work, as in through your job. It is a perilous combination for 165 million people with employer-sponsored health insurance. Premiums are rising while yearly pay raises shrink. Let me put this in my description box. This is an article from Politico. I told you that your health insurance will be going up as well because nobody is paying attention to these insurance magnets and that are making money hand over fist for profit uh, as they deny hold on okay as they deny coverage that your doctor recommends that you need or get. So this link is in my description box. Rising Obamacare premiums are a political problem for Republicans. Rising premium for workers who get health insurance from their employers could be an even bigger one. Republicans in Congress are focused on finding a way to counteract an expected 26% rise in premiums for people who buy insurance through the Affordable Care Act without extending government subsidies that make insurance more affordable. What the GOP isn't talking about, nearly 7 times as many Americans get health insurance through an employer as those who buy it individually. Of those 165 million people are expected to see their premium spike up to 7%. Now, 7% is way better than your premiums under the Affordable Care Act, doubling and tripling. But people who buy their insurance through their employer are their premiums are set to spike up to 7%, and and this is going to absolutely put pressure on whoever's in power, said Catherine Hempstead, senior policy advisor at the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, a healthcare focused philanthropy. Uh, voters have voters have started has start voters have started making it clear that affordability of basic necessities, including healthcare, will be a defining issue in determining who holds the balance of power in Congress after next year's midterm election. That means the GOP may need to look beyond fixing Affordable Care Act subsidies to maintain control of the House and Senate. And that also means that the Democrats may need to look into it as well. Because just talking about it, you got to be about it. Don't talk about it, be about it. Get some shit done. Meanwhile, Democratic lawmakers and candidates say they plan to make affordability their top issue in next year's midterm election, but it remains to be seen whether they'll include the plight of workers with employee provided insurance in their push. Passing the rising medical costs on to patients. People with group coverage are expected to see an average of 6 or 7% premium increase this month as they re-enroll in coverage that will start in January. That comes as their employers are expected the largest jump in health costs in 15 years in 2026 at 6.7% more than double the rate of inflation and the typical pay raise workers are getting. So they are about to double the jump in coverage, cost of coverage, higher than inflation, higher than pay raises. For what? For profit. for profit. All for profit for people who like Brian Thompson, who was over the AI division and the Medicare provisions. Brian Thompson, who got laid out on a New York City street and bled out as they kept on doing their. As they continued on, United Healthcare continued on with their shareholders meeting above his bleeding body. Brian Thompson, who set up the AI apparatus to deny people claims and have them to have to appeal their claims, and sometimes people were denied, and by the time their appeal had been accepted, they've had limbs lost, they've had cancer that has spread and become terminal. That Brian Thompson, and these lawmakers want to make it seem like they don't understand why so many people were supporting Mangione. Nobody was supporting him, unaliving him. People were supporting that this shit is out of hand to have health care coverage, and they only care about how much profit they are making off the patient. They in fact, don't give a fuck about your health care. So there's that. The link is in my description box. I've talked endlessly about that. You can go back to my videos where I talk about, hey John, where I talked about this healthcare monopoly. Now, let's see what type of money they are making. Let's see what type of money they are making. Let me enlarge this because it's all a fucking game. And if you continue to let any side of the ticket tell you that people don't really care about the cost of health care and ignore that these corporations are just sitting up making money off of you hand over fist, health insurance profits are reaching new heights. Okay. The top five health insurers have raked in over 371 billion in profits since the ACA passed. Over 40% of what went to the parent company of CEO Brian Thompson's United Healthcare Group, which denies nearly 1 in 3 claims from its policyholders. Let me see, when is this? This this is from Jacobian. It was December of last year. Is when this came out. The top. Okay, I got that. Okay. It went to United Healthcare and its policyholders. America's largest health insurers have raked in more. Oh, I already read that. Have raked in over 371 billion in profits since the passage of the ACA, according to financial data reviewed by the Lever. More than 40% of that net income went to United Health Group, whose annual profits have skyrocketed by nearly 400% as the company now reportedly denies nearly 1 in 3 medical claims from its policyholders. Insurers garner these profits as the average American family premium have risen to nearly $26,000 a year. In all, since the ACA was passed in 2010, more than $9 trillion of revenue has flowed to the country's largest health insurance companies, which include United Health Group, Cigna, Kaiser Permanente, what is this? Elevance Health, the parent company Anthem, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and CVS Health, which acquired what is that? Aetna in 2018. The financial data comes from the company's annual report filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission and other disclosure forms. The revenue and profit substantially increased starting in 2014 when the ACA was fully implemented. The law included a mandate for Americans to buy insurance as well as government subsidies for such insurance policies. Last week, the murder of Brian Thompson, Chief Executive Officer of United Health Group Insurance Division, the United Healthcare, has sparked an outpouring of anger toward health insurers. New Gallup polling shows that Americans' view of healthcare quality has declined to a 24-year low. The same data shows that 62% of Americans believe it is the responsibility of the federal government to make sure Americans have health care coverage. That is a decade high amount of people, 62%, a decade's high. These five insurers control over half the commercial market share of the U.S. health insurance industry. Their revenues and profits have increased as they have become larger, both because of mergers and because of the ACA subsidies that have helped Americans buy private insurance. The ACA did what? Help Americans buy private insurance. You understand that I don't give a fuck what you think about the ACA. The only reason most people hate the ACA is because a black man got the ACA passed without understanding. Had not the ACA been passed, a lot of people would be going without health insurance right now. A lot of people also don't understand, had not the ACA passed, a lot of these insurance companies that are making all of this profit to put in their shareholders' pockets, they would be denying coverage if you had a pre-existing condition. Let's make that clear. Let's also note that Marjorie Taylor Greene, the only reason why she bucked up against that bill, the only reason why she was with the Democrats in getting a extension of the Obama Affordable Care Act subsidies for insurance, because her children had become of age where they had to get off of her platinum gold, her gold insurance that is paid for because she's a congresswoman. Why were her children aging out? Because the Affordable Care Act allowed you to keep your children on your health insurance plan. I think it was up until age 25 or 26. I think it was age 26. And that, she was so against the Affordable Care Act. And even when she was supporting that there needed to be something, an extension of the Affordable Care Act plan. Why was she wanting the Affordable Care Act plan to be enacted? She said because her children are going out, and you can't believe what they were charging her children. So what she was saying was, your children were going shopping on the Affordable Care Act. But you were still trying to poo-poo the Affordable Care Act, where your own fucking children had to go look for health insurance. A multi-millionaire. A multi-millionaire. And she's poo-pooing what her non-millionaire children have to pay for health care. But you still want to poo-poo the Affordable Care Act. That's why fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene and her bullshit. Fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene when nothing matters until it matters to her personally. Okay. High market concentration tends to lower competition among health insurers, which can harm patients by raising insurance premium above competitive levels, said Jesse Ethenfield, president of the physician lobbying group American Medical Association, in a 2023 press release. Patients are grappling with ever increasing healthcare costs, spending on private health coverage is set to exceed $1.5 trillion this year. That was in 2024. God knows what it is in 2025. This year, according to the nonpartisan U.S. Government Accountability Office, at the same time, the quality of U.S. healthcare is deteriorating. The United States has the highest cost in healthcare of any developed country. It's doubled some developed country. However, the United States have the lowest health outcomes of any developed country. Make that make sense. And that is a fact. And it has been a fact for quite a few years. Because is the money that is going to healthcare going into your actual health care, or is it going to pay off shareholders and CEOs and all of this shit? Where is the money in your health care going? When you find out that the USA, who everyone wants to talk about, is the best country in the world, and this is what they're doing for your health care, while they spending your tax dollars to prop up Israel and send bombs and stuff to Israel to create a genocide in Palestine, while in the meantime the Israeli people have universal health care. Make it make sense. Make any of this make sense. So I'm gonna drop this link in my description box. I hope you guys peruse it. It is number 6 in my description box. Go over there and check this out. Now, what do you think is going to happen? Since 4547 wants to ruin the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare. So, you see how much money that these insurance companies have made since Obamacare. What was it? 370, 371. How much did they make? $371 billion since the Affordable Care Act was enacted. So, do you think they're just going to be like, oh well, oh well, it was good while it lasted? Do you think these insurance companies are going to say, well, we can do without it? We have been making 900 and something $billion a year in profits. We can do without that little 371 billion. Or do you think that your fucking premiums are going to increase? You be the judge. You figure it out. You figure it out what they gonna do. Figure out what they are going to do. Okay. Speaking of healthcare, let me. I was looking for this link on yesterday. Exactly. Exactly. They're gonna increase your premiums for everyone to make up that $371 billion that they are missing from Obamacare, and that's why Bernie Sanders has said a long time that the United States should have universal health care, so we will not be enriched. But the America loves to enrich billionaires. They love it. Okay, so I was looking. Speaking of healthcare, I was looking for this link yesterday. I couldn't find it. This has happened 2 days in a row. Let's see what happens when everyone start getting thrown out of hospitals. So, we understand that there is a law in the United States that if you go to the emergency room, that they have to amend you up to a point where they can either transfer you to a hospital that can care for you, or they have to treat you. Now, Are we going to pretend like everyone who goes to the emergency room gets seen? How many stories have we heard about people actually dying in the waiting room of the emergency room? How many people have chronic illnesses and diseases that they need prescriptions for? If they don't have health care, the emergency room is not going to fill prescriptions. The emergency room doctor is going to give you a couple of pills, prescription for a couple of days of medication, but they're not going to fill your prescription for is ailing you. So I want to share this again. Let me oh, I am sharing it. Let me share this again. And when everyone universally starts getting treated like this, and then when non-black and brown people start getting routinely treated like this because they don't have health care coverage. And what is this going to bring? What is this going to bring to you as someone who does have health care coverage when these emergency rooms have to start treating over 17 million people who will be going without health care? What is that going to do to the price that is charged to you? So you think they are going to charge these people and it's not going to affect the cost in the hospitals? And do you think that the hospitals are able to just suck up these costs? No, they're gonna carry it over to you. So while you people think that people are on Medicare, Medicaid, and all of this stuff has no effect on you, you're sadly mistaken and very stupid to think that these things are not going to affect you. And you're sadly mistaken and stupid to think that you don't think that these people that are making these decisions that are voted in based on hating another race and wanting to blame everything on black and brown people don't know that this is going to affect you. You are sadly mistaken and very stupid if you think that they don't know that these costs are going to be transmitted to you and your family. Let's continue.
Imagine being in labor and the hospital decides to refuse care and they roll you out on a wheelchair outside of their facility. Here it is.
Yes, it's on my life. It's My daughter's in active labor, and this is Franciscan Crown Point being put out in active labor. My daughter's being kicked out of this hospital because she's in active labor.
Now we are very clear on the fact that black mothers are 3 to more times likely to die in childbirth. Do you wonder why? Do you wonder why? She is dilated 3 centimeters, and because she was there for 5 hours, they sent her home, understanding that her water had broke and she was dilated.
Oh.
8 minutes later, 8 minutes after she was kicked out of the hospital, her husband had to deliver their child on the side of the road in their truck. This is your health care. But I'm pretty sure nobody's going to lose any profits from their shares behind this.
She was forced to give birth in a truck. Put it up full mass. You're wondering, what kind of hospital would do this? What are the particulars? What happened prior? I'm going to give you that. According to the root, Mercedes Wells arrived at the Franciscan Hospital in Crowd Point in the early morning hours of November 15th, believing that she was in active labor. At the time, the nurse told her she was 3 centimeters dilated. She's obviously in significant pain. Although Wells says she was experiencing painful contractions that were becoming increasingly frequent, she was discharged from the hospital after being monitored for more than 5 hours. At this point, I have to bring up the data that shows Black women suffer the most in our Western hospitals in the United States of America because they are typically not believed. They are not listened to. They are not heard. They're treated as if they do not have the issue or the illness that they are clearly proclaiming. Quote, the nurse said, she can feel the baby head, but there's still no change, and I was still at 3 centimeters. She said, if my labor persists, then come back, but right now, you are being discharged, end quote. Was posted on social media, but less than 10 minutes after leaving the hospital, Wells delivered her baby in her husband's truck. Mercedes' husband, Leon Wells, wrote about the terrifying experience on social media. Quote, my wife gave birth 8 minutes later. I delivered our baby in the truck after being discharged from the hospital, first Texas, now Northwest Indiana. Justice will be served. Racism is real, captioned on November 16th Facebook post. Wells and her husband have hired an attorney claiming the incident was discrimination against a Black woman. They want a meeting with hospital administrators to talk about policy changes, so no other mother in labor is turned away. According to NBC5 Chicago, a spokesperson for the hospital said they are investigating the matter, adding they continue to make the health and safety of their patients a priority. Quote, we have launched an internal investigation into the alleged incident, they said in the statement, quote, due to patient privacy laws and our own policies pertaining to internal investigations, we are unable to comment further at
your own policies against into investigation. So you made a policy that when you are investigating something, you will hold and hide that information from the public due to patient privacy laws and our own policy pertaining to internal investigations. Our own policy to hide what we find that we fucked up in our own investigations is what that's saying.
This time. Doesn't it sound familiar? If you were watching, yesterday? You've been watching the program this week. We reported on something quite similar. Sadly, Mercedes Wells Hospital experience is not unique. Yesterday, we covered the story of Miss Carrie Jones, who was in visible pain while in the waiting room for more than 30 minutes. She was there to be admitted to the labor and delivery unit at Dallas Regional Medical Center in Texas. The incident highlights the ongoing trend in maternal health disparities and racial biases in healthcare. A 2023 report from the Policy Center for Maternal Health found that Black women experience 50 deaths for every 100,000 live births, an increase from the previous year. By comparison, mortality rates for white, Hispanic, and Asian women were below 20 per 100,000 births.
Okay, so I also, that link is in my description box. Now, I also shared this with you the day before that, on Monday. I want to reshare this. This is an actual a medical doctor. He reported on the first case in Dallas, Texas. He did not pay much of the video. If you want to find the video, you can go find the video. You see this woman sitting in the wheelchair as this nurse is so lackadaisical. And when I first did the story on this. There had come up a post in Instagram that this nurse was terminated, but that is not true. The nurse is still employed at this hospital. I wanted to correct that, and they are also doing an investigation. And every patient is so important to them. Blah 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 blah. Let's get into this. Let me make sure I am sharing this. Yes. Let me share this with you.
Right now about a Black mother in labor, doubled over in pain, begging for help, while hospital staff ask her routine triage questions. I won't play the whole thing because I don't like amplifying Black trauma, but here's a clip that highlights what I want to talk about today.
Right now. Y'all treat all your patients like this or just the Black ones?
She gave birth 12 minutes after that moment. My name is Dr. Joel, the medical mythbuster, and today let's talk about Black women and pain. Because as shocking as that looks, this didn't come out of nowhere. Moments like that are connected to a much longer story in American medicine. I want to start that story in the 1800s with J. Marion Sims, often called the father of modern gynecology. He conducted studies on enslaved Black women without any anesthesia, justified it by saying that Black women didn't feel pain in the same way as others. That lie didn't stay in the 1800s, it became embedded in medical and general culture, spreading through textbooks, training, and systems. Versions of that myth still show up today. For example, a study in 2016 from the University of Virginia found that at least 50% of medical trainees believed at least one false statement about biological differences in Black patients, including the idea that Black people have thicker skin or feel less pain. That's how bias works. It doesn't always show up as hatred or slurs. It shows up as delays, as disbelief, as assuming that someone is exaggerating, as telling a woman in active labor to just answer a few more questions. When she asks, "Do you treat all your patients like this or just the Black ones?" she's not imagining things. She's naming a pattern that's been documented for decades. This is part of the reason why Black women in the United States are 3 to 4 times more likely to die during childbirth compared to white women, not because of biology, but because of systemic bias and delays in care. For me, this isn't about blaming one nurse in one moment. It's about understanding how the systems we built and the history that we inherited make moments like this feel normal when they're anything but. We can't fix what we refuse to see. And Black women deserve a healthcare system that listens the first time. There's a video going viral right now about a Black mother.
Okay, so what's going to happen when there's 17 million people added that have no insurance? Can you imagine? Yeah, and it's going to start happening to more and more people. Can you imagine being further down the line in your treatment in hospitals when there's 17 million more people trying to get health care via emergency rooms? Okay. Y'all act like this shit is not really happening to you. You saw that video, Alina? Okay. Everybody wants to act as if it's not happening to them, but it's going to happen to you as well. So while everybody can turn a blind eye when it happens to Black women and has happened to Black women throughout history, but and we're supposed to pay attention when it starts happening to you. Okay, keep living. My mom always say, "You know where you been, but you don't know where you going. You know what you have lived through, but you don't know what you're gonna have to live through." So keep playing. Play with it if you want to. And pretend like Black people are your enemy as they enrich billionaires. Let's get into the rest of my commentary for today. Uh, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. Let me see what else. I have a couple of things that I want to share with you that is going on. Let me get to it. What else do I want to talk about today? I think I put this in the wrong category. I hold on one second. Here we go. let me play a little bit of let me play a little bit of this video. If you guys are not familiar with Secular Talk with Kyle Kalinske, I absolutely enjoy him. A total devastation. America wakes up as polls spell doom for 45-47. America, it seems that you guys are waking up when you understand that you got some skin in the game and they about to take it off you.
Absolutely devastating polls here for Trump and MAGA. But at the same time, we have some interesting polls for Democrats as well that they certainly need to take seriously. So let me walk you through it. Let's start with this one here. So this is an echelon poll from November 17th. Among Democrats, they asked them, which is closer to your view? Democratic socialism, defined as where government can be relied on to provide basic needs, is the best way to build an equitable economy/society. 64% of Democrats say democratic socialism. Yes, that's the way to go. That is an overwhelming majority, 64%. Then the other option was capitalism, defined as with sensible regulation is the best way to build a strong, growing economy. Only 22% of Democrats agreed with that. This is, ladies and gentlemen, a sea change. Certainly in my lifetime, I have seen polls where young people in particular, back when us millennials were the young people, for us, yes, there's been polls that show we prefer democratic socialism to capitalism. But basically, for other Democrats across the board, that was not the case. They were more pro-capitalism than pro-democratic socialism. This now is basically the Democratic base waking up and looking around and going, things are really not working, and they're not even close to working, and we need a page one rewrite. We need like a top-down total system reboot. This is unacceptable. We need a system that actually works for the people, and right now it's just not. It's just not doing that. So stop and think about it. They defined in this poll, democratic socialism is defined in like a neutral to positive way, but also capitalism is defined in sort of a neutral to positive way. And I want to reiterate, 64% of Democrats said they prefer democratic socialism to just 22% say they prefer capitalism. So wakey, 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 Zoran is the future. I know there's a lot of, centrist Democrats who really don't like that idea, but it's the truth. And that's the bottom line is I don't think there's anything you could do at this point to stem the tide of democratic socialism. But the good news I have for the centrist capitalists within the Democratic coalition is that when people talk about being democratic socialists in the context of America, they really just mean social democrats, which it's like a hybrid between capitalism and socialism. And so you take certain things off the table, but still have the private marketplace for many other things. So you take like healthcare and education and childcare and things like that off the table, free universal options for that. And then outside of that, it's still, a regulated capitalist system. So don't be afraid. Do not be afraid. Democratic socialism is not a dirty word. It's actually fair that you're filibustering, and then the other side needs 60 votes to get through the legislation. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. Legendary collapse on the part of the Republicans. That's how thoroughly Trump has screwed the pooch. That's how thoroughly he has pissed off the country and made them turn against him and Republicans. Among independents, Democrats have a 33-point advantage over Republicans. 33 point. So when I tell you this has been a legendary collapse on the part of the Republicans, I absolutely mean it. From dead tied to a 14-point lead for Democrats, and from roughly tied to a 33-point lead for Democrats among independents, that's wild. In fact, it probably was the case that independents were more with Republicans in November 2024, right? They were probably like +5, +10 or whatever in favor of Republicans. Just unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable. All right, but I'm still not done. The approval of ICE. Now, let me just point out here that as a general rule, when you ask the American people about our various law enforcement agencies, they consistently poll sky high. They consistently poll through the roof. I'm talking about you ask the American people, what are your thoughts on the cops? It'll be like, 70% plus of Americans would say, I support the police, right? And fill in the blank with, what about the FBI? Fill in the blank with various law enforcement agencies. The American people respect and support those law enforcement agencies, right? Not anymore. So they asked about the approval of ICE. disapprove 53%, approve only 39%. I'm not kidding when I say I think that's the lowest number I've ever seen for any law enforcement agency in my entire life. Just 39% of the country says, I approve of ICE, which means the overwhelming majority have seen the videos. They've seen the horror stories, right? They understand that these ICE Gestapo thugs are shooting priests in the face with pepper balls. We literally have video of that. They understand that they're rounding up innocent people, including American citizens, by the way, and assaulting them and taking away their due process. They understand that they've tear-gassed babies and they've tear-gassed cops and they've tear-gassed veterans. They see, like, there's no hiding how brutal and insane all these things have been. And so when you look at their record, basically they can't hide the reality from the American people anymore. They can't hide that 22 people have died in ICE custody. They can't hide that there are countless articles saying literal criminals are joining ICE and white nationalists and Proud Boys are joining ICE. They can't hide that they assaulted an 84-year-old married couple. They can't hide that they're running people over with cars. By the way, there was just a story that came out yesterday. It didn't make it in the show today, but I can tell you about it now. There was a police press conference where they said they had this undercover sting operation going after pedophiles, and one of the people they caught was an ICE agent. It was an ICE agent. People see it. They see what's happening. They see a Black Hawk helicopter being used where ICE agents rappel down onto an apartment building and they arrest everybody in the apartment building. They zip tie kids who are in their underwear at 2 a.m. and throw them in the back of U-Haul trucks. Then come to find out none of the people that they did this to were criminals and none of them were even undocumented immigrants. It's catching up to them, y'all. It's catching up. And so there are real consequences for this sort of stuff. And by the way, I should point out the numbers with Hispanics have plummeted for Trump. Plummeted. I mean, again, I got to pat myself on the back for this one because when I went on Josh Citarollo's show, he asked me about these big gains that Trump made with various minority communities. And I said, that's not going to last. And it literally didn't even last a year. It literally didn't even last a year. A year. Do you know how disgusting you have to be to lose support that fast? All right, but I got more for you. Do you think Donald Trump is trying to cover up Jeffrey Epstein's crimes? All 49%. No, 32%. 32%. Only 32% of the country say Trump is, do you think Trump is trying to cover up Jeffrey Epstein's crimes? Only 32% say no. That is insane. That is insane. So everybody knows. Everybody knows. Everybody's in on it. Only, what was it, like 45% of Republicans support Trump on the Epstein files, which means the majority doesn't. How about this? As we all know, Trump is bombing random Venezuelan fishing boats and wants to bomb inside Colombia and bomb inside Mexico. And they're even lighting people up in the Pacific and lying and saying, oh, these are narco terrorists and drug smugglers. Totally made up, totally untrue. They presented no evidence. Those boats would have to be refilled with gas 20 times in order to reach the United States. They're just murdering innocent people. Well, people see what's going on, and they also see that Trump wants to do regime change in Venezuela, and they're plotting that right now. So YouGov asked, do you support overthrowing Maduro in Venezuela? Ready for this? Only 17% support it. Let me repeat that. Only 17% support overthrowing Maduro in Venezuela. Wow. So they're sick of the warmongering. Now, the final point I want to make here. These polls are atrocious for Trump. They're horrible for Trump. The Republicans are in serious trouble in these midterms, assuming the election is fair and free, which is a big assumption. It's a big assumption. But I still have one more warning for Democrats, though, because this is super important. So there's one specific way in which, on foreign policy, he's actually doing better than Democrats have. And there's a very simple and reasonable explanation as to why that is. And you, as Democrats, have to stop failing in your messaging to get the truth across, because you're giving him a win where he should have no win whatsoever. So look at this video. This is from Harry Enton, and he's going to explain how, in one specific way on foreign policy, Trump is actually doing good. Ready? Watch.
This is one of the areas in which Donald Trump is performing significantly better than he was in term one. One of his best issues relative to term one. What are we talking about? Approve of Trump on foreign policy at this point in term one. Look, Donald Trump was just at a 35% approval rating, up like a rocket. We're talking about 43% now. That's an 8-point rise. On the net approval rating, we're talking about a double-digit rise. The American people like much more of what they're seeing from Donald Trump in foreign policy in term two than they did in term number one.
Now, by the way, that what he just said here is completely misleading. It's actually not true that they broadly support his foreign policy, because broadly speaking, his foreign policy is massively warmongering all over the world. He bombed fishing boats in Venezuela. He bombed fishing boats from Trinidad and Tobago and Colombia. They're plotting regime change in Venezuela. He bombed Yemen, Somalia, Iran. He threatened Greenland, Panama, Canada, and Mexico. He said he wants to reinvade Afghanistan. That's all just in this term. That stuff is not popular. It's not even close to popular. But you're about to see where this high number comes from. Here we go.
Often presidents in their second term, usually later in their second term, frankly, will turn to foreign policy. So how does President Trump compare to past presidents in their second term?
You know, this to me is one of the most interesting data points, because normally when we look at these data points, we see that Trump is doing worse than other presidents. But on this one, he is doing significantly better, because take a look here. All right, 21st century foreign policy approval rating at this point in term 2. George W. Bush was down at 36%. Barack Obama was at 37%. Look at this. Donald Trump actually leads the pack at 43%. Donald Trump has a higher foreign policy approval rating at this point in a second term than any other president who served their entire second term in the 21st century. This is something I think Donald Trump really likes to look at, because the bottom line is this: presidents like to build their legacies off of foreign policy. And at this particular point, the American people like much more of what Donald Trump's doing on foreign policy than either of the two other 21st century presidents who served served 2 terms.
So now let me just point out real quick. George W. Bush, 2 illegal wars that we were mired in at this point. Barack Obama, he had done the surge in Afghanistan, which they say was working, but it wasn't working, and the American people were sick of the war. Why is Trump's number so high? Why is it so high? You're about to find out.
Good chances of being screen grabbed and framed and taken to the Oval Office very shortly here. How about specifically how voters feel about what the president did in Israel and Gaza?
Yeah, I think part of the reason why Donald Trump is significantly higher than either Obama or Bush is what happened with Donald Trump able to help formulate a peace deal between the Israelis and Hamas. What are we talking about? Net approval rating, Israel-Hamas conflict. Look at this. Joe Biden was 37 points below water by the end of his presidency. Way down there. Look at Donald Trump. Actually in the positive area. Look at this. A +3 net approval rating. The American people liked what Trump was able to do between the Israelis and Hamas. And that, I think, is a large part of the reason why his foreign policy is at the apex compared to other 2-term presidents this century.
So in other words, you know how Trump made a giant show of doing this peace deal, this ceasefire, and he went to Israel. He gave a speech to the Knesset. He had the media talking about it. He made this big spectacle, this theater out of, look, we got a deal. We got an agreement. Now, what did I tell you guys from day one? This is fake. This is not real. And in fact, it's now been proven that we were right about that all along. Literally within a week, it was already shown to be fake. In fact, article we just saw the other day, Israel has destroyed, I believe the number was over 1,500 buildings in Gaza since this so-called ceasefire, since this fake peace agreement. In fact, Israel has killed hundreds of innocent Palestinians since this ceasefire, this fake peace deal. So, in other words, Trump, as I've told you guys many times before, is the master of branding. He's the master of theater. He's literally a TV guy. He was a reality TV star celebrity. And so he knows how to shape perceptions, right? And so he did this whole thing about how, oh, look at me, I did peace because I love peace. We don't like war, we like peace. Then lets Israel continue to fucking kill as many Palestinians as they want, continue to destroy as many buildings in Gaza as they want. The media ended that, right? So this is shame on the media for not giving people the real updates about how this was a completely and utterly fake ceasefire. Shame on the media for that. But more importantly, shame on the Democrats for that. I remember when Trump did this big show about ending the war, which he didn't do. I saw like Elizabeth Warren and Democrats were tweeting like, oh, I support this move. It's like, what are you doing? He's a liar. He's a con man. This is not real. It's literally, let's announce a fake ceasefire, a fake peace deal, and then everybody will look away, and then Israel can go right back to continuing the genocide right in front of our faces to the extent that any outlets are actually showing it. So it is just absolutely disgusting. It is just absolutely disgusting because you're not getting the truth. But this is the reason why his approval rating is so high. And let me just remind you, and this is super important, Israel has violated 31 UN Security Council resolutions and over 100 General Assembly resolutions. The last ceasefire in Gaza before this one, they violated 962 times. They violated a so-called ceasefire that they have in Lebanon over 4,500 times. Okay? This is a rogue terrorist death cult regime. That's what they are. And if the media is not talking about it and the Democrats aren't calling Trump's peace deal a fake peace deal and showing how it's bullshit and showing how kids are still being bombed, then what are we doing here? You're basically like letting him get away with the most disgusting lies of all time. And it worked. Like it literally reflects in the numbers. 43% is not a good approval rating, but relative to other presidents, it's good, right? Relative to other second-term presidents, it is fucking good. And so the fact of the matter is this. The U.S. has given Israel $300 billion. That could give health care to every American that's uninsured. That's free college for a year. You could end homelessness with that money. But these are the arguments Democrats should be making. And then that number would go down from 43%. You could drive that number all the way down to fuck.
They asked Pam Bimbo directly, would she be releasing the Epstein files? Kakai Patel, and whatever. I can forget the second in command, the one who interviewed Maxwell and put her in that cushy prison. So they came out this morning and they wanted to speak on it. And I want you to notice how she says that we will do everything within the law. So I told you days ago that they will not be releasing these Epstein files. What is his name again? Whatever.
Madam Attorney General,
this link will be in the description box as well.
The DOJ statement, Madam Attorney General, the DOJ statement earlier this year saying that
Todd Blanche,
the files would not release, mentioned the fact that the review of the documents and the evidence did not suggest that any additional investigation of third parties was warranted. What changed since then that you launched this investigation?
Information that has come for information. There's information new information, additional information, and again, we will continue.
At her first public press conference following the latest Epstein bombshells, as well as
no information came to her. 4547 told her to investigate these people by name in an actual Open Truth Social post. So what has changed since the last time that you said that there was nothing else to investigate? 4547 told me to. That's what changed.
Donald Trump's brutal defeat about a key Epstein files related vote, which would force their disclosure, the beleaguered Attorney General, Pam Bondi, was visibly panicked as she was peppered by reporters with questions about Epstein, and what she said and refused to say gave the whole game away. But before we unpack all that, if you up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, I've got some clips to play for you here, flanked by Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and FBI Director Kash Patel, who reportedly hates Bondi privately. There's been some tension there. She got hit with a bunch of Epstein questions, and she did not handle it well or give answers that provided any sort of confidence or comfort.
Off topic.
On the Epstein files, does the new investigation by the Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney prevent the department from releasing all of the remaining files?
So we have released over 33,000 Epstein documents to the Hill, and we'll continue to follow the law and to have maximum transparency. Also, we will always encourage all victims to come forward.
So you can see the look on her face. So Bondi is especially disliked by most people. She's wildly unpopular. A lot of MAGA hate her guts. She comes off so combative and feisty in most situations. Just you should see her recent Senate hearing where she was just like frothing at the mouth, wrathful and rageful to try to impress Donald Trump. But you can see it on her on her face, and you can hear it in her voice. She's scared shitless about this. She knows how precarious her position is. She knows that everybody hates her. She knows that most people think she's incredibly stupid and make fun of her, and she deserves all of that. And she knows that she is dealing with political live ammunition in the sense that the Epstein file.
So where are all her little pot shots and her cockiness this morning? She knows she's about to possibly lose her law license, is what she knows.
Files have backfired spectacularly on her, on Patel, and on their mutual boss, Donald Trump. But she did not answer the question substantively, right? What are you going to do with the release of the Epstein files? We're just going to follow the law. And if you're a victim, please come forward. That's not exactly an answer. Here's another question.
Say follow the law, Madam Attorney General. Do you mean that you will provide all the files by 30 days?
We will follow the law. The law passed both chambers last evening. It has not yet been signed, but we will continue to follow the law, again, while protecting victims, but also providing maximum transparency.
That bitch looks spooked. She is white as a she. She is white as that mask that they use on what's that movie? What's that movie with the white mask? With the young kids. She looks like what is that movie? Yeah, she looks as what is that movie? With the white mask. On Scream. She looks as white as a fucking ghost.
That. Madam Attorney General, the DOJ statement.
I want to stop right there for just a second. We'll play the rest of this clip. But again, notice the utter lack of defiance, at least so far. She's timid. She's intimidated. Kash Patel, who has contributed just as much to the screw up as Bondi, maybe just a little less. He's standing stone-faced straight ahead, trying not to give anything away.
And Todd Blanche, why aren't you coming out and saying that since you went and interviewed Maxwell and it has come out that she absolutely lied to you? Why are you so quiet? Why are you not addressing that you put her in this cushy prison and presented lies to the public that she exonerated 45-47 and when it's an absolute lie? And why you're not dragging that bitch back to the prison that you found her in? Why are you so quiet as well?
Again, this is not going well for the Trump administration. And she's right. As of this press conference, it is yet to be signed into law by Donald Trump. And he may veto it. He may pocket veto it. He may take his time signing into law. But basically, the Justice Department within 30 days should be transmitting the Epstein files over. She just refuses to commit to it. We'll follow the law. Well, you're a particularly lawless Justice Department, so that isn't really reassuring. But what does that phrase even mean to you?
Maximum transparency.
That. Madam Attorney General, the DOJ statement earlier this year saying that the files would not release mentioned the fact that the review of the documents and the evidence did not suggest that any additional investigation of third parties was warranted. What changed since then that you launched this investigation?
I was told to. Trump told me that I must investigate the Democrats. Let's continue.
That has come for information.
Information that has come for information. Nothing.
new information, additional
Since then that you launched this investigation?
information that has come for information. There's information that new information, additional information, and again, we will continue to follow the law, to investigate any leads. If there are any victims, we encourage all victims to come forward, and we will.
Shaking and quivering. No cockiness in her lies today. No avoiding questions that you have been pushed out here by 4547. Usually when she's asked questions, she doesn't ask questions and go on the attack. Much like this administration does when they don't want to answer questions. So we understand that she was demanded to be a good little doggy and go out here and tell these lies that you have new information. New information from where, bitch? You just happened to get this new information after he wrote in a live social post that you should open up an investigation, and that's exactly what you did. I mean, who do these people think they're talking to? Let's continue.
Will continue to provide maximum transparency.
It's so funny. She is about to have a panic attack on stage here because he hit her. That reporter hit her with just a brutal response, which is okay. As part of your rationale for not releasing the Epstein files, which you promised to do, which Kash Patel promised to do, which Donald Trump promised to do, which you said was, well, listen, there's really no point because we reviewed the files and there's really nothing to report or investigate. Everything has already been prosecuted. There's nothing there. Then Donald Trump publicly orders you to launch investigations into President Clinton, Reid Hoffman, Larry Summers. And now you're saying you're doing that. Well, what's changed? And you just see it. She knows she has no good answer for this. She knows she's objectively screwed, that Democrats are 100% right and that morally inferior Republican politicians are 100% wrong. She has no way to spin this. Additional information. No. You mean the public order. You mean to give Donald Trump some sort of political smokescreen. That's why you're doing this. What additional information? Well, how did you come about that information if you stopped the investigation? Didn't you say you were closing the books on the investigation and there was no need to release the files?
That's what she said.
Who provided this information? What information? What is it? What's going on here? No good answer. Pure 100% partisan weaponization of the Justice Department that the morally superior Biden administration never did. Here's another clip.
The issue with the new information that you just
after this press conference, we are going to need a Justice Department janitor to go wipe up the piss puddle that I'm sure this stupid bitch is standing in.
indicated, is the department seeking information perhaps from the Epstein estate because Mr. Blanche did not have that information when he interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell? What new information? And would you limit the new investigation to just those?
Whoa. Forget the new information that Mr. Blanche probably didn't have when he interviewed Maxwell. What about the information that has already been released that we are certain Mr. Blanche had privy to prior to interviewing Maxwell?
Named persons that the president talked about, and is the department seeking information perhaps from the Epstein estate because Mr. Blanche did not have that information when he interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell? What new information? And would you limit the new investigation to just those named persons that the president talked about, or is this a broad, open-ended investigation?
I would refer to the Deputy Attorney General's post that he put out on X.
Chris Hansen, no, YouTube welfare can't get me by because too many white people use welfare expenditures. So I'm ineligible for welfare. Let's continue.
And we're not going to say anything else on that because now it is a pending investigation in the Southern District of New York. You're on point.
You just see it. She's like shitting her pants in terror. And look at Patel. Patel is hiked up. He's terrified. These people are so screwed. This is a desperate attempt to save their asses. I do want to see here, looks like there may be some more clips from this from the Bulwark provided. Let's take a look at this for a second. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, he was asked a question. So before we get into the other thing I want to share with you, Todd Blanche steps up to the microphone. Take a look.
The Attorney General has previously said that she would refuse to release any information that would re-victimize victims, and I'm just wondering whether that stands, after the passage of this law.
Well, the law isn't signed into law yet, and of course we're going to protect victims, and the law as written allows us to do that. The law has carve-outs to protect victims and to protect information surrounding victims, which is what we do not only in this case but in every case. So it's a fair question, but neither the House nor the Senate's version, the same version, suggested otherwise.
Interesting response. Okay, so let's take a look at this because the New York Times has some updated reporting. As Trump looks for distraction on Epstein, Justice Department rushes to his aid. The department was deployed in effect as an arm of Trump's rapid response operation to help him muscle through a damaging news cycle over Jeffrey Epstein. Former and current officials have said. Former and current officials are leaking this to the press. Attorney General Pam Bondi's prosecutorial sprint speed is improving, at least from the perspective of the man holding the stopwatch, Donald Trump. Just 217 minutes elapsed between Trump's command on Friday morning that she investigate prominent Democrats like Bill Clinton, who were named in documents in Congress obtained from Epstein's estate, and Bondi's announcement that she had referred to the matter to the U.S. Attorney in Manhattan. Earlier demands took days, sometimes weeks, to fulfill. Bondi's statement was an unmistakable demonstration of Trump's near total success in subordinating the Justice Department's post-Watergate independence to his will. Friday was a milestone of sorts. The department was deployed in effect as an arm of Trump's rapid response operation to help him muscle through a damaging news cycle, current and former officials said. But whether you're investigated or prosecuted, or whether you're pardoned or have your sentence commuted, depends on whether you are an enemy or friend of Donald Trump, said Mary McCord, who once oversaw the Justice Department's National Security Division and is now a professor at Georgetown Law. Quote, there is no pretense of even-handed justice. That core principle is gone. Trump has ordered partisan investigations in bulk. James Comey, the former FBI director, Letitia James, New York's Attorney General, John Brennan, the former, that makes it sound like he was Irish or something, John O. Brennan, the former CIA director, Adam Schiff, a Democratic senator from California, and Jack Smith, the special counsel who twice indicted Trump, among others. Friday's batch consisted of an all-Democratic roster of men who, like Trump, socialized with Epstein, a convicted sex offender. They included President Clinton, former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, and the megadonor and venture capitalist Reid Hoffman, along with a bank that has long-standing ties to Epstein. Several Trump allies, requesting anonymity to speak candidly, conceded that the investigation was an effort to shift attention from the messages in the trove that suggested that Trump knew far more about Epstein's abuse of underage girls than he previously acknowledged. Just as important, they said, was Trump's need to spin a new narrative to deflect from an emerging challenge within his own party, the push to release the remaining Justice Department and FBI investigative files on Epstein. On Sunday night, Trump effectively acknowledged his inability to block the Epstein files as a political narrative. Facing all but certain defeat on Capitol Hill, he reversed himself and urged the House to back a measure to compel the Justice Department to release the material from its investigation, a step that he had been seeking to block as recently as Friday. Bondi's quick response on Friday to Trump's demand of an investigation into Democrats also amounted to a complete about-face. In her case, from her announcement 4 months ago, when she formally declared that nothing in the Epstein files warranted further investigation, thus, again, the panic attack that she just had on stage when pressed about that. The department spokesman declined to comment by email, noting that Bondi and her top deputy, quote, have assembled an outstanding team of U.S. attorneys who are trusted and empowered to diligently uphold the rule of law, prosecute crime, and protect our communities. The investigation assigned to the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York might have more than symbolic importance. If an investigation into any one of the targets suggested Trump were to ultimately start, it would allow the Justice Department to refuse to release any further files related to Epstein by claiming that the disclosures could harm continuing inquiries. Again, where she says we will follow the law and not comply with the full release of the Epstein file. She was very non-committal. Trump, facing little resistance, is keeping up the pressure on Bondi. Shortly after she announced who would lead the investigation into prominent Democrats like Mr. Clinton, Trump reposted a meme calling for the prosecution of Chris Wray, the former FBI director that, by the way, Trump himself appointed. It included a doctored photo of Bondi with the text, quote, "For the love of God, just arrest somebody." Again, not good, and demonstrating Trump's unparalleled corruption, infinitely worse than all of the Democrats combined, and his moral inferiority. His tirades have real-world consequences. Comey and James were recently indicted over the objection of prosecutors who found insufficient evidence to proceed. But investigations propelled by posts on Truth Social might not have the comparable standing in federal court or in courts of public opinion as investigations predicated on evidence. Trump himself benefited from skepticism about the fairness of his own federal prosecutions, particularly the use of untested legal arguments to charge him with trying to overturn the 2020 election. These cases have the potential to end in convictions and prison sentences, but the sheer number of them he has already demanded may be devaluing their currency to the transactional Trump. They appear for now to be losing some of their initial power to startle, punish, shame, and intimidate. Singling out Clinton, quote, is noise meant to distract from the election losses, backfiring shutdowns, and who knows what else, Angel Urena, his deputy chief of staff, said in a statement. Representative Eric Swalwell, Democrat of California and a longtime critic of Trump's, responded with a shrug after the Federal Housing Administration made a criminal referral to the Justice Department for mortgage fraud, similar to the charges that James faces. Quote, "The only thing I'm surprised by is it took him this long to come after me," he said in a statement. Trump campaigned on a seemingly contradictory message to restore the rule of law and to exact revenge, buoyed in part by a long-held belief that federal law enforcement persecuted conservatives, including himself. Quote, "Unfortunately, in recent years, a corrupt group of hacks and radicals within the ranks of the American government obliterated the trust and goodwill built up over generations," Trump said in an agenda-setting speech at the department's Great Hall in March. Quote, "We are turning the page," he added. Since the start of his second term, Trump has targeted Democrats while offering clemency and pardons to the January 6 rioters and Republicans like George Santos, overturning dozens of decisions made by jurors acting on carefully collected evidence. At the same time, Trump hopes to leverage the department's historical credibility to lend legitimacy to his campaign of retribution. Thus far, however, almost every investigation involving the high-profile Trump target has been pursued with a slapdash celerity that threatens to hobble their successful prosecution. The exception is the case of John Bolton, Trump's former national security advisor, who's accused of mishandling classified documents. Even Trump critics believe his prosecution is rooted in evidence. A federal magistrate judge handling the Comey case went so far as to suggest prosecutors were engaging in a fishing expedition, accusing them of taking a, quote, indict first, investigate second approach during a preliminary hearing this month in Alexandria, Virginia. In September, the Trump-appointed U.S. attorney assigned to investigate Comey was replaced after refusing to bring charges. The legality of the appointment of his successor, Lindsay Halligan, hastily installed by Trump, is being challenged by lawyers representing Comey and James. The mortgage fraud investigation into Schiff, conducted by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Maryland, has been dragging on for months, but there are signs it remains active, according to people briefed on the matter. On November 10th, Kelly Hayes, the U.S. Attorney in Maryland, wrote to the General Counsel of the House requesting Schiff's correspondence in 2020 related to reporting his mortgage information on ethics forms and supporting materials related to his claim in 2010 that he lived at his house in Maryland most of the year. According to documents obtained by the New York Times. That scenario appears to have been repeated in Philadelphia, where another Trump-appointed U.S. attorney was assigned to look into Brennan's actions as CIA director in 2017 over his agency's response to Russian election interference in the 2016 campaign. This month, the case was abruptly handed off to the U.S. attorney in Miami, Jason Redding Quinones, who is said to be widening the investigation beyond the 2017 timeframe as a part of his larger effort to investigate what Trump loyalists claim is a grand conspiracy by Democrats. Bondi has on occasion pushed back. For instance, she privately defended Eric Siebert, the prosecutor Trump forced out to secure the Comey indictment, against attacks by Bill Pulte, the director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, whom he urged to be fired. She was overruled and at times has been blindsided by actions that would have typically required an attorney general's sign-off. In October, Bondi and her top deputy were not given advance notice that Halligan intended to present the James case to a grand jury. But in general, Bondi has been more attentive to her standing in Trump's circle than in asserting her autonomy or standing up for the Justice Department's independence, in the views of critics and some administration officials. The announcement of an investigation on Friday came in the form of her reply to Trump's demand that she go after Democrats linked to Epstein.
Okay, we will be talking about whether or not Pam Bimbo or what is her name will have a law license. Lindsay Halligan will have a law license after this is over, because usually people who go to school, study, get their licenses, they respect and try to protect what they worked hard for. Kind of like when people go to work and make their money, they usually respect their money. They just don't go tricking off their money. So it seems like these people want to trick off their law degrees. We're going to cover what Lindsay Halligan presented to the grand jury and presented to the judge. We're going to go through that. And these things that she presented to the grand jury and to the judge, that Pam Bimbo had to belatedly go back and try to say that she had reviewed everything that was presented to this judge. These things, in my opinion, will make both of these women lose their law licenses. So my point is, now you see the article said that she was blindsided. One of the things that she was blindsided was that Lindsay Halligan was going to the grand jury on Letitia James with that bullshit that she presented and the lies that she actually told the grand jury. The lies that she told the grand jury, and when the judge asked for the actual minutes of her grand jury case, she said that the court reporter was not there for part of her presenting her information and the instructions to the grand jury. And Pam Bimbo signed off on all of this. So you know how people have their degrees and they protect their degrees. It doesn't seem like these women care too much for their law licenses. Kind of like I'm gonna compare it to, a bitch who don't do anything to make their money. They can just fuck off money. It seems like these bitches are fucking off their degrees. So did they even work hard to get their law licenses? I'm just curious. Who does this? Are we going to act like we don't know how many people lost their law licenses under 45, 47 first administration, after his first administration, trying to defend his bullshit and his lies? This is going to be interesting.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, she wrote on X. So there you have it, folks. Pam Bondi is having a full-blown meltdown / panic attack. She is no longer...
Okay, so that link is in my description box, but there is a new link from him that I want to share with you. He said, brace yourselves. Jesse Dolomore. I don't know what's in this one. Let's find out together. The title of this video is Epstein Brother Drops Devastating Bomb on 4547. This link is in my description box. Yes, this link is in my description box. Y'all want to find out? Let's find out together. The devastating bomb.
Even though he suspiciously hid from the world. All right, folks, brace yourselves. Even though he suspiciously hid from the world when he did it, Donald Trump reluctantly signed the Epstein Transparency Act into law last night, which ostensibly forces his Justice Department to turn over the Epstein files, even though there's reporting that he is plotting to obstruct and prevent this from happening or somehow take revenge. But believe it or not, after this defeat, Trump's Epstein nightmare not only continues, it seems to be getting worse because Jeffrey Epstein's brother just publicly dropped a couple of back-to-back bombs related to Epstein on Trump, and we have to talk about it. But before we do, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, we've got a lot to unpack here, but I want to start with this. This is Jeffrey Epstein's brother on audio, undercutting one of Trump's major claims about when he stopped talking to Epstein. This is a big one.
That's a direct quote from Jeffrey. He stopped hanging out with Trump when he realized Trump was a crook.
So that leads me then to the second question, which is that I know you've said your brother told you that he and Trump spoke in 2016 when Trump won the presidency, even though just 3 years later, Trump said this.
I haven't spoken to him in probably 15 years or more. I wasn't a big fan of Jeffrey Epstein, that I can tell you.
With regard to Jeffrey Epstein, did you have any suspicion that he was molesting young women?
No, I had no idea. I had no idea. I haven't spoken to him in many, many years.
So he said, I haven't spoken to him in many, many years, Mark. And then he said in the same year, I haven't spoken to him in probably 15 years or more. That was in 2019. But you say your brother talked to you about a conversation he had very close to this time in 2016 with Trump?
Yeah, after the election, I used to speak to Jeffrey regularly, and one of the calls we spoke, Jeffrey told me that Trump, it was after the election that Trump called him, and it was sort of like, can you believe this? Because nobody believed Trump was going to win. Trump was sort of surprised himself that he won. So Jeffrey said he called him like, could you believe this type of a phone call?
So Trump called your brother.
Yes, that's what Jeffrey told me. Yes.
You and I have spoken before, and at the time, you were telling me why you don't accept the deal.
So, according to Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Jeffrey Epstein told Mark that Donald Trump called Jeffrey Epstein after Trump won the 2016 election, which totally blows to smithereens Trump's claims about when, where, and why he stopped talking to Epstein, which goes to the polling on this and also speaks to Trump's possible motives to thwart and obstruct the release of the Epstein files, because Donald Trump is a pathological inveterate liar. I mean, Epstein is unquestionably a beacon of dishonesty, but so is Trump. So you have two liars pointing the fingers at each other, right? This isn't good for Trump. This isn't good, and only emphasizes his corrupt, nefarious motives to cover his own ass. All right, we'll talk about that a bit more because Mark Epstein dropped another bombshell on Trump as well. But I just want to circle back to Trump signing the bill to release the Epstein files. Trump signed a bill to release government files related to his former friend and late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein after the bill passed both the House and the Senate the day before. So this is what he did. Usually when Trump signs something into law, he has a signing ceremony, right? All the pomp and circumstances. You know, the media is allowed in with cameras and microphones. He takes questions. He very rarely answers them cogently and substantively, but he makes a big deal about it. He didn't do that yesterday.
He threw everyone out of the White House yesterday. We didn't get to see his butler hand him the folder and tell him what was in it because he is not curious enough to figure out what he's putting his signature on.
Cameras, no microphones, no questions.
Shit, if I was that motherfucker, I put some motherfucking $1 million checks in there from his account for him to sign.
From the press, but he did drop this unhinged rant. Okay, he says Jeffrey Epstein, who was charged by the Trump Justice Department in 2019, not the Democrats, was a lifelong Democrat, donated thousands of dollars to Democrat politics.
However, you were a lifelong Democrat yourself when you were hanging with whom? Jeffrey Epstein. So what does his position in politics mean when you were a Democrat yourself? Make that make sense.
Politicians, and was deeply associated with many well-known Democrat figures, such as Bill Clinton, who traveled on his plane 26 times, Larry Summers, who has just resigned from many boards, including Harvard, sleazebag political activist Reid Hoffman, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who asked Epstein to donate to his campaign after Epstein was charged, Democratic Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett, and many more. Perhaps the truth about these Democrats and their associations with Jeffrey Epstein will soon be revealed, because I've just signed the bill to release the Epstein files. As everyone knows, I asked Speaker of the House Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader John Thune to pass the bill in the House and the Senate, respectively. Because of this request, the votes were almost unanimous in favor of passage. At my direction, the Justice Department has already turned over close to 50,000 pages of documents to Congress. Do not forget, the Biden administration did not turn over a single page or file related to the Democrat Epstein, nor did they ever speak about him. Democrats have used the Epstein issue, which affects them far more than the Republican Party, in order to try and distract them from our amazing victories, including the great big beautiful tax cut bill. So now he's trying to rebrand it. Note that, clock that. Strong borders, no men and women's sports or transgender for everyone, ending DEI, stopping Biden's record-setting inflation, lowering prices, biggest tax and regulation cuts in history, ending 8 wars, rebuilding our military, knocking out Iran's nuclear capability, getting trillions of dollars invested in the USA, creating the hottest country anywhere in the world, and even delivering a huge defeat to the Democrats on the recent shutdown disaster. For years, our great nation has had to endure Russia, Ukraine, impeachment hoax number 2, and many other Democrat-created witch hunts and scams, all of which have been so terrible and divisive for our country and have been done to confuse, deflect, and distract from the great job that Republicans and the Trump administration are doing. The latest hoax will backfire on Democrats, just as the rest have all done. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. So that was Trump. You see what he's trying to do here. Epstein, he's done this on video too. It's just funny how ham-fisted and desperate he is. I had nothing to do with Epstein. It was all the Democrats, and yet we've got hours and hours and hours and photo albums worth of pictures and video of the two of them side by side, partying together, hanging out, hugging, standing shoulder to shoulder. We have creepy shit that Donald Trump
pointing out young girls and licking his lizard lips. What about that?
Said about Epstein, about how he likes him young. We have the creepy drawing and the letter that he gave to Jeffrey Epstein for his 50th.
Enigmas never age, and we keep our secrets, or whatever that tacky shit he wrote. What about that? What about that when it came out that there was a birthday page in the book from him, and he said that he never did it, and he was going to sue them if they continue to say it. And when they put it out, what happened to that lawsuit that he has against Rupert Murdoch about that birthday greeting, about enigmas never age? What happened to that? Huh? Did you believe him when he said that he had never written that? And when the estate, this is when the estate start leering their head and they dropped that. I guess you believe that. Okay, let's continue.
50th birthday. Donald Trump was by Jeffrey Epstein's side, it seems, far more than any single Democrat. And so Trump is panicking about this because I have signed the bill. We'll point out again, just to go ahead and do the requisite fact check, that Trump doesn't get any credit for the release of the Epstein files because he could snap his fingers and order the Justice Department to do it. He didn't need to be compelled by Congress. He doesn't get any credit for telling Mike Johnson and John Thune to pass the bill because he actively, publicly and privately tried to stop the bill from getting passed in the first place. And when he found out that it was going to happen regardless, he tried to get ahead of it. You get no credit for this and all the blame. So it's pretty pathetic, and we should continue to debunk and mock and, humiliate him at every interval. But I want to go back to Mark Epstein because I said that there were multiple back-to-back bombshells that Mark Epstein dropped, and this was another one that actually relates to what you just heard from Trump in his unhinged rant.
What I do want to talk about is I've been recently told the reason they're going to be releasing these things and the reason for the flip is that they're sanitizing these files. There's a facility in Winchester, Virginia, where they're scrubbing the files to take Republican names out of it. That's what I was told by a pretty good source.
So Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, is saying something that actually not only have many people speculated, but was actually pitched by a Trump administration official who was caught on a candid camera by the Project Veritas. I think his name is James O'Keefe. Project Veritas, a pro-MAGA, pro-right-wing, but also anti-Epstein and pro the release of the Epstein files kind of guy. He had a reporter go undercover on a date with this Trump administration official who admitted on camera he didn't realize he was being recorded. He said, yeah, actually, this is part of the delay. They're trying to get rid of all references to Trump and emphasize the references to Democrats. So Mark Epstein, and we did a video about that. So Mark Epstein now, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, is saying sources are telling him the same thing that we heard about from a separate source, from a separate person, also right-wing, several months ago. So that is certainly plausible. You can't rule that out when you consider the nefariousness and dishonesty of the Trump administration, especially since Trump really is pissed, and a Politico report is talking about this. Democrats are going to come to regret this. After Epstein vote, Trump is ready to attack. The White House is frustrated about being backed into a corner on the Epstein vote. They plan to punish Democrats for it. The Trump administration, on its back foot following brutal election results and its failed effort to quash a House vote to release the Epstein files, is now planning to go on the attack. Quote, the Democrats are going to come to regret this, said a White House official, granted anonymity to discuss the strategy. Quote, let's start with Stacey Plaskett. You think we're not going to make a scene of this? Documents released from Epstein's estate showed the non-voting delegate from the U.S. Virgin Islands texting with Epstein during a congressional hearing in 2019. In those texts, Epstein appeared to try to influence the questions she asked from the dais. Her office did not respond to a request from comment, but a staffer told the Washington Post that Plaskett had received texts from Epstein, along with, quote, staff's constituents and the public at large, during a hearing. It also said Plaskett made her disgust over Epstein's behavior clear. The administration's offensive tone comes amidst intense frustration from Trump and his top staffers, who say a few wayward Republicans worked with Democrats to push, quote, a distraction to the forefront. In addition, the White House officials bear no amount of disclosure will be enough to satisfy a significant part of their base. Yeah, no shit, but that's your fault. Again, we are just stumbling on one black and white issue after another. The reason that MAGA won't be satisfied is because of you morons who fed and solicited and exacerbated the conspiracism on the right to solicit votes. And now you've been hoisted by your own petard. That's all your fault. You all are 100% to blame, and Democrats should ruthlessly exploit this to their advantage. Fuck you. You deserve this. It's just, I can't believe this shit that we did is backfiring on us. Like, come on. We fed the conspiracy theorists, and now nothing we do will satisfy them. That's your fault exclusively. Let's see. The plan to attack, a well-worn tactic for Trump, will test whether Trump still has the political muscle to cow people into submission and make those who challenge him pay a political price. It comes as the GOP as questions swirl over whether Trump has lost his iron grip on the GOP and is entering the lame duck period. Let's see. Trump has nothing to hide, but the Democrats should be very scared because they have quack secrets to hide, said a second White House official, granted anonymity to discuss the internal thinking. What Democrats are already trying their best to ignore one of their own members, Stacey Plaskett, texting with Epstein in 2019 during an oversight hearing. These are the types of examples that Trump will continue highlighting because it exposes the Democrats' absolute hypocrisy on this issue. Trump has already instructed the DOJ to investigate links between Epstein and notable Democrats, including President Clinton. So we're already seeing him weaponize the Justice Department in this respect as well. White House officials insist they've been transparent and that Republicans have played into Democrats' hands by focusing on Epstein. But Democrats only started talking about the Epstein files once they thought they could use it to score political points against Trump. That will prove to be a mistake for them, the second official said. Quote, Democrats and the media just fell into the same trap they set up, said a third White House official, granted anonymity to discuss the strategy. Quote, they knew full well their own people conspired with Epstein, and now the chickens are coming home to roost. So, listen, I don't give a shit who's implicated in this. If you find credible evidence that Democrats acted nefariously, cool, expose them.
And that is the point. Nobody's like, oh no, he didn't. Nobody is saying, who did what, who didn't do what. Even Bill Clinton, they are remiss in telling you, what did Bill Clinton say about the files? Bill Clinton said a long time ago, I don't care, release them then. Release all of the files. But who doesn't want the files released? Nobody's telling you to protect a Democrat. Do you see any Democrat Congress people or senators coming out saying, "Oh no, we can't release the files"? Do you see that happening? Okay, let's continue. Let me. If you are not familiar with that James O'Keefe, a secret video filmed with a active Department of Justice employee thinking that he's going on a some type of grinder or a Tinder date, and him saying that they're going to scrub the Epstein files. Let me familiarize you with that. And the bimbo actually came out and did say that this was an employee, but she said that he would have no way of knowing what he said. Okay. The link is in the description box for this as well. The links are in the description box in the order of the videos that I played. So I'll go over there if you want to see them again. Let's get into this. Let me buffer this. Make sure we get it.
But those files do exist.
Yeah, thousands and thousands of pages of files. They'll redact every Republican or conservative person in those files. Leave all the liberal, Democratic people in those files.
I think they visited that Maxwell person.
Yeah.
And also involved.
Got transferred to a minimum security prison too recently, which is against BOP policy because she's a convicted sex offender. They're offering her something to keep her on shit.
And what do you do for work here?
I work for the Department of Justice.
Okay.
Been there like 23 years. I'm an analyst. I'll be acting deputy chief of our office for a few months starting next week. I work closely with like all the federal law enforcement agencies and the U.S. attorney's offices, the prosecutors and stuff. The thing is, it's interesting because I do deal with so many of the agencies, like the Bureau of Prisons, the Marshal Service, the FBI, U.S. attorney's offices.
But those files do exist.
Yeah, thousands and thousands of pages of files. They'll redact them.
She said, but those files do exist. He says, yes, thousands and thousands. They'll redact every
Republican or conservative person in those files. Leave all the liberal, Democratic people in those files.
I think they visited that Maxwell person.
Yeah.
And also involved.
Got transferred to a minimum security prison too recently, which is against BOP policy because she's a convicted sex offender. They're offering her.
BOP, it's against BOP policies, a Bureau of Prisons policy, but she's still there. And the prison said they are sick of being her concierge because she gets anything she wants while she's there. Things that she's not even supposed to have access to, like computers and emails. Let's continue.
or something to keep it on shut.
And what do you do for work again?
I work for the Department of Justice.
Okay.
Been there like 23 years. I'm an analyst.
He works for the Department of Justice. He's been there 23 years, and he's meeting some bimbo for the first time, and he is divulging all of this information. But they want to tell you that they can't do things, they can't release things because of national security, and this is who's working at the Department of Justice. Let that sink in. It's all about your safety. It's all about the safety of America. America need to be safe. We need to be sure America got to be safe.
I'll be acting deputy chief of our office for a few months starting next week. I work closely with like all the federal law enforcement agencies, the U.S. attorney's offices, the prosecutors and stuff. The thing is, it's interesting because I do deal with so many of the agencies, like the Bureau of Prisons, the Marshal Service, the FBI, U.S. attorney's offices.
Well, those files do exist.
Yeah, thousands and thousands of pages of files. They'll redact every Republican or conservative.
Let's go back. Let me share. Here we go.
The Justice Department is in damage control after a DOJ official was secretly recorded on a hidden camera talking about the Epstein files. It's been going viral online. And in that video, one of the department's deputy chiefs says the files will be heavily redacted to remove all Republicans' names. He also suggests the DOJ is offering Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, quote, something to keep her mouth shut.
The video was posted by the founder of Project Veritas. That is a controversial far-right group known for its undercover camera stings of people in the media and federal government. The DOJ is now pushing back hard on the video and the claims that were made by that official. NBC News legal affairs reporter Gary Grumbach joins us now.
That video was just wild. I mean, how was the Department of Justice responding to the contents of this video?
So this whole thing is wild, Morgan. I mean, the statement that the DOJ released was on a screenshot of a phone that had 30% battery, and it was an email. So this is not like some official letterhead statement, right? In the statement, it was a statement from this man that went on this Hinge date with this woman who he thought he was just going on a date with. And he says in part, quote, I recalled that she asked if I had any knowledge about Maxwell, and I specifically said I only know what's been reported in the media. So he perhaps is just watching and reading the news just like we are, and does not actually have any information that is insight into actually what is going on behind the scenes at the DOJ, or perhaps he does have that information. I think we will end up having to see, once some of these files continue to be dripped out of the Department of Justice, what happens here, guys.
Okay, hold on.
Good to have you with us this morning. I'm Joe Fry.
Hold on. Let me see when did this media...
The Justice Department is in damage.
Let's see when this video came out. 2 months ago. You see it right here. This news was reported 2 months ago. They were covering their asses. They were planning to take all of the Republicans' names out, according to this DOJ official, over 2 months ago. So, you think that it's a coincidence that 4547 made a public statement on his live social account for her to investigate Democrats? So while everybody want to act like they don't see what's going on, I'm showing you what's going on. This was reported 2 months ago. Take a picture, motherfuckers. Go to the link where it is that is supplied in my description box. Take a picture. Link number 13. Do your homework. See, this thing that you come on and want to think that you're getting somebody mad because you're stupid. It's called a computer. Try to access it because you can get information from the computer. Even that one that is in your phone that you think that you are getting someone upset about because they're giving you factual information. Why don't you compute on it and get some factual information for yourself? If not, check out my description box. Okay? Okay, let's move on. Let's can we move on? I want to move on. Now, they said something about Pulaski. Stacey Pulaski, the Democrat, defends herself from a resolution condemning her texting with Epstein. Now, I also heard about this a couple of days ago. They wanted to censure her. But let's see what she has to say about this herself. Do I want to go here first? Ralph Norman brings a motion to censure Stacey Pulaski over contact with Jeffrey Epstein. But you don't want to censure the President of the United States. Clay Higgins demands censure for Stacey Pulaski Epstein contact after voting against the release of the file. So Clay Higgins. Is Clay Higgins the one who voted against? No, it wasn't Clay Higgins. It was Chip Roy who voted against releasing the files. Okay, let's see what Stacey Plaskett has to say for herself. Hold on. Now, she is the congresswoman in St. Thomas. So that means that she very well be his own personal congresswoman, because we know that the Epstein Island is in the region of St. Thomas. So are we going to be able to subpoena the phones of every sitting Congress person and see that some of they are not in contact with some of their constituents? You know, the thing that Lindsey Graham and the guy Josh Hawley want to be able to get up to $1 million of your tax dollars because there were an investigation not into the actual phone call, just the phone log. So can we do a phone log on everyone in the Congress and Senate and see who they had texting them when they may have been in the actually doing congressional work on the floor? Let's get into this. Let's see what she has to say for herself. Oops, I'm sorry. I just realized I am not sharing the video with you. I apologize. Let me share the video with you. I'm like all into it. I apologize. Let me share the video with you. That was my intent. Oh my God. We're going to have to start over. Uh, let's get into they are trying to say that she was colluding with Epstein and all of this. So let's hear. They tried to censure her recently. So let's hear from her herself, what she has to say about it herself. And then we'll see, we'll listen to the allegations. This link is also already in my description box, I do believe. Yes, this link will be in my description box. Since people want to bring up this Democrat. Let's go.
Here, I yield 6 minutes now to the distinguished gentlelady from Virgin Islands, Representative Plaskett.
Thank you so much to Mr. Raskin, to my former professor in law school, and I want to address the body. I first want to give you all a sense of what was happening that day. Everyone knows at that hearing in February, the entire country was watching. As Michael Cohen decided he was going to finally give up information about what was happening in the Trump world, the Trump enterprise. And at the beginning of that hearing, the ranking member, Jim Jordan, had the disrespect to Elijah Cummings, may he rest in peace and his name be a memory, after not allowing Mr. Jordan to shut the committee hearing down. And I turned to Mr. Jordan and told him to have respect for the chair and to basically shut up. And that moment went viral. And I began to get innumerable texts from friends, from foes, from constituents about what was happening in that hearing. And I got a text from Jeffrey Epstein, who at the time was my constituent, who was not public knowledge at that time that he was under federal investigation, and who was sharing information with me. Now, I heard recently from someone that I was seeking advice from him. Let me tell you something. I don't need to get advice on how to question anybody from any individual. I have been a lawyer for 30 years. I have been a narcotics prosecutor in New York City. I have had the honor of being a political appointee at the Justice Department after September 11th as a Republican appointee in the Bush administration. I know how to question individuals. I know how to seek information. I have sought information from confidential informants, from murderers, from other individuals, because I want the truth, not because I need them to tell me what to say. And if you look at the transcript, you will see that I questioned Michael Cohen for 5 minutes. The Washington Post only shows you 30 seconds and takes from it one individual's name that I got from Jeffrey Epstein and didn't know who the individual was, and put that individual with a host of other individuals that I felt the committee should subpoena. They've never been subpoenaed. They've never been questioned. Because at the end of the day, I know that in the Trump administration and with my colleagues over there, it's not about sexual assault. It's not about support of victims. It's about money. It is about money. I have consistently stood against sexual violence and the exploitation of women and children in previous careers, as well as here in this body. We all know that Jeffrey Epstein's actions were absolutely reprehensible. As a constituent, as an individual who gave donations to me, when I learned of the extent of his actions after his investigation, I gave that money to women's organizations in my community. Not back to him, but to women in the community who needed that support. That's what I think should have been done, and that's what I did. They've taken a text exchange which shows no participation, no assistance, no involvement in any illegal activity, and weaponized it for political theater, because that's what this is. This has been reviewed by federal courts. Any charges, victims who initially had a case against me dismissed it on their own without prejudice. You don't want to talk about what is really happening here. Your attacks on working families, your protection of powerful predators and corporate criminals. You want to talk about texting felons? How often do you text President Donald J. Trump? That's the individual we should be concerned about. And let me tell you this. I am not going to support the wealthy and connected who continue to exploit workers and evade taxes, powerful figures with credible allegations who face no consequences, and corporate interests profiting from human suffering while families struggle. And let me tell the people of the Virgin Islands.
Gentleman will state his point of order.
The point of order is you may not call the President of the United States a felon.
He is a felon.
That is a violation.
Point of order is under
He
consideration.
is a felon.
We're not going to lose order here either, so please.
Point of order. You can't call the sitting president a felon. Is he not a felon? Did she lie? Where is the lie?
We're not. Corpse Day Trump. That's the individual we should be concerned about. And let me tell you this. I am not going to support the wealthy and connected who continue to exploit workers and evade taxes, powerful figures with credible allegations who face no consequences, and corporate interests profiting from human suffering while families struggle. And let me tell the people of the Virgin Islands.
Gentleman will state his point of order.
The point of order is you may not call the President of the United States.
Wait a minute.
Really happening here. Your attacks on working families, your protection of powerful predators and corporate criminals. You want to talk about texting felons? How often do you text President Donald J. Trump? That's the individual we should be concerned about.
So this is the crux of the matter. They were trying to say that she is texting a felon. I just wanted you to hear her response. While people are going on and saying, "Oh, she was in contact with Epstein," I'll let her speak for herself. Who are you guys in contact with? Who did you guys vote for? So obviously, you have nothing against felons. Who just had to pay? What's her name? All of these millions of dollars for being found guilty of SAing her. Who did you hear on the Access Hollywood bus saying that he would just grab women by the pussies? You can when you are famous. So what's your problem? What is your problem? You're trying to associate her with something she's absolutely not associated with, because it was stated that he texted her during Michael Cohen's hearing. And she had a viral moment, and like many other people text her. But are you questioning about anybody else who texts her? And how often do these elected officials on the right text 4547? So if somebody decides to bring her name up, I just wanted to be clear who she is.
When do you text President Donald J. Trump? That's the individual we should be concerned about. And let me tell you this. I am not going to support the wealthy and connected who continue to exploit workers and evade taxes, powerful figures with credible allegations who face no consequences, and corporate interests profiting from human suffering while families struggle. And let me tell the people of the Virgin Islands.
Gentleman will state his point of order.
The point of order is you may not call the President of the United States a felon. That is a violation.
Point of order is under consideration, and we're not going to lose order here either, so please.
May I continue? May I continue, Mr.
Members
Speaker?
are, however, reminded to refrain, as mentioned a little while ago, from making personality commentary towards the president. The point of order is not timely, so the gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is happening here? I feel sorry for my colleagues. I feel sorry for this body. I see members coming and speaking against me who I've never even had a conversation with. You don't know me. You don't know the work that I've done. You don't know the support that I've given to families, to individuals, to support people. I worked a full-time job with children under the age of 5, going to school, law school at night. Do you think I would risk my law degree for any individual? Never mind a reprehensible individual by Jeffrey Epstein, I would not. But what I'm about is the truth. And let me tell the people of the Virgin Islands, this attempt at intimidation will pass. We in the Virgin Islands do not back down from a fight. That is how we won our freedom, and that is how we will continue to grow our equality. And if you censure me, take away a committee, I will still do the work because I am here to support people and to support this great Constitution, which I have sworn numerous times to uphold.
We reserve, and I thank lady.
Gentlemen, I will now represent the.
Okay. Now, I don't know what. Let me see exactly what this is. I want to show you the censure. Spark fly when Hagman stops hearing to slam Clagmire Doe's accusation against the GOP. No, that's not what I want. I'm not familiar with any of this.
He rest in peace and his name be a memory.
Let's see the complaint. Now, who is this? Andy Biggs exonerates Stacey Plaskett for texting Epstein during hearing calls for her to be reprimanded.
As my good friend from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
How much time is the gentleman recognized? How much time you've allotted the gentleman from Arizona?
How much time do we have left?
The gentleman has 17 minutes remaining.
As much time as the gentleman may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Norman. Thank you for raising this issue. This is to me, this is an interesting issue because I'm hearing the argument is coming at us and it says, well, there's no due process. Well, debate is a part of due process. That's part of due process is to have this debate. You get to stand up, you get to defend, you get to raise your issues, and you chose to take it back to committee, which, as Mr. Roy said, that kind of indicates that maybe that there's something that's not great about this. So I'm looking at this, and here's at least one of the exchanges that seems to have taken place, and maybe we'll hear some comment about it. That'd be good. You can make some comment about it, but in this exchange, Mr. Epstein sent a text message to the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands, and this is the quote. He brings up Rona, keeper of the secrets, and who's he referring to? Rona Graff. That's a Trump assistant. And Plaskett responds, Rona? ? Quick, I'm up next. Is that an acronym? So she wants to know what Mr. Epstein wants her to talk about. Don't you find that interesting? I find that really intriguing, especially since we know who Mr. Epstein was. And Epstein responds, that's his assistant. Doesn't really say much more than that. And then Plaskett starts questioning Mr. Cohen and asks about Graff. So not only was she texting, having this communication with Mr. Epstein, she's asking Mr. Cohen what Mr. Epstein wants her to ask. Another text says from Epstein, good work. That's after she wraps it up. All of this seems to be very interesting. And I'm sorry, I don't breathe.
Okay, so he said Rona, and she started asking him questions, and he tells her good work. But what did he tell her about Rona? Did he tell her to ask anything specific? She didn't even know who Rona was. He put Rona on the radar, and she questioned Cohen about his personal assistant. So where is Jeffrey Epstein giving her a guidance to what questions to ask? If you know the people in play, you know the questions to ask. If you don't know the people in play, you don't know the questions to ask. His personal assistants, well, thank you. I would have some questions about her if I had any common sense. If I'm used to questioning people and someone is not on the radar, you put them on the radar. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let me question about that. So you're telling us, you want us to believe that just by giving her that information of who 4547 assistant was, she had a a string of questions that could be asked about Rona and her participation?
The rarefied air of the Intelligence Committee. I don't. I'm just a regular guy, and a member of the House. That's all. So I don't know about that rarefied air, and I guess I'm part of the sewage. That Mr. Himes said. Yeah. Thanks for agreeing with me, Ms. Plaskett. So she's got us down. Unless you're in the Intelligence Committee, you're crap. That's what the Intel Committee says. But here's the deal. When you're sitting there in a sitting committee and you're having communications with a convicted sex offender, and you're taking their advice on how to ask questions, maybe you got a problem. Maybe your problem is that you've brought disrepute on the House. And this isn't...
I didn't hear any directions on how to ask questions. I didn't hear any of that in what he read verbatim. Did you hear that? I didn't hear any of that.
From the articles. This is from the 10,000 pages or so released last week from the Oversight Committee that they received from the Epstein estate. This isn't fishing around. This is coming from real evidence. So I sit here and I listen. Oh, she's the finest member that ever walked the planet, man. That's what you heard. But the bottom line is this. She's sitting there seeking advice and counsel on how to ask questions from Jeffrey Epstein, who this entire...
She sought advice. She's sitting there seeking advice from Epstein. When Epstein was the one who texted her, she sought nothing from him. Epstein told her about Rona, someone she didn't know. So how is she seeking advice? Did you hear him read? What questions should I ask him? Do you know anything that I could ask him? You heard none of that. If any of that was in the text stream that he read verbatimly from, you would have heard him say that. But here we go.
Body, save one, just condemned, and we want all the evidence. And it's a shame to be here, but for one thing, you made the choice. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'm encouraging everyone in this body to support Mr. Norman's resolution. And
Okay, so here we go. Let's see why she was censured. I think he was the one. He brought the motion to censure her.
Charged with one count of sex trafficking of minors.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my House Resolution 888, censoring and condemning Delegate Stacey Plaskett and removing her from the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence for conduct that reflects the discredibility on the House of Representatives for colluding with convicted felon and offender Jeffrey Epstein during a congressional hearing. Whereas Stacey Plaskett, the delegate representing the United States Virgin Islands in the House of Representatives, inappropriately coordinated in real time with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein in a congressional hearing in February of 2019. Whereas Delegate Plaskett was actively coached by Epstein during the hearing, receiving instructions on specific lines of questioning, and was congratulated after the message by Mr. Epstein, good work. Whereas Jeffrey Epstein, the Speaker of the House, is not in order.
He just said the only thing that he confirmed was in that text thread was Jeffrey Epstein saying good work. The colluding and being guided, all of that, the lies, he decided to read none of that. He had the text. If you are able to say from the text thread that he said good work, surely you are able to say from the text thread these allegations that you are saying that she colluded and he guided her through the questioning of a witness, because it's not there. Let's continue.
Order. The gentleman has the floor. The chair would again ask the body to please observe the quorum and keep conversations to a minimum. The gentleman has the floor.
Whereas Jeffrey Epstein was a known convicted felony sex offender, having pled guilty and been convicted for procuring a child for prostitution and solicitation, a proselyte in a plea deal in 2008, and served a 13-month prison sentence. Whereas in the course of that investigation, the FBI compiled reports on dozens of confirmed minors who credibly alleged sexual abuse by Mr. Epstein. Whereas Epstein was under further federal investigation beginning in November of 2018, 2 months before.
Which was unknown. He was under investigation. And did they say, hey, everybody, we are re-investigating Jeffrey Epstein? No, it was not a public that he was under investigation for 2 months when this event occurred. Let's continue.
Delegate Plaskett's recently revealed text exchange during a congressional hearing following investigative reporting by the Miami Herald detailing Epstein's controversial 2008 plea deal and highlighting accounts of his victims. Whereas Epstein was arrested in July of 2019 and charged with 1 count of sex trafficking of minors and 1 count of conspiracy to commit sex trafficking of minors, he was later found dead in the New York Metropolitan Correctional Center. Whereas according to documents released from Epstein's estate during a house.
So if he was, you're saying this to say what? You saying he was arrested and found dead in 2019? What does that have to do with the reason why you're censuring her for communicating with him via text when he was actually alive? What does any of this have to do with her?
House Committee on Oversight and Reform hearing featuring testimony from Michael Cohen, the disgraced former attorney for President Donald J. Trump. Delegate Plaskett coordinated her line of questioning with Jeffrey Epstein in real time over text messages while the hearing was underway. Whereas Delegate Plaskett, who previously served as an assistant attorney general in the United States Department of Justice Civil Division, is known to have had extensive political, personal, and professional connections with Epstein after his conviction as a sex offender up to the time of his arrest and then his death in 2019. Whereas Delegate Plaskett's relationship with Epstein stands in stark contrast to the public image that she has curated for herself as a defender of justice and accountability, and while secretly collaborating with an individual whose crimes against vulnerable women and children shocked the entire nation. Whereas Delegate Plaskett's willingness to receive instructions on official congressional proceedings from Epstein, a convicted felony sex offender with deep concerning international associations, is especially alarming and inappropriate given her own past service in the United States Department of Justice.
These are people who voted for 45-47. Let that sink in. This is on November 18th, 2025. They want to censure her from him contacting her. And these are people who voted for 45-47. The absolute gall. Let's continue.
In her current role on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, and raises serious questions about Delegate Plaskett.
So they want to take this black woman out of her committee. What have they done with Jim Jordan, who refused to apply to a summons to be questioned in the House? What have they done with Jim Jordan? What have they done with Jim Jordan, who ignored wrestlers at the University of Ohio who complained about being essayed by either their doctor or their coach or somebody? What have they done with Jim Jordan? The same Jim Jordan who was trying to disrespect Elijah Cummings and force him to close down the hearing. Why would Jim Jordan want Elijah Cummings to close down the hearing when they were questioning a 45-47 fixer to the point where she had to tell him to shut up? Let's look at all of the people involved in the whole incident, but we don't want to talk about none of that. Y'all ain't never said a goddamn word about Jim Jordan. To this day, refused to show up for a subpoena to testify. This is who got all of this jumped off. But you talking about her. And you have the full thread of the text and want to insinuate things that is in the text as opposed to reading exactly what's in the text. Okay. This is who bringing the censure against her.
Its judgment, her integrity, and her fitness to serve. Whereas such associations erode public trust in Congress, particularly when they involve using input from a sex offender to advance partisan attacks during official proceedings. Now, therefore, be it resolved, Section 1, censure of Delegate Stacey.
Wasn't 45, 47, found guilty of essaying. Oh, what is that lady's name? I forget her name. Oh God, what is her name? Wasn't he found guilty of that? And you guys don't even do your motherfucking jobs when he tell you don't do your job. Wasn't he convicted, tried, and convicted by a jury of his peers for essaying? What is her name? Oh, I see her face. What is her name? Okay, let that sink in.
Plaskett. Resolved that the House of Representatives censors and condemns Delegate Stacey Plaskett for inappropriate coordination with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein during a congressional hearing, which reflects discreditably on the House of Representatives, and directs the Committee on Ethics to conduct a full investigation to the extent of Plaskett's ties to Epstein and any further improprieties. Section 2, removed from House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. The following named member be and is hereby removed from the following committee on the House of Representatives. Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Ms. Plaskett.
I recognize the gentleman from South Carolina to offer the resolution just noticed. Does the gentleman from South Carolina offer the resolution? I do. The clerk.
Well, first I want to.
Okay. I will listen to this too.
Thank the Democrats, the Democratic caucus, not only for voting with me, but for speaking on my behalf during the general debate, as well as those members in the Republican Party who voted with the Democrats and those who tacitly voted with us by either voting present or not voting at all during the censure. And I'm hopeful that we can now get back to the work that we do in Congress rather than the political theater that has been happening. The files have been released, which I have been in favor of all along. And let's let the victims get their justice and let us get to the work of Congress. We've been on over a 70-day paid time off. Democrats have been doing town halls, coming back to Congress. Republicans have been nowhere in sight. And the people of this country are in need of our support and of the work that needs to be done.
We know that Epstein had property in the Virgin Islands, right?
Yes.
What was your relationship with Epstein?
So Jeffrey Epstein was a constituent. He was a resident of the Virgin Islands, lived there, I guess, more than half of the year because he was registered there. I had received donations from him after the last investigation came out, which was after this texting. I gave any donations that I had previously received from him to women's organizations and did not have any contact with him. But like many constituents, individuals get your phone number, they text you about issues, they speak with you. I have spoken with him about issues that are relevant, things that are going on in the Virgin Islands and elsewhere around the country.
Right, but on that day that we're talking about, you initiated the text exchange at 7:55 in the morning. So why were you even texting with Epstein at the time? He was a known sex offender then.
Sure. I explain to people, I've been a prosecutor for many years. And there are a lot of people who have information that are not your friends, that you use to get information to get at the truth. This was 7 years ago, and people.
Oh, my bad. I thought that he solicited her first. My mistake.
Need to understand this was a huge hearing that was taking place with Michael Cohen finally coming forward to talk about monies that he had with the hush money, potential hush money that had been paid to Stormy Daniels to keep her quiet about the allegations against Trump. We were entering a hearing. Lots of people were texting me. Lots of people were giving me information. And I find it really interesting and almost rich that the Washington Post took 30 seconds, one set of question line that I did, and say that Epstein was directing me as to what to question Michael Cohen. I have 5 minutes of questioning. I had a lot of questions, 20 years of experience that I had at the time, along with other information I was getting from many sources about issues that should have been raised. And I also want to say that the issues that I raised in that hearing related to individuals who were closest to the president and who could know about money has never been looked into.
Right, we have the full transcript right here. But, no doubt you have an impressive resume, right? You're a former federal prosecutor. You were an impeachment manager. But yes or no, if Epstein had not brought up Rona to you in that text, would you have asked Michael Cohen about her independently?
Probably not. I asked about 3 other individuals as well. Everyone knew, other people knew that this woman had been the president's assistant. I talked about other individuals who were also close to him that other people had given me information about, that I'd found other information about. And there were other issues that I talked with him about as well, Michael Cohen, that I brought up during that time. Right. So as a prosecutor, as an investigator, you glean information, get information where you can. Some of it is relevant, some of it is not, and you put it all together and you ask the questions.
And I understand you're saying, look, he was a constituent, right? And whether or not they're good or bad You're just trying to get information to get to,
Mhm.
to the truth. But at this time, this was happening after he'd already pleaded guilty to state prostitution charges. And then there was that Miami Herald article that came out in
Sure.
2018 detailing how widespread the sexual abuse was, interviewing 80 women who said that he sexually abused her. So, abused them, I should say. So I'm wondering, as you look back, do you think that it was an error in judgment to be communicating with him at all? Do you have any regrets?
Well, listen, I think Jeffrey Epstein is a reprehensible person. Absolutely disgusting. I lived in a house during childhood with a mother who had been sexually abused by her dad. And I know the effect that that had on her, as well as us as her family. And so I understand what the victims are going through, and I want them to get their their justice, their peace out of this. I believe that Jeffrey Epstein had information, and I was going to get information to get at the truth. Having a real friendship with him is not something that I would deem to have. And so I'm just looking forward. I'm moving forward. And I think that that's what we as American people should do, is move forward. If individuals are not involved in illegal activity, extending his criminal enterprise or his financial enterprise or all of those things, I think that we need to look at what people are doing moving forward.
Wait, let me just better understand that. What is that point? Because at the time he wasn't a sex offender, and it had been detailed all the sexual
There are a
abuse.
lot of people who have done a lot of crimes. And as a prosecutor, you get information from people where you can. I've interviewed confidential informants.
So you mean to tell me that nobody, I was just finna say confidential informant. You mean to tell me that nobody in law enforcement or in the court systems talk to people who have committed crimes, done their sentence, and question them about information that they may have on something else, another crime that they're working on? You mean to tell me that cops don't interview and pay confidential informants? You mean to tell me that the government is not actually paying confidential informants? Make any of this make sense? Red herring, red herring. The link is in my description box if you want to finish this. Now, let me correct myself. 4547 was not convicted of SAing. 4547 has not been criminally convicted of SA. He was found civilly liable for He wasn't found guilty of S assault. He was found criminally liable for S abuse and defamation in the E. Jean Carroll case, resulting in monetary judgment that have been appealed and partially affirmed appeal. So he lost his appeal. The distinction between a civil liability finding and a criminal conviction is central. The Carroll verdict required a preponderance of the evidence and produced financial damages, where no jury or court has imposed a criminal sentences for S assault against 4547. So this I stand corrected. Let me see how much he had to pay. He has to pay her something like $85 million. I don't know if he has paid her yet. $83.3 million. Subsequent proceedings produced additional rulings and larger damage awards reported to her later, including a report indicating $80.3 million figure in connections with defamation and related findings. Now, this says appeals have been filed, but he lost his appeal. So there we go. Okay, so let's move on. There is something that I did want to share with you about which one is this? I want to share something with you about what was it? I think this is the one. Let me share this with you. Here we go.
The most powerful figures on Wall Street: Blackstone, JP Morgan, BlackRock, KKR, NASDAQ, I.
Let me turn the volume up. Here we go.
Here's the news. Multiple reports said that Donald Trump hosted a private White House dinner this week. In that room, there were some of the most powerful figures on Wall Street: Blackstone, JP Morgan, BlackRock, KKR, NASDAQ, ICE, and others. According to the Telegraph, the main topic was not about inflation or the economy. It was about Zoran Mandani, the newly elected mayor of New York City. Why? Because Zoran ran on raising taxes on the rich, raising corporate taxes, free rent, and borrowing money for social programs, a platform now called Zoranomics. And inside that White House dinner, billionaires discussed backing Ellis Stefanik for governor in 2026 because the governor has the legal authority to block almost everything Zoran wants to do. And that is the news. Now, here's what this actually means. A democratically elected mayor has not even taken office yet, and American billionaire class is already meeting with president to figure out how to stop him. Not through debate, not through elections, through raw structure power. This is how the system really works. A mayor can win votes, but he cannot raise taxes, borrow billions, or freeze rent without state approval. So if the billionaire class capture the governor's office, they don't need to beat Zoran at all. They can just erase his agenda from the top down. This dinner shows you the real hierarchy. People vote at the city level, billionaires decide at the federal level, and the governor sits there as the final veto point. And that is the part of nobody wants to admit. In America, election express your preference, but oligarchs decide the outcome. If working people don't understand this structure, every election will feel the same. You vote for the change, and they meet over dinner to stop it. More contents on Substack and link in bio, and thank you for your support. It's free to.
Okay, the link is in my description box. Why is this important? Elise Stefanik. Remember, 4547 had nominated Elise Stefanik for a cabinet position in his administration. And I can't remember if she was a congresswoman or a senator. I think she was I can't remember. And let's understand that she is very beholden to Israel. So recently, the last time I talked about, and he pulled her nomination because it must be I can't remember if it was the Congress or the Senate. He pulled her nomination because the numbers were so close that he was afraid that. With all of these elections that have come before the midterm election, that the Republicans' lead would be too tight. So he pulled her nomination. No, he nominated her to be the Israeli ambassador. And I know she was pissed off about that, that she couldn't represent Israel. So recently, the last that we've heard from Elise Stefanik, the one that they want to put in position at someone who is just a sycophant for Israel, because Mandami, the Muslim, was elected mayor of New York City. The hatred that she has in her heart, her being so unapologetic about the events that have happened in Palestine. They got together to elect her to be the governor to thwart Mandami's position as mayor of New York City. Let that sink in. While you're voting and you think it matters, they are conjuring up somebody so hateful against a Muslim religion that they think that that's cute. This is the last time that we saw Elise Stefanik. I also covered this when the last time we saw Elise Stefanik. Let me remind you about the last time we saw Elise Stefanik. How popular of a person she is with her constituents. This is in front of her own constituents. It wasn't so bad that she had to walk away from the mic, and she had to, she tried to come back up a second time. And there you have it. I just wanted to make sure you guys were aware of that. Now I want to talk about education. If you are unaware of what they are doing to education, I think you will be shocked and disgusted. Let me share this link with you. Who will be in charge of the students? And make any of this, please. I need somebody to help me make any of this make sense. The link will be in the description box. Let me reboot this.
Attend a public school, a public charter school, if you're a teacher, a school leader, a parent, have met a child, or care about children, the federal government just broke up the Department of Education harder than your toxic ex broke your back, okay? And the fallout is going to land right in classrooms, school budgets, and families' lives. Now, they're moving the entire K-12 office and the entire higher ed office to the Department of Labor. Yes, the folks who handle workplace safety complaints and job disputes are now supposed to magically manage public education. Oh wait, there's more. And they're also shipping out other pieces too. Native American education to the Department of the Interior, childcare for student parents, the Health and Human Services Department, and international education to the State Department. Make it make sense. Parents, I'm gonna hold your hand as I say this. This is not a niche issue. Federal dollars support class size, counselors, reading and math intervention, after school, rural school, summer school, and college financial aid. Breaking up the agency that coordinates all of that doesn't make it more efficient. It makes things unpredictable. And mind you, teachers and school leaders already run schools with one dying copier and a to-do list that could defeat a small army. Now imagine those people trying to follow federal rules when the offices that write those rules are scattered across agencies that don't even speak the language of school. That confusion hits their schools, their classrooms, and their deadlines first, which takes away attention from your kid. Now, as many of you know, they can't legally shut down the DOE without an act of Congress, so they're dismantling it from the inside and calling it reform. To be clear, this is a removal, and the weight will fall on educators and on families. Now, you know, as parents and educators, when it comes to our babies, our kids, we're sensitive about our shit, okay? So here's what we can actually do. Ask your district how much of your school's budget depends on federal funds. Spoiler alert, if you're a public school, there's such a thing called per pupil funding. It matters. 2, Demand a plan for what happens if those funds get delayed or shifted. 3, email your school board or attend a school board meeting and ask how they're protecting class size, counseling, intervention support, things like that. And 4, most importantly, build a community of partnerships now, because schools cannot carry this burden on their own. We need each other and we see each other. Okay? Okay. I'm a dad of a child with special needs. I've been a principal, I've been a superintendent, and I'm telling you, stability for our kids starts with stability for the people who raise them and those who serve them. Like this, share this, but whatever you do, don't be silent.
Okay, so we are also aware that they have gutted special needs programs for public schools as well, and the actual audacity for them to put them in the Department of Labor. Oh, let's not. What are they going to do with these special needs students? What are they going to do with them? Let's not forget how many states have relaxed child labor laws. What are they going to do with these students? Let me share with you another person talking about these closures. This reassignment of schools. Let me share. Where is she? Here she is. Okay, let me share this one with you. I think I'm not sure. I think they're sharing a similar information. Let's hear it from her. Here we go. If you have children in public schools,
staring at shiny headlines, but you might want to pay attention to the slow dissection of the Department of Education that just got announced today. The agency just told its entire workforce that 6 major program offices are being transferred out to 4 other federal departments. And no, this is not routine. This is a massive structural shift. Elementary, secondary, and post-secondary education programs are being moved to the Department of Labor. Let that sink in. Labor is now inheriting core education functions for the entire country. Foreign medical accreditation and the Child Care Access Means Parents program are being shipped to Health and Human Services.
now you know that's going to be a mess, and we haven't got any labor statistics out. They can't even do what they're doing in the Department of Labor right now. Well, what will they be doing with your with your children?
In education programs going to the Department of the Interior. International education and foreign language programs handed off to the State Department. This is normally the kind of thing that requires Congress, public comment, impact studies, and a whole legislative process. But instead of going through the legal pathway required to dissolve or restructure a federal agency, this administration is bypassing it by reallocating the Department of Education's core functions piece by piece. When you scatter oversight, you dilute accountability. You take a single civil rights oriented agency designed to enforce educational programs nationwide, and you break it into parts that now sit under agencies with completely different missions and priorities. This matters because the Department of Education isn't just a paperwork hub. It enforces Title IX. It monitors civil rights violations in schools. It ensures special education compliance, protects low-income students, oversees federal student aid, and maintains national education standards. So once these programs are moved, they're harder to track, easier to underfund, and vulnerable to being quietly phased out. This is how you dismantle a federal department without ever having to pass a law saying that you dismantled it. So everyone
and avoiding congressional oversight. And this is how our American children continue and steadily fall through the cracks. So everybody wants to say, well, the Department of Education isn't doing anything, and what is being done to improve it though? Absolutely nothing. So how are all of these agencies going to improve the education of students? How are all of these different agencies going to protect the students? Health and Human Services, Health and Human Services is about to kill you with Robert F. Kennedy over there saying that students don't have to have immunization shots, and saying that black kids don't need their shots as regularly as non-black children. So, one more thing about the Department of Education you may not be familiar with, that I want to familiarize you with, and how it affects people in the workforce. Let's get into this. Let's get into what your administration is up to. While they are concentrating on the Epstein files that are never going to be released. For all y'all don't know, let's find out what they're doing to nursing. Nursing. Yes, nursing. Let me give you this information. Oh, there's no sound to this. For all of y'all still not getting it, the Department of Education said today that nursing is not a professional career. Why? To exclude. Why did they do this? To exclude graduate nursing programs from federal loans in the midst of a nursing shortage, when women and minorities comprise most of the profession. Are you catching on yet? Are you catching on yet? You will not be able to get a loan for a BSN. You will not be able to become go to school to become a nurse practitioner and get a loan under this administration, because that they don't consider it a professional career. Catching on yet? While most of the profession is encompasses women and minorities. Catching on yet? The same administration where the Secretary of Defense goes to a white nationalist church, and some of their teachings are women shouldn't even have the right to vote. Are you catching on yet? Are you where the Department of Defense, the Secretary of the Department of Defense goes to a church that teaches all slaves weren't treated badly? They were just people of their times. They are saying the slogan for this campaign is "Make America Great Again," as if it was greater in the past. So if you don't know, are you catching on yet? I hope you're catching on. Okay. Uh, let's talk about these jobs report that you will not see. They have totally canceled the jobs report. If you don't know, for October, they're just not putting them out. Period. Full stop. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't show you what came across my desk. I would be remiss if I didn't let you know what happened to come across my desk. Just gonna drop this Miss Teen USA pageant picture right here. Let me give you let me drop this in my description box. Say what? This is number 22 in my description box. I'm gonna drop this right here for all of you to uh, do whatever you choose to do with it. Got it? Just gonna drop this Miss Teen USA pageant picture right here. Okay? Okay. All right. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, and are we gonna forget that the WWE was in a whole legal battle with ring boys accusing employees at the WWE of abusing them? Hmm? And this is who they put over the children of the whole United States? Are we gonna forget that? And they were fighting this suit. Okay. They. Yeah. Okay. So I guess you're supposed to fight it, but I told you yesterday that when I showed you the Saudi meetup and that Saudi Arabia was thinking about purchasing uh, Time Warner. Now, here is Time Warner. They would also own part of CNN. So let me give you this little update. Paramount in talks with White House to fire CNN host. No, this doesn't have anything to do with that deal. Paramount is in talks with the White House to fire CNN host that 4547 does not like. Your free media. Your free media. Yeah. Let me drop this link in my description box as you listen to it.
Some major news right now. Donald Trump has launched a potential full attack on the media, this time going after CNN. According to The Guardian, Larry Ellison, who's the owner of Oracle, recently acquired CBS News, is now in talks to potentially acquire CNN as well. And behind the scenes, The Guardian is reporting that Ellison has talked to Trump officials about firing certain CNN hosts that the president of the United States does not like Breonna Keeler, for example. Paramount, which is the company that's looking to try to purchase Warner Brothers Discovery and acquire CNN as part of it, is owned by Larry Ellison. They're working on trying to create this massive media conglomerate that includes CNN, CBS, all under one umbrella, an umbrella that is more favorable to this White House. Now, nothing official has happened just yet, but these conversations are ongoing behind the scenes, according to The Guardian reporting, and people need to know about it because this is the degradation of media in real time. So spread the word, follow along, stay up to date on all the news that you need to know about. More to come soon.
Okay, so this is link 23. I did show you a clip of Larry Ellison and his son running media. His nepo baby son with the soft hands who has never had, according to that report, a job outside of what jobs his father has given him. So I did do a report on Larry Ellison and his son yesterday. Go over and check out my video on yesterday. Um, Let me see. I do want to talk about. I want to talk about this right here. This is what I want to talk about with you. Really, when we talk about, I gave you a lot of information. What this administration actually has in store for us as American citizens. Is this it? Oh no, that's not it. Let me share this video with you. Let me share this with you.
News, 100,000 emails were leaked that show a former Israel prime minister talking to Jeffrey Epstein about meeting with Peter Thiel. In case you guys aren't familiar with him, he's the guy that's trying to turn the United States into a surveillance state and a very good ally of Donald Trump. But look at these emails. The first one here is from the former Israel prime minister to Jeffrey Epstein saying, "Jeff, thanks. Peter Thiel could be very interesting, but I'm flying to Europe. Next time, best." He writes back, "I have Peter Thiel on the 19th in New York, if you like, as well as the former president of the Maldives." This next one is from the former Israel prime minister to an anonymous person saying, "Going to meet him for dinner tomorrow. He has to bring another person with him. I don't know who/why. I've met with him once in Davos some 2 years ago. Probably he doesn't even recall it. Let's see. I was told by the host of the dinner that we will probably spend it just talking about geopolitics. It's a first date. I think he's of huge potential to accelerate things by the sheer reputation he's got. No way it's a waste of time. Thus, I'm going to do it and we will see. I'll let you know." He's, of course, referring to Peter Thiel. We can confirm this by the other guy's response here saying, "Hi, I Googled Peter Thiel. Seems to be a very interesting, smart, and active character. Did you meet him already?" This is a series of communications between the Israel prime minister and Jeffrey Epstein confirming that they met with Peter Thiel. But what's even more sinister is that in one of these documents, they say, quote, "trying to arrange it so the security guys will not come with us to the island." None of this is speculation either. These emails have been confirmed, verified, and time-stamped. Remember, Donald Trump is working closely with Peter Thiel to turn the United States into a surveillance state. This should worry all of us. Major breaking news, 100,000 emails were leaked that...
And it has been reported that it appears that Peter Thiel has visited the island. That has, let me see if I can find that right quick. Let me see if I can find that report about it being reported that Peter Thiel has visited Epstein Island. Here we go. Let me share this with you. Let's get into this. The link will be in the description box.
JV. Hello, everyone. This is JVL here with my Bulwark colleague, Joe Perticone, and we got some more Epstein Files news for you. Buckle up. Gotten some crazy names coming out. Joe, we had House Democrats releasing some more Epstein Files today. Tell me what's in them. Was it like Christmas?
So I'll start by saying there's only about 6 pages. These are all from Epstein's estate. They're not from the government, which means in order for them to have been tampered with, somebody would have had to tampered with them years and years and years ago. So
the long game.
It kind of cancels out the idea that, this could be planted. The original drop, we saw the birthday book. We got that earlier this month. And this was part of the effort that House Democrats on the Oversight Committee, managed to get this thing passed. So, and then Mike Johnson was like, "We're not doing this anymore. Cancel votes. Everybody come back in 6 weeks." Now he probably doesn't want to return to votes this coming week. We're already seeing whispers of that. And basically they're getting all these documents in phases, and they just got another, several thousand. And what they have to do is they have to go through them line by line to make sure there's no reveal of the victims or private information, because A, that's the right thing to do. But B, if they did do that, that could risk the investigation. People could say it's not worth it hurting these victims. So they're being very meticulous about this. So this latest little batch we got, it was flight logs and scheduling emails from Jeffrey Epstein, basically saying hey, you gotta meet at the Breakers with so-and-so.
Who are the so-and-sos, Joe?
So the first one, I was scrolling really fast, and I see Peter Thiel.
Ooh,
lunch with Peter Thiel. Yeah, and I'm like, oh, that's not that surprising. Then you see breakfast with Steve Bannon, and then there's this really kind of funny line where it's like, FYI, Elon Musk heading to the island, and then in parentheses, is this still on? And so we don't know.
Elon Musk heading to Jeffrey Epstein's island.
Yeah, and this is
what?
This is in 2014, so a good 6 years after the sweetheart plea deal that Epstein got. So we don't know if he did go. It could be like in The Simpsons when they find out there's the brothel in town, and Principal Skinner's like, "I only went in there to get directions on how to get away from there." So it like we don't know.
Who knows?
We don't know if he went.
Somebody should ask Elon about this.
Yeah, and for example, if you look at like how the House would shape up, like the Oversight Committee's been really smart about this. The Democrats have. They've been able to use this very well because the Oversight Committee can't really do much, especially when you're in the minority. And the fact that they've gotten these documents and they're going to get a lot more, hats off to them. Because if they're in the majority, if that's possible, in the next Congress, they can do things like subpoena Elon Musk to come testify and say, well, what were you doing? Did you go to the island? Oh, and another person named, but not surprising at all, Prince Andrew was on Jeffrey Epstein's flight. We all know that though.
Not great. So
okay, the link is in my description box. Just giving you the information. Now, let's talk about AI a little bit. 4547 is going to sue any states that tries to regulate AI. If you are unaware of that, yes, that is a thing. You know, they actually tried to put it in that big bloated bill, and where by law states couldn't regulate AI. So they want AI to be totally unregulated. And 4547 says if you try to regulate AI, you will be sued. So here it is. Let's get into this. Let me share this with you. And if you are unaware, Elon Musk was at that big White House dinner with the Crown Prince the other day. So it looks like they're back together. Dun-dun-dun-dun, 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 dun-dun-dun-dun. Looks like Trump and Musk seem to be in love. Back together. Dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun.
Let me show you. So it looks like the bromance is back. And let me show you what the bros are tweeting out lately. This is Elon Musk. He says, close your eyes, bro. Then there's Trump. Okay, bro. Musk, what you see, bro? Trump, nothing, bro. And then Musk, that's my world without you, bro. And Trump, bro. Yes, the bromance is back. And why are the bros getting back together? Well, they're gathering in DC to beg for money. That's what this whole thing is about. And what's the money for? It's for AI. And what's the AI for? To replace all of you, the workers. It's completely unsustainable. It's completely absurd. But this is our reality. It's some crazy South Park timeline. Elon Musk is tweeting out American flag, American flag, American flag, retweeting White House, American flag, American flag, American flag. And we're all hanging out with the Saudis, basically trying to work some sort of whatever deal. And let's get taxpayers to build us all of our data centers so we can place all the work.
Do you see any regular Americans, or do you see a bunch of billionaires and Saudis? What do you see there? Do you think that this is going to help you, the tech billionaires and these Saudis? Do you think that this is going to help you? What did you think this is going to do to and for you? I'm just curious. Let's continue. This will be in the description box
as quickly as possible. And when people say, hey, well, why do we need these data centers? And Musk is be like, because guys, if we have robots and AI, I'm going to end poverty. And that's really what he says. And yes, it's as stupid as it sounds. Now, if you call him out on this stuff, you say, yo, this thing is a total bubble. Yo, this thing is damaging to our environment, to our lives. You know what? They're going to sue you. This is from the White House today, just breaking now. White House drafts order directing Justice Department to sue states that pass AI regulations. So effectively, they don't want any of this stuff regulated. And I'll just be frank with you guys. Like, if you go into a world that Trump wants, where there's like no regulation on banks, no regulation on crypto, now we have no regulation on AI.
You know, that's what they always tell you, that we're going to go through and we're cutting regulations. Cutting regulations does what for you, regular Americans? What does cutting regulations do for you? We do know that they are poisoning the water. These big AI data centers are causing your electricity bill, water bills to get way higher because they're plugging into your electricity company as opposed to building their own, because they are billionaires. But they know that it takes a lot of electricity and a lot of water to run these data centers that are propping up all over the United States. So God forbid a state tells them, no, you cannot plug into the American citizens' electricity grid. You build your own. You pay for your own electricity. Because when the profits start rolling in, if the profits start rolling in, you're not going to share any of your profit with all the people whose water bills and electricity bills you are making increase in this area. No, they don't want regulation because they want you to pay for this. Now, they cannot pay for this. Now, we hear that Elon Musk and Peter Thiel were in contact with Epstein up to, what was they say, 8 years after his sweetheart deal. So I'm wondering, are these same Congress people are going to make a big fuss the next time there is a contract with Peter Thiel's companies or Elon Musk companies when they come to the government for welfare? And I wonder if they're going to make such a big stink about all of this Peter Thiel contact with Musk and with Elon with Epstein. I wonder if they're going to make a big a fuss out of this, or are they just going to continue to feed them our tax dollars? Make it make sense. Let's continue.
Just the regular person is going to get squashed here, isn't it obvious? Just think of it this way. It's kind of like saying, okay, guys, what if we have a situation where there's no, speeding limits? You can drive as fast as you want. There's absolutely zero gun laws. You can, buy whatever guns you want. And in fact, no AI laws. So I guess now we can manipulate people and send our bots amongst the world, right? Manipulate all the social media. And there are so many problems with AI, be it, it's not just to replace you at your work. It's also for me, because I do YouTube all the time, the bot situation is absolutely horrific. Especially if there's a situation to where we don't regulate it at all, and foreign powers can come in and start manipulating elections or whatever they want. That's just one example. Or another example is what if we have zero regulations on how you can use someone's image, right? So then I could take anyone's voice, anyone's image, and make them say things, do things that they didn't actually do or say. And you're gonna have massive problems. Like someone was just mentioning the other day where you might see a video and it's a popular news broadcaster, and they'll be it'll look like a legitimate story, and it'll be completely fake. So for me, there are definite musts for AI regulation for any number of reasons. I just gave you a few. You could argue that a state could say, hey, there's a certain industry we're not going to automate. It just, we don't want to necessarily take away jobs from everyone. And you'll see negotiations with stuff like that. So for example, the Longshoremen's Union, they negotiate that kind of stuff hey, please don't wipe us all out, because they totally could. Or Amazon workers could theory hey, please don't wipe us all out. I'm just giving you some examples that, there could be any sort of industry standards to say hey, we're not going to use AI. You could talk about that with, news, media. For example, in Hollywood, many actors are hey, already companies are using their images. I think it was Tom Hanks and Scarlett Johansson that actually sued, because effectively there were companies that were using their, image and voice to sell products that they didn't endorse whatsoever. So there's a whole bunch of stuff. You could talk about child safety laws, whatever. But you got to regulate this stuff. You can't just go completely unregulated, because there's a bunch of stuff that we haven't even thought of yet that could turn up. What if AI just starts scrubbing through all of your, financial, personal data on social media, whatever. So I'm sure you guys.
If you didn't watch my show the other day, AI is already scrubbing through your social media. If you if you're on Google, you don't even have to have a Google email address, I don't believe. If you're using Google, AI is already scrubbing through all of your information using Google. I did tell you, show you how to uncheck the boxes they are even going through all of your emails on Google. I played the video for you how you can uncheck the boxes, how you can go into your settings and disable AI from going through your information. This is already happening. This is all of your email, even if it's personal, medical, financial, whatever type of email they are going through. AI is going through and collecting all of your data already. So uh, I'll try to find that again. So I just wanted you guys to know that. Why did I want you to know that? I Now, during the big, beautiful bill, who comes out again? Marjorie Taylor Greene came out in a panic because she didn't realize that she signed this big, bloated bill. You know, that's when she was still ass licking 45, 47. Marjorie Taylor Greene signed this big bloated bill and came out in a panic when she realized that there was a 2 pages in there that said that states will not be allowed to regulate AI for 10 years. Let me share this with you. Seems like I'm sharing it with you now. Let's get into that.
This bill is 1,116 pages, but there are 2 pages inside of it that have now caught the attention of one of the most well-known Republican lawmakers, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, even though the Congresswoman voted for the bill in the House, she now says, in full transparency, that she wasn't aware of a section that would strip states of their ability to regulate artificial intelligence for the next decade. Here's what she posted on social media, quote, "We have no idea what AI will be capable of in the next 10 years, and giving it free rein and tying in states' hands is potentially dangerous." Now, the Congresswoman says if the Senate doesn't strip out that portion of it, she'll vote against it if and when it heads back to the House. With us once again here on the Hill, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican from Georgia. Thanks for being back with us, Congresswoman. You say in full transparency, you didn't know that this was in there, and now you're shining a light on it. How did you not know that it was in there, and how'd you find out about it?
Well, we don't get the full bill text until very close to the time to vote for it. And so that was one section, that was 2 pages that I didn't see. And I'm being very transparent and honest about it with everyone, but I find it so problematic that I'm willing to come forward and admit that those are 2 pages that I didn't read, because I never want to see a situation where state rights.
So we are to believe that 2 pages stuck arbitrarily in this bill is the only thing in that bill that bitch shouldn't read. Let's continue.
Are stripped away. And that's exactly what I didn't read, because I never want to see a situation where state rights are stripped away. And that's exactly what it says in that bill text, that it would take away states' rights to regulate or make laws against AI for 10 years. And I think that's pretty terrifying. We don't know what AI is going to be capable of within 1 year. We don't know what it will be capable of in 5 years, let alone 10 years. And I think we have to protect states' rights to be able to regulate and make laws that they need to make for their states.
You know, you do.
Okay, that link is in my description box. I just wanted you to know that they initially put this in that big bloated disastrous budget bill. Now, what happened after Marjorie Taylor Greene's? I saw it. I didn't originally see it. You know, we don't have time to read what we're signing our life away to. So after it got amplified that this was in the bill, let's see what happened with the bill. I am also going to drop this link in my description box so you can peruse it in your own time. A Senate pulls AI regulatory ban from GOP bill after complaints from states. A proposal to deter states from regulating artificial intelligence for a decade was soundly defeated in the U.S. Senate on Tuesday, thwarting attempts to insert the measure into President 4547's big bill of tax breaks and spending cuts. Let me see. This is, what date is this? This is from CBS News, July 1st, 2025. The Senate voted 99-1 to strike the AI provision from the legislation after weeks of criticism from both Republicans and Democrat governors and state officials. Originally proposed as a 10-year ban on states doing anything to regulate AI, lawmakers later uh, tied it to federal funding so that only states that backed off in AI regulations would be able to get subsidies for broadband internet or AI infrastructure. So they was like, "Oh, you don't want it? Well, you're not going to be able to get broad band or internet infrastructure if you don't sign this bill." In a last-ditch Republican effort to say the provisions would have reduced the time frame to 5 years and sought to exempt some favored AI laws, such as those protecting children or country music performers from harmful AI tools. They tried to save it by appealing to people like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Well, you don't want your country, your favorite country musician, AI representing them, Marjorie. Do you, Marjorie? Marjorie, think about the children, Marjorie. Okay. But that effort was abandoned when Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee, Republican, teamed up with Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell of Washington on Monday night to introduce an amendment to strike the entire proposal. Blackburn said on the floor that it is frustrating that Congress has been unable to legislate on emerging technology, including online privacy, AI-generated deepfakes that impersonate an artist's voice or visual likeness. But you know who was past it. It is our states, Blackburn said. They're the ones that are protecting children in the virtual space. In the virtual space, they are the ones that are out there protecting our entertainers' names, images, likeness, broadcaster, producers, and authors. So she doesn't care. Marjorie Blackburn don't care about you, the American people. Voting on the amendment happened after 4 p.m. Tuesday as part of an oversight session as Republican leaders sought to secure support for the tax cut bill while fending off other proposed amendments, mostly from Democrats trying to defeat the package. So they wouldn't hear anything from Democrats. They wouldn't add anything from Democrats. Understand that tax bill, I believe, was signed in March. Now, here they coming back on July, or the end of June or July, to take that little AI tidbit that the Republicans were not pleased with out. They leaned to the Republicans. But no, we're not going to caucus with the Democrats on anything. We want our way. Well, you got your way. You got your way. And you see how that has worked out for you. So this, let me make sure I put this link in my description box. Because now, even though it was in, it was taken out, and 4547 says that he will sue states if you fuck with any regulations in AI, just in case you don't think that this is an authoritarian president. I just want you guys to be clear on that. That's why I'm talking about this. Even she got it. But there's still a bunch of idiots out there that support Dirty Dan. She looks like Star-Kissed tuna to me. I just wanted to give you guys this information. Because this administration is doing whatever it wants, and however it damages you, they don't give a fuck. Okay. Is there? I think there's a couple of. Is there anything else I want to share? Uh, Let me see. I think there are a couple of things. Nope. Nope. Hold on 1 second. Oh, that's weird. I guess that's it for me today. Let me see if anything new came out that I don't want to miss. Oh, there is something. Did you guys hear that Zelensky busted 45-47 trying to undercut his authority? And let me find that. Let me find that because it was very, very interesting. How Zelensky, what is this dude's name? I apologize. Give me 1 second. I don't understand. Hold on 1 second. I definitely want to share this with you. Oh, there's another story about the revolt. There's another story about the revolt on AI. The same day, I didn't know. This is from Breaking Points today. I'll share that with you while I'm looking for something else. MAGA governors revolt over Trump's ban on AI regulation. So the governors are revolting from this announcement that it will sue states. So let's get into this. I'm going to drop this link in my description box as well.
Update all of you that in the turning now to AI. So I did update all of you that in the new funding structure for the government, the Republicans were trying to insert some language of regulating states, making sure that they are not allowed to regulate AI. Well, now this has become a full-fledged fight from the Trump administration, and it was especially had gasoline poured on the fire after Jensen Huang, Elon Musk, Greg Brockman from OpenAI all were at the White House for the Saudi state dinner. And the three of them apparently met with Donald Trump and are continuing to push this ban on states from being able to regulate AI.
Did I show you that dinner? And did I tell you that dinner looked suspicious? Did I tell you that dinner looked like all of these people were up to good for themselves and no good for you? Yes, I did. I just showed you that. Let's continue.
Is a new report, let's put this up here on the screen, from the information that the Trump administration is working on an executive order to try and to foil state AI regulation. This comes on the heels of Trump himself actually putting out a truth to this effect, again, after meeting with all of these AI executives. You can see from the truth, he says, investment AI is helping to make the U.S. economy the hottest in the world. Overregulation by states is threatening to undermine this growth engine. Some states are even trying to embed DEI ideology into AI models, producing woke AI. Remember Black George Washington? We must have one federal standard instead of a patchwork of 50 state regulatory regimes. We can do this in a way that protects children and prevents censorship. So obviously, a lot of this is being pushed hard by the AI companies, specifically because they do not want individual states where they have to comply with different regulation. Of course, it's definitely to their benefit. And I think this is the whole ballgame, because when you see like the state of California, obviously where all of these people are headquartered, that's what they're actually terrified about, is safety standards and others that would require them to comply in a certain way. But I think more broadly, this is really about control, because these people want to become gods. They say it. out in the open. Dario literally says none of you are going to work in 5 years. Elon, very recently, what did he say? He's like, all of you are going to be phenomenally rich and very happy. I mean, it's the World Economic Forum meme. You will own nothing and you will be happy. We promise you'll be rich. Wink, wink.
Yeah, we don't have plans for how.
We don't have plans for that, but we promise that you will. We promise
it'll be fine.
you will be rich. And we're like,
like I did the story on yesterday, Elon Musk said he will end poverty by creating this robot. The robot will be able to do surgeries. You won't need a doctor. What that means, the doctor will be poor, but how not needing a doctor is going to make everyone end poverty? How is having a robot do everything up to surgeries better than an actual surgeon, which means you're putting surgeons out of work as well? How would that end poverty? Who's going to need a surgeon when they can't afford health insurance? Stupid. So this is Elon Musk is out here again with his bullshit that he is never able to live up to. Out here again with the bullshit. So is the surgeon robot is going to be like Grok, where he can go in and tweak it? You know how he went in and tweak Grok because Grok was telling the absolute truth about him. So he went in and tweaked Grok, and Grok started calling itself Nazi something. And so are they going to be able to tweak these robots so when you need surgery for these robots are going to unalive you? These robots are going to heal you or kill you? What are these robots going to do to end poverty? You should ask yourself that. People think that this is a game. People think that these billionaires are gonna get rid of all the jobs and put everybody without a job on some type of payment schedule so you can buy their products. What would be the point if they're paying you to buy their products? No, they don't want you around. Why do you think Elon Musk is trying to go to Mars? Do you think that you going to Mars with Elon Musk? Some of these yokos think that Elon Musk is trying to create a whole planet to take their poor white trash ass to Mars. Make it make sense. If you are so stupid, what do you think that these people have in store for you? Why do you think everybody is just tapping their fingers and you defending? And you are so hateful against non-white people that you're defending people losing their health care. What do you think a loss of health care is going to do to millions of people in the United States? But you say nothing about our treasure being sent to other countries that have whole healthcare for everyone, whole healthcare for people we're spending our tax dollars to. Oh my God, I cannot believe Americans are so dim with it. Let's continue.
okay, cool. Why should I take your word for it? Exactly. And I do want to give, honestly, a good amount of credit. There are some states, even Republican states, that are standing up. But first, let's listen to Trump himself on the issue. C1, please. Let's take a listen.
We will work closely with friends and partners like those in this room to build the largest, most powerful, most innovative AI ecosystem in the world, and we are going to work it so that you'll have a one approval process, not have to go through 50 states in the United States. You know, you can't go through 50 states. You have to get one approval. 50 states is a disaster because you have one woke state and you have to do all woke. You'll be back into the woke business. We don't have woke anymore in this country. It's virtually illegal. But you'll have a couple of wokesters. And we don't want to do that. We want to get the AI done.
Bunch of wokesters in charge over there.
So pathetic.
Of AI. I mean, listen, I'm not going to say woke AI or whatever of that is not a issue. But I think it actually is one of those things that belies the problem, which is, yeah, because they get to program whatever they want, including political and cultural ideology, into the AI. And that has massive effects for everything. So yeah, not just culture, race, but suicide, the one that I'm hands down the most concerned about, pornography, sports betting. I told you all, this shit is coming. It's already here. The Microsoft Copilot literally is running ads on the NFL Network and be like, Microsoft Copilot will help you do your fantasy team, which is a wink to sports betting. The most degenerate behavior, that's all they're trying to do, is to make it just even more addictive, make it integral and essential, and that's why it does need regulation. And if the states are the only people who are going to stand up for it, good. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Because, look, I mean, if this is all moving so quickly with so much money, and the ambition for control has never been more overstated by leaders of an industrial revolution. Literally never. Even if you look back, to the origins, a lot of the times the people who were in charge, even of the railroads or the factories, any of that stuff, they were always trying to pitch it, yes, as good for themselves, but they're like, look at all this benefit to humanity. I don't even think that they try this time for any of the benefits that are supposedly there. It's pretty out in the open. They want to become trillionaires, literally. They want to become transhumanists, and they their plan is to put everybody out of work and to roll up the riches of the nation into themselves. Sorry.
Yeah. The only reason they really have to put up with us now is two things. First of all, they need workers, and second of all, they need people to buy stuff. But already, and Ryan was pointing this out, like the consumer economy is so skewed towards the wealthy that they barely need most of the population just to keep the consumer economy going. They want to make you irrelevant. I mean, this is the main event of Trump administration 2.0. There's a lot going on. There's a lot that's consequential. I'm not saying it's not. This is the main event. This is what you need to keep your eye on.
This is what you need to keep your eye on. All of this other distraction shit that ain't never coming out anyway. You see what they are busying themselves with. Did they sit down in front of the camera with the Saudi prince and talk about this? Did you even know all of these tech billionaires were there? No, not at all. All they want to keep your eyes on pomp and circumstances and all of the brass band that was playing, all the pomp and circumstance, while you are being dumb and think that I care about you writing dumb shit in the chat. Write something about what I'm presenting to you in the chat. I give zero fucks about dumb shit. You writing dumb shit in my chat just shows that you cannot converse on the facts that I am dropping.
Because this is truly like they're going for complete and total control in a way that has never been possible before in human history. How do you think it's going to go for democracy or for society at large if you have one of these companies achieve superhuman intelligence and be able to truly get rid of most of the workforce? How do you think this is all going to go? Think of the level of control. Right now, we're talking about before the show started. If you ask Grok, who is more fit, Elon Musk or LeBron James? Grok will tell you Elon Musk is more physically fit than LeBron James. And that is literally, you can go and look right now at the answers that it will give you. Okay, so this is the level of megalomania. And we're going to hand this incredible power, global power and control, to this handful or single individual, totally
Unchecked.
Psychotic. This is insane. And so Trump, he was on the ropes. He was being sued and he had all these criminal cases against him. He wanted to get back in the White House to make all of his problems go away. He changed his position on a number of things. He threw fully in with the tech oligarchs who, there's an idea that these tech bro types were more on the Democratic Party side. And I think socially, liberally, that's true, especially in the Obama era. There was a real close symbiosis. They let all their mergers go through, et cetera. But they have deeply authoritarian instincts. They're move fast and break things ethos. That means they don't think there should be any democratic checks on what they're allowed to do. So even though the Trump tech world marriage was kind of an odd fit to begin with, it makes sense when you consider a guy who has zero respect for norms, institutions, traditions, et cetera, and who is an authoritarian with a tech world which is similarly egotistical and think that they should be able to rule everything and run everything and have absolutely no checks. And so you had this coming together in this Trump administration, in this Trump campaign. Elon, of course, gave more than $250 million. You had them involved in picking J.D. Vance as a vice president. Peter Thiel has always been very influential, bringing all these people together. Inauguration, they're all there. You see these repeated dinners where they're there, they're sucking up to Trump. Like, this is the main event of the Trump administration. And so I think, I would not be surprised at all if he signs an executive order that says, we're going to sue you. Our Justice Department is going to sue you if you try to rein this in even a little bit, because every single move he's made is to just completely unleash this thing and hope for the best. And Trump doesn't give a shit about anything or anyone. He's happy.
Okay, so that link is in my description box. There is more to that story. Go over there and check them out. And if you have not checked out Breaking Points, I suggest that it's a good place to go. That's Kyle Kalinski's wife, Crystal Ball is. So, I love me some Kyle Kalinski. Now, Zelensky checkmate Trump. There were Steve Witkoff is his name. Steve Witkoff, who couldn't warn that he couldn't warn. Who was it that Qatar, that Israel was going to strike Qatar? He was running like Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible, but he just got there too late to warn that Israel was going to actually strike where they were trying to broker a peace deal with Palestinian and Israel. Remember when Israel struck the actual building that they were brokering peace in? And the United States knew. And the United States said Steve Witkoff was trying to get there in time. Y'all remember that? Okay. So Steve Witkoff is over there pretending like he's trying to broker a peace between the Ukrainians and Russians. So Zelensky caught on to the bullshit. So let's see how that worked out. They were supposed to meet, I forget where they were. They were supposed to meet Witkoff, a representative from Russia, and Zelensky was supposed to meet together to continue to talk about these peace deals. But Zelensky got word of it, and he said, fuck that. I'll meet you, but I'm bringing people who are on my side with me. I'm bringing some French delegation, some delegation from England, and all of this. And he showed up. And what happened? What happened to Witkoff? He didn't even show up. Was afraid to show his face because they were like, oh, we can try to pull the wool over your eye. We can lie and try to say that you were disagreeable or it didn't work out because of you. But we can't do this in front of a stage of your allies. Checkmate, bitch. Okay, let's get into this.
That right there was a Russian missile directly hitting a residential block in Ukraine's Ternopil area in the morning, killing 25 Ukrainians, including 3 children. Russia continues to escalate its strikes on Ukraine, killing innocent Ukrainians. But you see, the Trump regime is complicit. The Trump regime knows exactly what's going on. President Zelensky smoked out the secret negotiations and discussions taking place between the Trump regime, Donald Trump, Steve Witkoff, and a special envoy for Russia who's been spending time in the United States by the name of Kirill Dmitriev, who also runs Russia's sovereign wealth fund. In other words, Dmitriev's got the moolah. He's got Russian money, and he's having conversations with the Trump regime. So you likely know what that means. And now Donald Trump is parroting the Russian propaganda and Putin's demands that Ukraine essentially surrender and give up all of its land to Putin. Just explain to you what was going down as well. There was a critical meeting that took place yesterday in Istanbul, Turkey. It was supposed to be a trilateral meeting between the leader of Turkey, Erdogan, President Zelensky of Ukraine, did show up, and Witkoff, the special envoy of the United States, who has no foreign policy experience. He was Trump's real estate buddy, corrupt dude. Donald Trump sent him, who's been sending him to do those trips to Russia. He was supposed to be in Istanbul. Witkoff did not show up because right before this trip to Turkey, this meeting between Erdogan, Zelensky, and Witkoff was set to take place, Zelensky found out about these secret discussions and negotiations taking place between the Trump regime and the Russians, particularly with Dmitriev, and that at this meeting in Turkey, the Trump regime was going to hoist upon Ukraine a series of demands to immediately surrender basically all of the land in Ukraine that Ukraine was never going to do. So Ukraine said, look, we have our plan for peace that we've worked up with our European friends, with France, Spain, Germany, with others in the region, Canada, Australia also, but mostly with their European allies. And so Zelensky shows up ready to present this plan. So Witkoff is like, oh, crap, I was going to force this surrender upon you, but you're showing up with the European crew. So Witkoff and Trump say U.S. is not showing up in Istanbul because the U.S. wanted to force the surrender based on their secret negotiations taking place with Russia in the United States with Dmitriev. And so Witkoff doesn't show. So it ends up just being Zelensky and Erdogan. Let me go over more specifics here. But what happens yesterday as well is that we learn that Keith Kellogg, the special envoy to Ukraine, retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg, remember that guy? He's either been forced out, basically fired or told to quit, or on his own, he's resigning. At the end of this year, he's done, he's gone. And remember, he was the guy who first promised, along with Trump, that there would be peace in Ukraine in 24 hours. Then you'll recall in January, he was on Fox and he said, well, it may actually take months. Then he was on in January, he said 100 days. Then in February, months. Then in March, he said it would take 24 hours, but we didn't say what 24 hours, and maybe in the future. Then in May, he talked about the importance of imposing sanctions on Russia. In September, he said that he had told Trump that Ukraine was winning. Then we haven't heard from this guy. And now we know with all of the stuff I'm telling you that's going on, he's either quit or he's been forced to resign or pushed out of the regime. And if you've been watching the Midas Touch Network, back in January, I predicted exactly that. I said, go back to the podcast I was doing then. I said, Kellogg's a goner, just a matter of when. Maybe he doesn't know it, but I see this guy and he is done. Just go through the facts. Again, you're not really hearing this reported anywhere else. I think it's important we're very methodical and accurate on the reporting. Hat tip to the Financial Times who first broke this part of the story. So according to the Financial Times, Ukrainian officials say that there was a capitulation style plan that Witkoff and Trump worked out with Dmitriev and Putin. And this was going to be forced upon Zelensky in Istanbul. Trump's special envoy Witkoff canceled the meeting with Zelensky in Turkey after realizing that Zelensky did not want to discuss this capitulation plan. Sources then say Zelensky arrived with his own proposal, coordinated with Europe, and insisted on talks in a broader format. Trump and Witkoff said, we got to cancel this meeting because they wanted to force the surrender on Zelensky. And then an unnamed U.S. official was telling the press, now we'll wait. The ball is in Zelensky's court. They say the ball is in Zelensky's court. You know what happens? What I showed you at the beginning. boom, all of a sudden, Russia is able to send these missiles, drones, killing dozens of innocent Ukrainians. One of the questions I have is, did the United States not share certain intelligence? They withhold certain things. We know that's a pressure technique that Donald Trump uses, allowing innocent Ukrainians to die. So I'm just throwing it out there. This unnamed U.S. official adds that Zelensky could come to Washington to discuss the new U.S. plan if he wishes. So what is this plan? The 28-point plan calls for Russia to gain full de facto control over Donbass in eastern Ukraine, which includes both the Luhansk and Donetsk, and would be recognized by the U.S. and other countries, along with Crimea, as lawfully part of the Russian Federation. A Ukrainian official claimed the plan also included limitations on the size of the armed forces of Ukraine.
In other words, give Russia anything that it wants. That's what 4547 was trying to get them to agree to.
Limitations on the arsenal of long-range weapons, limitations on security guarantees, basically telling Ukraine, your army can't grow, you can't have weapons, you are at the whims of Russia at this point. It was a horrible, horrible deal. It was total surrender, and Zelensky said no way he was going to do it. Here's what Zelensky said about just peace for Ukraine before the meeting, but behind the scenes, Zelensky and his European allies got the intelligence that the U.S. was working with Putin and Dmitriev to try to sneak attack Zelensky in Istanbul and threaten surrender. So how is anyone going to trust America anymore? I reported that who is it? The UK said they are not going to. Last week, the UK reported they will not be sharing certain intelligent information with the United States. It was another country as well. Two countries said that they will not be sharing information with the United States anymore. And it was the UK and France who had to warn Zelensky, who the United States is supposed to be allied with, that they were collaborating with Russia. Is your for-profit media reporting any of this to you? If you like the content, if you like getting real information spread out, tell a friend. You can help this channel, $ Ronnie Q. I just don't sit up and just try to give you propaganda. I really try to give you news that is not propagated throughout our news sphere. See, we've been hooked up and caught up on some shit that's never going to be put out. But I'm trying to give you news. $ Ronnie Q. If you would like to help out the channel. Thank you. Zelensky responded with, here's the European Zelensky plan. And then Witkoff backed off. And then you have Keith Kellogg resigning or quitting. Do you see what's going on here? Here's what Zelensky says. Play this clip.
Thank you for the question. Tomorrow I have a meeting with President Erdogan, first and foremost. We will have a detailed conversation with him about all possible ways and approaches to ensure that Ukraine is able to achieve a just and lasting peace, carefully considering every option to support a fair resolution. And I think it will be quite a substantive conversation, maybe a long one, or maybe not very long. We'll see. I have a good relationship with the president of Turkey. We will talk, and we have some positions and signals from the United States. Well, we'll see tomorrow. Thank you.
You ever have that moment where you fall in love with something online, a couch, a jacket, lamp, and then you see the price tag and immediately feel personally attacked? Yeah.
Special envoy for Ukraine, Keith Kellogg, told associates he plans to leave the administration in January. 4 sources told Reuters, a departure that would mean the loss of a key advocate of Ukraine in the Trump regime. probably the only the only remaining person in the Trump regime that actually supports Ukraine. More on Kellogg in a second. So you recall my reporting yesterday about the importance of the meeting between Zelensky and French President Emmanuel Macron in France, in Paris, where there was a 10-year defense and security pact negotiated between France and Zelensky, between Macron and Zelensky. And then separately, there was the important meeting that took place between the leaders of Spain and Zelensky. So you had that taking place. And go back to my reporting also, because you have Sweden going to Canada to sell fighter jets there. And basically, no one wants to buy American military equipment because everyone realizes America is completely compromised at this point by Putin and by Russia. Want to share this with you as well. So here's the photo back on October 26, 2025, when Kirill Dmitriev arrived. He was meeting with MAGA Republican Congress members like Anna Paulina Luna, you see right there. And he handed her a book titled Great Words of a Great Man. And it is a book involving Vladimir Putin. Here is Putin's special envoy, Kirill Dmitriev, when he arrived in the U.S. in late October. And he claimed he was here to, speak with MAGA Republican Congress members and the Trump regime. And now we know what they were doing. Specifically, they were plotting the Ukrainian surrender together, which Zelensky found out was happening. Here's what Kirill Dmitriev.
Have we gotten a trilateral meeting yet? I thought that we were waiting on a trilateral meeting that 47 had put together when Russia came to Alaska. And that was the next thing we were waiting on. But this is what has been happening. What happened to that trilateral meeting that he would attend, and then J.D. Vance, he was going to send his piggy J.D. Vance down there to attend it? And this is what has been happening. As he had our military on their knees rolling out the red carpet for Vladimir. Do you guys remember anything about that? Have you heard anything about that as of late? Because no, you haven't, because this is what has been going on.
Have said about speaking with the Trump regime. Play this clip.
I'm currently in the United States at the invitation of U.S. President. This event was planned ago.
And here's another clip of Dmitriev right here so you can hear him for yourself.
Sadly, it is Ukraine that is undermining the necessary dialogue. And it's doing so at the request of British and European actors who want the conflict to continue. The situation in the British economy, the European economy, is very unfavorable, and it's important for them to create an image of Russia as an enemy. So we will continue our dialogue with the United States, clearly as stating Russia.
So what he said right there was the United States are not our enemy, they're our allies. That's what he said right there.
Russia's position, which is that Russia's national interests must be respected, that sanctions and unfriendly measures will have no impact on the Russian economy. They will only lead to growing prices at United States gas stations, because the prices are already going up.
Okay, now going back to Special Envoy Keith Kellogg, I want to share this timeline with you right now. The first clip I want to show you, let's build this timeline together, okay? This is January 12th of 2025. Kellogg says there will be peace in Ukraine in 100 days. Play this clip.
What we're going to do, we'll set the conditions for the president, and then he'll eventually get to a position where he'll be talking to President Putin and also President Zelensky as well. And I think they're going to come to a solvable solution in the near term. And what I say by the near term, I would like to set a goal on a personal level and professional level. I would say let's set it at 100 days and move our way back and figure a way we can do this in the near term to make sure that this solution is solid. It's sustainable, and that this war ends and so that we stop the carnage. I think that's going to be very, very important to do. It's going to be important for our national security, It's a part of our vital national interest, and it's also good for Europe as well, and the globe as well.
The next one is February 1st. He says that it's going to happen in months. Play this clip.
But you've been
Of the
around the
United
block,
States.
General. I mean, do you think this is months? What do you think this is?
You know, I would like to say it's months, but it's not years. I'm talking about, you know, I'd like to think that we could have something in the short term. What I mean by the short term, I've said this before on one of your programs, on one of the Fox programs. I'd like to see it get countdown from 100 days back and figure out where we're at, either ceasefire from permanent peace. And I think it's all in the art of the doable. But this is not going to be sort of like we saw in Afghanistan, which is 4 years. It's not a cottage industry. It's got to be something short term for both nations, but not only just for both nations. It's good for the United States. It's good for the world as well. If we can stop this fight, stop the killing, which has been horrific, and stop the destruction of the Ukrainian cities.
The next clip I'm going to show you is from March. On March 7th of 2025, Kellogg says that, yes, Trump did mean 24 hours, that there'll be peace in 24 hours in Ukraine, but Trump just didn't say which 24 hours it was going to be. Maybe it's years from now, 24 hours, but eventually 24 hours from some period of time, there will be peace. Just think about that. Like, what a ridiculous thing to say. Here, play this clip.
But remember what President Trump said. He actually talked about the potential of getting territory back from the Russians. He said that. That's a public comment from him. So
which territory?
Pardon?
Can you tell
He
us
didn't say. It's almost like, you know, remember the president said he was going to end the war in 24 hours. We didn't say what day.
And then Kellogg, May 13th of this year, talks about imposing sanctions on Russia and how there's going to be these serious sanctions, which, you know, they all talk a tough game, but Russia's not been impacted at all by anything that Trump's done. Here, play this clip.
I just talked to Senator Lindsey Graham just yesterday. And, you know, the United States has got the Russian Sanctions Act of 2025 really set to go. And he's got well over 70 senators that have signed up for it. And they could be significant sanctions. And we're talking primarily about their central bank, or sanctions on what we call the dark fleet or the shadow fleet, which carries the majority of their illicit oil overseas. You know, and 70% of that.
Okay, so he's been, this man has really been thinking that he is trying to be a dignitary and trying to get the war to stop. The link is in my description box. Go over there and check out the end. While 4547, it appears to has been undermining any attempts to get this invasion that Russia did to Ukraine over with. But he appears to want Russia to get exactly what they invaded Ukraine for, their land and their power. So the link is in the description box. I just wanted to share that with you. Now, I talked about Pam Bimbo earlier being busted. And I'm going to talk about her being busted. Trump, and I'm also going to share with you how she was also busted in court as well. With this Lindsay Halligan prosecution of Letitia James and James Comey. Let me see. Where is it? Hold on one second. Here we go. If you have not been over to Keith Edwards' channel, I'm going to drop the link in my description box. Great. He does great reporting.
House voted on the Epstein files to be released. It passed. It went to the Senate. It passed unanimously and is now heading to Donald Trump's desk. There's only one problem. I'm going to bring that up to you in just a moment, where Pam Bondi kind of gave the game away. And I'm not sure where we're going to see all of these files. More on that in a moment. But MAGA's freaking out. I got Nick Fuentes freaking out. We got Tucker Carlson freaking out. We have Don Jr. kind of exposing Donald Trump. And we have this old queen herself, MAGA Mike Johnson, just beside himself that the Senate would just go on and pass this thing so quickly.
Now, understand that Mike Johnson, he signed the bill, but he said he thought that John Thune and the Senate, they were going to pad the bill with their own special request to block the bill being put out. And John Thune and the Senate sent it straight to the president's desk. And he was in a tizzy behind this. He wanted you to think that he was all transparent. What you see him.
Donald Trump himself said, I don't care when the Senate passes the House bill, whether tonight or at some other time in the near future. I just don't want Republicans to take their eyes off of all the great victories that we've had, including all of these lies, he says here. But someone said it sounds like a farewell speech. I do think Donald Trump is just totally falling apart. Here's MAGA Mike Johnson, this old Louisiana queen, freaking out that the Senate did what it wasn't supposed to do.
This old Louisiana queen. Understand that he is gay himself, so he's not like bashing him. Okay, let me read to you the victories we had, including the great big beautiful bill, closed border, no men and women's sports, transgender for everyone, ending DEI, stopping Biden's record-setting inflation, biggest tax and regulation cuts in history. So the regulation cuts, I told you, we talked about that. Stopping 8 wars, rebuilding our military, being respected by every country in the world, having trillions of dollars invested in the USA. I thought that these trillions of dollars were on your tariff shelf. So now you have stopped lying that you bought in trillions of dollars, and now you are saying these trillions have been invested because you have been fact checked by an inch of your toupee hair. Okay. Having trillions of dollars invested in the USA, having created the hottest country anywhere in the world, and even delivered a huge defeat to the Democrats on the shutdown. You know, the shutdown that you have bought so much money and we got so respected, but you couldn't figure out a way to pay people who are eating on $6 a day. That that you when you were told that by a judge that you had to pay the full amount, that you took it to the Supreme Court. That's hot. Sizzling. Okay. And make America great again. That's what he tweeted out. Mm-hmm.
Speech. I do think Donald Trump is just totally falling apart. Here's MAGA Mike Johnson, this old Louisiana queen, freaking out that the Senate did what it wasn't supposed to do, which is pass this bill unanimously.
Any reaction to Leader Thune seeing the bill without adding amendments or changing it?
I'm deeply disappointed in this outcome. I think.
Why would you be deeply disappointed in this outcome? You had a chance to add something to the bill yourself, but you wanted to look like you were being transparent. You were being transparent when you shut the government down for 7 weeks. So Ariana, what's her name? Ariana Grande couldn't be sworn in to stave off this bill. You were transparent. Let's continue.
I'm told I've been at the state dinner. I don't know. I was just told that Chuck Schumer rushed it to the floor and put it out there preemptively.
Oh, it's Chuck Schumer's. I was told that Chuck Schumer rushed it to the floor and put it in preemptively. Chuck Schumer does not run the Senate. That would be John Thune. Okay, let's continue. Still lying. Still, this Christian pastor whose son has a alert to if he ever visit a porn website is still lying. The holy man. Still lying. The holy man who lives in D.C. With a alleged pastor who allegedly answered the door for reporters wearing panties. Still lying. These are allegations.
It needed amendments. I just spoke to the president about that. We'll see what happens.
So do you think he may veto it? You say you spoke to the president?
I'm not saying that.
Is he supportive of it in its current form?
We both have concerns about it, so we'll see. I was standing there with the Crown Prince who couldn't talk.
Are you frustrated in the majority leader?
Baby, it's a great time in America. It's a great time in America. I love it. How are you feeling? I'm feeling good today. Between the landslide last week and
I'm not happy about it. I got to go. I have a meeting with the Crown Prince. You're rushing to see the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince that I detailed what the CIA said about the Crown Prince. You're disappointed. Well, if you're disappointed, why did you vote for it then? You disappointed, but you did what you were told like a good little puppy. Huh? Let's continue.
this stuff happening now, I hate that it's around this really sick issue, but it is enjoyable to see Republicans tear themselves apart. And baby, they are tearing themselves apart. Nick Fuentes, who I'm not a fan of, but I'll tell you what, this man is cunning.
Now, this is a straight up racist, hates all black and brown people. But the thing that gets in their craw, in their chagrin, he's a Nazi sympathizer as well. And they have not been able to figure out a way to separate themselves from them because they need him. And, they spun all of this hate. So he said, let's hate everybody. So they okay with him hating black people and brown people, but they want to pretend like they have a problem with him hating Jewish people. So they're trying. Oh, he's just a kid, and we just need to have a conversation with him. Listen to what this hate monger said. But I must admit, he does read them down on occasion, but it does not endear him to me.
Is a smart individual. And it's kind of entertaining. But here's what he said about Mike Johnson and the Epstein files.
They want to keep some files hidden. Why? Mike Johnson says, quote, to make sure we don't do permanent damage to the political system. What would be permanently damaging to the political system about releasing all the files? See, they're giving the game away here. And what they're telling us is that at the highest levels, probably people on both sides are implicated in the disclosure. That Jeffrey Epstein, running a sex trafficking blackmail ring, that's what it is. He worked with fashion and modeling agencies to recruit young girls, in particular underage girls.
All right, we don't really need to go into the background of all this, but yeah, Mike Johnson and what I'm going to show you is Pam Bondi are basically saying out loud that they're going to do what they can to protect powerful people, which is the whole antithesis of what this law is supposed to be doing. So I'm glad that someone like Nick Fuentes, who on the far right, is calling this out for.
I think he means this is the whole antithesis of what this law is supposed to be undoing. Not protecting rich and powerful people. I know he probably misspoke there.
It is. I'm someone who's on the far left calling this out as well, saying that we just want powerful people to be held accountable. That's what this is all about, really, at the end of the day. Pam Bondi essentially implied here that the full and unredacted files are not going to be released.
Off topic. On the Epstein files, does the new investigation by the Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney prevent the department from releasing all of the remaining files?
So we have released over 33,000 Epstein documents to the Hill, and we'll continue to follow the law and to have maximum transparency. Also, we will always encourage all victims to come forward.
Now, here is why that statement is troubling. The Epstein bill grants Pam Bondi the authority to withhold or redact any material that could endanger, quote, national security or, quote, jeopardize an active federal investigation. So it's at her discretion to decide what does and doesn't get released, what we can and can't see. And do you think that Pam Bondi is going to release something that makes Donald Trump look bad? Do you think Pam Bondi is going to release something that makes one of Donald Trump's besties look bad? Of course not. So we're not going to see the real files. We're not going to. Now, Thomas Massey has said that he is going to if these files are not released properly, he is going to go on the House floor and start to name the list, or start to name the clients of Jeffrey Epstein. And I think it's going to get to that point. Now, we also have Tucker Carlson, who is also throwing down the gauntlet on this. This is not a good issue for Donald Trump.
But how can you say that thousands of children were raped, but I'm not going to find out who raped them? Yeah. How can you say that? I agree completely. They said that. By the way, when Pam Bondi went on television and said, I have a videotape of kids getting abused, I followed this case closely, and I know a lot of the people involved, as I've told you. Mm-hmm. I had no idea. I didn't know that. Really? Thousands of children got raped? Yeah. Who raped them? Where are the rapists? Like, why aren't they in jail? What? This is the Department of Justice. Yes. That is so crazy. This is honestly one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my entire life. And I just think it's very dangerous to play around with this stuff. Like, very dangerous. Well, I don't want a revolution, but if you wanted a revolution, this is how you.
Yeah. I mean, Pam Bondi truly is doing the dirty work of the pedophiles, Donald Trump, and the elites. She will be the fall person in all this. That's how this is getting set up. Write it down now. Write it down now. What is going to happen is that Donald Trump is going to fire her over this. Guarantee it. Write it down now. MAGA is going to get mad at her for not giving everything over. She's being set up as the fall person. She's stupid to even realize it. Now, Lawrence O'Donnell blew this thing wide open with what happened with Thune and Johnson. And I thought this was fascinating.
Donald Trump's dictatorial power over Congress will not continue. Today, Donald Trump is the biggest loser in presidential history on legislation passed by both the House and the Senate that is a direct rebuke of the president. No president has ever suffered a personal rebuke on legislation anywhere close to the enormity of what Donald Trump suffered today. Mike Johnson spent the year doing Donald Trump's dirty work in the House of Representatives by blocking any chance for a vote on releasing the Epstein files. And then when the vote was forced upon him, Mike Johnson completely surrendered. And then Mike Johnson was doubly humiliated in his surrender today after he said this.
I called my counterpart in the Senate, Leader Thune, and I talked him through this with him and shared our deep concerns. And of course, they share those concerns as well. And so I'm very confident that when this moves forward in the process, if and when it is processed in the Senate, which there's no certainty that will be, that they will take the time methodically to do what we have not been allowed to do in the House, to amend this discharge petition.
Why haven't you been allowed to amend this? Why? Please tell me. Help me understand.
He was guaranteed by Republican Senate Majority Leader John Thune that the Senate would amend the bill passed by the House and include the kind of changes Mike Johnson insisted were necessary. He actually said, I called my counterpart in the Senate, Leader Thune, and I talked through this with him and shared our deep concerns. When I heard that, I thought, well, for sure, the Senate is going to have to add amendments or try to add amendments. And now I know someone is lying. Either Mike Johnson is lying about that phone call, or John Thune lied to Mike Johnson on that phone call, because John Thune had no intention of offering amendments to the House bill. And now we have all the evidence we could possibly ask for that John Thune was the person who convinced Donald Trump that it was all over. And that is when Donald Trump put out his tweet saying that Republicans in the House should vote to release the Epstein files. He only would have done that if Donald Trump knew there was absolutely no hope that the United States Senate could stop this vote. And today, the Senate vote was unanimous. It included every Republican.
It is starting to slip away from Trump. And I know we've been here many times before. So I'm not saying that it couldn't come back, but this time does feel different. And we actually have people who were supportive of Trump calling for his impeachment.
Apologize for doing so. It was a bad calculation. At the time, it seemed like the right one. But he should be impeached and removed for this one, and not on some not on some ridiculous Nancy Pelosi. Of course, the Congress will never do it because they're all a bunch of corrupt hacks.
This is the one thing they support. This is like the
Donald Trump should be impeached and removed for this. All of his supporters should turn on him.
So I don't know where this all heads. But I don't think it's going anywhere good. And when the only person you have defending you sounds like this, I don't think you're in a good spot.
Epstein hated Trump because he threw him out of Mar-a-Lago. Epstein hated Trump because he knew there was something shady going on, but this was like 30 years ago. He didn't know it was young girls.
Who's sniffling? Y'all hear that sniffling? Is it me?
Just knew he was a creep. Epstein hated Trump because Trump beat him in a real estate deal. So Epstein was doing everything he could to try to take down Trump. So if he had anything real, it would have come out.
Okay, sure. Then why not just release the files? Why not just release them?
Period. He didn't have to have Congress release these files. He could have released them himself. There had to be no votes on releasing them because he has the power to do everything else. And he had the absolute power to release them himself. Okay. Go over there. This link is in my description box. Did y'all hear that sniffling? I don't know where that came from when Don Jr. was talking, but it was awful disturbing. Okay, let me share this with you. Oh no, I shared that one with you. Oh, this is the one I would like to share with you. But there may be hope. This link is also in my description box because I talked to you earlier about Robert Garcia, reminding us that a committee in Congress has already subpoenaed these files. So don't think that this is over and that they will be able to say, "Oh well, no, we're under investigation." Even if it's under investigation, they still have to honor this subpoena in Congress.
That is why, before we get to Stephen Miller, I want to start with what Robert Garcia has had to say about exactly that.
In the law that was passed in the Khanna and Massey bill, there is a provision in there that essentially speaks to that the Department of Justice is able to possibly withhold some materials if there is an ongoing federal investigation. This has been discussed at length. And so folks are worried, is Pam Bondi, is Donald Trump, are they launching an investigation, particularly this one against Democrats, to use it as a way to stop the release of the files and of this bill. And that is a critical concern. What has not been discussed in the last few days, and we've been focused on this bill, I want to remind the Attorney General and the public that our subpoena does not have that language. And so if the Attorney General wants to use her sham investigation in the Southern District of New York to withhold evidence and documents on the bill that the president will hopefully just about to sign, she can't do the same for our subpoena. She is still legally obligated, regardless of any investigation, to produce every single document, photo, video, or material that she has in her possession of the DOJ to the Oversight Committee. That's something that we have not talked about a lot in the last few days because our focus is on this bill. But you can believe that in the next few days and weeks ahead, we're going to remind the DOJ that her investigation she might try to use to stop the effort in the full House. She can't use that to stop the effort we have in the Oversight Committee.
Donald Trump is going to put every...
Okay, so let's see what Stephen Miller... You know, Stephen Miller usually stand outside of the White House and does these rants. Let's see what Stephen Miller has to say. Now, this is after the petition has been put on 4547 deaths. I know Stephen Miller is pissing a bitch. Let's see what Stephen Miller is saying right now.
Asked about Trump signing the files just a couple of hours ago, he had this to say.
Is the president signing the Epstein files bill, and is it at his desk already?
So any questions about that? I have nothing to add to today. I think the White House comm shop's already answered all those questions. Yes?
Can you tell us the latest on whether the Trump...
Excuse me? You have nothing to say about that. Stephen Miller, who has so much to say about everyone and calling everyone enemies of the states, and they should be arrested. You what? Excuse me. You have nothing. What?
Bill, and is it at his desk already?
To say.
Is the president signing the Epstein files bill, and is it at his desk already?
So any questions about that? I have nothing to add to today.
Will he be signing the Epstein bill, and is it on his desk already? Is the question. If you didn't hear it.
I think the White House comm shop's already answered all those questions. Yes.
Can you tell us the latest on whether the Trump administration?
That was just a few short hours ago. Stephen Miller was asked about the release of the files. He had no idea what to say. He didn't want to say anything. Of course, Donald Trump went on to sign the bill to force the release of the files. But either Stephen Miller wasn't informed, which I don't believe because Stephen Miller runs the White House, or they were all so terrified of the media finding out what was happening tonight. Because mind you, and we're going to talk about this in a little bit, they put a lid on the White House today, which means they canceled all events. They kicked the press out. No one was allowed to be there. So Stephen Miller was probably well aware of this. He didn't want to tip anyone off, but he was too scared to say anything. Too scared of what? Transparency. He didn't want the media to know because he is complicit in the cover-up. He is being caught in the cover-up. Stephen Miller is as involved as everybody, as anybody. If you believe, as I do, that Stephen Miller is running the White House, Stephen Miller is also running this cover-up operation, and he was too scared to say anything. Sure, when it's Fox and it's Will Cain and it's daytime, he'll go on and he'll yell and he'll scream and he says Democrats are Antifa and communist and whatever else he wants to say. But when it comes to the Epstein files, I'd take note that Stephen Miller is choosing his words very, very carefully. Why is Stephen Miller doing that? Why is Stephen Miller, who I would say is one of the more adept players in this administration, he knows what's going on. I don't want to give him credit. He's not a smart or good guy, but he does know where the pieces are. Why is Stephen Miller choosing his words so carefully? Why is he so afraid to speak? Why wouldn't he say anything? Again, one, the obvious answer is because they didn't want to tip the media off to what was happening today. But I think Miller also understands the accountability that's coming and that they can't dig themselves out of this hole. That is for certain. And Jessica Tarlov broke it all down right here. You're going to want to hear every word she says, not only because it pisses off Jesse Waters, but because it is so important.
But this idea that the Epstein files is going to be reframed as a Democratic hoax is never going to work. The American public is not cool with it. What does he have? Trump has a minus 39 approval on handling the Epstein files, and only 45% of Republicans even approve at this point. The narrative about Hakeem Jeffries, everyone at this table knows how fundraising emails work. So that email was from someone named Lisa Rossi, who's from a random fundraising group called Dynamic SRG, asking if Epstein wants to go to a generic DCCC dinner that Obama and Jeffries were going to be at. There was never any meeting. There was never any donation. And he appears one time in the Epstein files by the Miami Herald's.
So they're actually trying to say because of this fundraiser request to go to a dinner that Epstein would, that Obama and Jeffries would be in, they actually equated that to Jeffries' names being in the Epstein file. This is how desperate they are.
Trump is mentioned over 1,000 times in the latest tranche that just got out. And people are not going to forget that in 2002, for instance, Trump said, I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do. And many of them are on the younger side. I have never alleged, and I am not alleging now, that Donald Trump has done anything untoward with an underage woman. But if you want to be throwing around single emails from a random fundraising group to try to make Brooklyn Barack look bad and not acknowledge how many times Donald Trump is mentioned in these files, you're just going to look dumb. And I would encourage everyone to not look
But it's other people mentioning him. It's not his fault when people want to get him.
I just read a quote.
Well, that was one quote, but other people are mentioning it to
Brian,
stop him.
Jim,
They're
no,
like the other person. They were all trying to stop Trump.
Why did he want the files to not come out this badly? Why? Just tell me why.
Why do you always fall for this stuff is the bigger question.
Happening again. This is Russia, Ukraine,
I
everything.
don't think this is the
There is an attempt to rewrite history that is happening right now. And you see it in the post that Donald Trump made about the release of the Epstein files. He said that he directed Republicans in the House and the Senate to vote for the release, and that is why it happened. That is fundamentally untrue. Why the Epstein files were released, why that vote happened in the House and the Senate, is because Republicans recognize the weakness of Donald Trump, his inability to tell them what to do. But Trump wants to take credit. Johnson wants to take credit. Thune wants to take credit. They want to wash away their sins and pretend that they were on board the entire time. We know that's not the case. We know what role they played in the constant obstruction of the release of these files that has been going on for months now. They have called it a distraction. They have called it a hoax. They have called it every name in the book to get it off of Donald Trump's desk.
Okay, that link is in my description box. I have something else I want to share with you. We saw how quiet and docile Stephen Miller was in that clip when asked about if 4547 had signed those papers. Why was that shocking? Let's see why that was so shocking when asked about these Epstein files being signed by 4547. Could you believe that that Stephen Miller is this same Stephen Miller? That's why it was so shocking. That's what's so telling about the whole situation. This link is in my description box. Let's watch.
Donald Trump's deputy chief of staff, Stephen Miller, had it his way, the Democratic Party wouldn't exist. Slimy, smug Stephen Miller goes on Fox News 1 to 2 times per week and advocates for the most extreme possible policy while using the most inflammatory rhetoric to hype up the MAGA base, saying that the Democratic Party is a party of extremism, that we're not even a political party anymore, we're just domestic terrorists. You see his rhetoric floating downstream to people like Caroline Leavitt. Caroline Leavitt is much younger. She takes signals from people like Stephen Miller and from people like President Donald.
Let me get these snowflakes hype boy in here with his lies and bullshit. Let's hype up the snowflakes.
Trump. So when Stephen Miller goes on Fox News and uses insane rhetoric and the rest of the admin follows, and the rest of the MAGA cult follows online, that is amping up the tension in American politics. And then Republicans get mad at me when I make jokes. Like there's an imbalance here that we need to fix, where liberals and people on the left are always the ones who are apologizing while Republicans are amping up the rhetoric. Let's check out what Stephen Miller said. And I want to show you what he's melting down about this week, because it is all a ploy to paint Democrats as traitors. All they do, all Republicans do, are paint their enemies as traitors. Donald Trump just did this to Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she said she was getting death threats from people in the MAGA fan base. Now, Stephen Miller is trying to paint a small group of Democrats as insurrectionists in order to paint the broader party, everybody in the party, as an extremist insurrectionist who hates the country. Stephen Miller quote tweeted a video from Senator Alyssa Slotkin the other day. Senator Alyssa Slotkin and a few other senators made videos directly to the military telling them one single line. They kept repeating, "Don't give up the ship." Now, "Don't give up the ship" is a famous U.S. naval motto, famously spoken by Captain James Lawrence in the War of 1812. And they're essentially just saying, follow the law. That's all they're saying, follow the law. Stephen Miller decides to quote tweet it and say that they are engaging in rebellion. They are calling on people to engage in rebellion. He says, 10 years after the deep state Russia hoax, top Democrats openly appeal to CIA and military officials to engage in rebellion against their commander-in-chief. Do not underestimate how dangerously radicalized the Democrat Party has become. The absolute projection is insane. Let's watch this clip. I don't want to watch the full thing. We can show you what they say throughout it, and then I want to show you the meltdown that ensued on Fox News. Take a look at this.
Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly. Representative Chris Deluzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander.
Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow. I was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy. Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer.
Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
and the intelligence community
who take risks each day to keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress and pressure right now. Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk. This administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens. Like us, you all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home. Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or our Constitution.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
the Army, or Navy,
the Air Force,
your vigilance is critical.
And know that we have your back.
Because now, more than ever,
the American people need you. We need you to stand up for our laws,
our Constitution, and who we are as Americans. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up.
Don't give up the ship.
Now, I talked about this PSA earlier in this live. If you want to review why they may have found it necessary to create this PSA, go over there and rewind when I'm done and watch the clips of Pete Hegseth's confirmation hearing and Pete Kegbreath also being questioned about his willingness to defy the law based upon what he's told to do with the military, and understand that all of these people in this public service announcement are actually former military and CIA operatives. So there's that. So I don't think that they care what you have to say about it. These are people who were actually quoting the conduct that they are to abide by. They said nothing illegal. They actually were talking about them as service members, what they were to uphold when they served their own country. So fuck your feelings, because this is not about how you feel. It's facts over feelings over here. So this link is in the description box as well, but let's continue.
Okay, this is something that is absolutely necessary when we have the President of the United States speaking to the Navy and saying that Democrats are gnats who need to be taken care of, like this.
But we have to take care of this little gnat that's on our shoulder called the Democrats. They want to give all of our money to illegal aliens that pour into the country. And, you know, I have a bigger heart than they do. But the problem is when you do that, they come in by the millions. Everybody wants that. So
that is the President of the United States riling up the military with violent political imagery. In this same speech, he tells the Navy stuff about Obama, tries to get them to boo Obama, get them to boo Democrats, and it gets increasingly violent. So, yeah, when they're just saying
Barack Hussein Obama, but what did you say any mocking of Muslims when you had the crown prince in the White House yesterday? You know, the crown prince that you refused to believe your CIA who ordered the killing of a reporter. Did you make a mockery of that Muslim name to garner applause? I'm sure you didn't. No, what you did was you said that you're going to treat him like an unofficial NATO ally. That's what you did when you had that Muslim in your White House office. Okay, let's continue.
Don't give up the ship. They're saying don't refuse, or you can.
And President Obama is not a Muslim. He has a Muslim sounding a traditionally Muslim middle name. that 45, 47 always try to reference to. How many billions of dollars have the Saudis put into 45, 47's pocket? Do you hear him and his Muslim tirades when they are there? Did he once say Barack Hussein Obama in front of the Saudi crown prince? No, he didn't. Let's continue.
You can refuse illegal orders. You can refuse illegal orders. That is quite literally part of the oath that they take, is to refuse illegal orders. And Stephen Miller tries to call them insurrectionists. Let's break down what he said on Fox News. Stephen Miller said it is an insurrection plainly.
Stephen, and one that you see as insurrection?
It is insurrection, plainly, directly, without question. And when you have one of the lawmakers on that video being unable to state in, as you say, lengthy cross-examination, a single so-called illegal order, it just proves the point. It's a general call for rebellion from the CIA and the armed services of the United States by Democrat lawmakers, saying that you have not only the right, but the duty and the obligation to defy orders of the commander-in-chief.
Wait. That is not what it says. It says you can defy illegal orders. It even says it on screen while he's saying this. Not you can defy any order, illegal orders.
By orders of the commander-in-chief, that those who carry weapons in America's name should defy their chain of command and engage in open acts of insurrection, that the CIA, the clandestine service, which isn't even legally authorized to operate in the United States, should engage in, again, acts of rebellion and insurrection. These lawmakers should honestly resign in disgrace and never return to public office again for even daring to think, let alone to say these words. And to
say it with me. Stephen Miller and Donald Trump do not want the Democratic Party to exist. Every single action that they take, whether it's targeting Act Blue, every single thing that they say, whether it's painting the Democrats as an extremist terrorist organization rather than an actual political entity.
Excuse me, my mic was off the last time. Stephen Miller has done absolutely nothing for this country. Understand, he's talking about people who have actually served this country and know what is expected of them as military persons. Understand that Stephen Miller has never been voted into office by absolutely no human being. And this is who's talking all of this dumb shit. Remember, Stephen Miller is also one of the architects of Project 2025. Remember, also, Stephen Miller is also the person who is running this ICE bullshit. This ICE shit that is hiring criminals, that is not completing background checks. One of the ICE officials was arrested for propositioning a 17-year-old girl. If you go earlier in my video, these ICE officials who are scanning the internet for underage liaisons, should we say? This is Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller, who did the big mid-city blitz in Chicago, where all 600 and some people are going to be released because of what they did in Chicago. A whole success here, a whole success. Nominated and voted voted on by no one in the United States. So, hey, I'm glad you guys are mad. A whole loser, a whole loser. But it is full of hate, and that's what keeps him in this administration. Understand? When you guys are mad about it, it just shows who you are. But see, the effects of this administration affect you and your families as well. And that's why we're not mad about it. We know you're mad about it, but we're not mad about it. We lived our whole lives in these United States. The overt racism is no different than the covert racism. We know who you are. And you're finding out that these people that you have elected in office don't give a shit about you. That you're understanding that the things that they think is going to harm us is also harming you, and that's what makes us laugh. I never thought lepers would eat my face. Oh, the lepers are eating your own face, and you're upset about it, and we are enjoying it. So stay mad. That's
is going towards the erosion, the destruction of the Democratic Party. That's what they want. These lawmakers were saying something that is in the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and it's the oath they take. American troops swear an oath to the Constitution, not to the commander-in-chief, as Stephen Miller tries to imply, not to the political party or any individual leader that gives speeches and tries to rile up the crowd. At the end of the day, they swear an oath to the Constitution, which is pretty clean-cut and clear. There are lines that you cannot pass in the Constitution. Then Stephen Miller continues to go off. I like how he gets more and more nasally and pissed off as it goes. He just gets very, very worked up and slimy about the entire political extremism that is actually bursting on his side, but he claims is happening on the left. Take a look.
There's nothing graver that you could possibly say as a United States Senator than encouraging, urging, directing members of the armed forces of the United States or the clandestine services of the United States.
You don't know anything. He's talking as if he put his name down to serve the United States. These people have actually served the United States. The absolute gall of this motherfucker to act like he's so offended. No, they're so offended. They are so offended to take orders from somebody who went to a fake doctor to say that they had bone spurs to avoid serving this country. And now is doing a lot of unconstitutional stuff. How many judges have stopped him from putting National Guards on their street? This person. They're reminding them of their duty as service members. That's what they're doing. And you guys are mad about it? Stay mad. Stay mad.
To defy their president, defy their chain of command, defy their superiors.
You are allowed to defy the chain of command, and especially the president, if the president is going against the Constitution. He is laying the groundwork right now. He's trying to muddy the waters. If on January 6th, Donald Trump had a loyal military that he had groomed in this way, if on January 6th, Donald Trump didn't have General Mark Milley, who was a really experienced 35-year general, really respected guy in the military, if he had someone who was a little bit less experienced, and if Stephen Miller had been using this rhetoric, Donald Trump is using this rhetoric, they're trying to groom the military into disobeying orders, and all these Democrats were doing was providing some level of moral clarity during this grooming of our military that is happening by Republicans. Stephen Miller then goes on to say that the Democrats are communists. The Democratic Party is communism.
So when we say that Democrats are communists, we don't just mean that, well, they believe in the state control of property. We mean they've adopted a method of thinking in which any use of force is justified for their end state of power and control. So they become a third world party, and we have to internalize that. We're not dealing with the old Democratic Party. We're dealing with a third world party.
Say it with me. Stephen Miller does not want the Democratic Party to exist. He would like the destruction of the Democratic Party. When Donald Trump says that we're gnats that need to be taken care of in front of the military, again, you can say it with me. These people are fascists, and especially Stephen Miller. He is spearheading a lot of the most extremist policy in the White House while then swatting down any questions about the Epstein files. Listen.
Is the president signing the Epstein files bill, and is it at his desk already?
So any questions about that? I have nothing to add to today. I think the White House comm shop's already answered all those questions. Yes?
Refuses to answer in this next clip. He just projects really hard and says that Democrats only care about power, keeping power.
But there's an even deeper issue here that we have to understand. The Democrat Party has reached a point of extremism where the only thing that they believe is legitimate are the things that keep them in power and that keep their policies in effect no matter the will of the public. So for
Donald Trump has been governing via executive order. He's tried to end birthright citizenship. He's tried to overwrite the Constitution via executive order on his first day. He pardoned people en masse. Everything Donald Trump does is to entrench his own political power. I don't know what party Stephen Miller sees when he sees this like strong radicalized the Democrat Party has become. The absolute projection is insane. Let's watch this clip. I don't want to watch the full thing. We can show you what they say throughout it, and then I want to show you the meltdown that ensued on Fox. Party has become. The absolute projection is insane. Let's watch this clip. I don't want to watch the full thing. We can show you what they say throughout it, and then I want to show you the meltdown that ensued on Fox News. Take a look at this.
Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly. Representative Chris DeLuzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander.
Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow. I was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy. Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer.
Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
And the intelligence community.
who take risks each day to keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress and pressure right now. Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk. This administration is pitting our uniformed military
And intelligence community professionals.
against American citizens. Like us, you all swore an oath.
To protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home. Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or our Constitution.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
In the Army, our Navy,
the Air Force,
your vigilance is critical
and know that we have your back.
because now, more than ever,
The American people need you. We need you to stand up for our laws,
our Constitution, and who we are as Americans. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up.
Don't give up the ship.
So, John, did you hear don't take illegal orders? Are we still playing this game that you're trying to play? This is not the propaganda channel. I understand that you hear propaganda and you are so, you have such a low IQ. You're so low IQ that you can just parrot lies and falsehoods. But even when you hear the truth, you think that you are hearing the lie that has been told to you. I'm pretty sure you hadn't even seen this ad before today, but you are up on your lying points. You're up on your lying points, and nobody cares. Nobody's mad. You're the only one who's angry because you're stupid. Okay, let me continue. I didn't want to read John like that, but I cannot stand dumb people just dumb just to be dumb when the evidence is right in their fucking face. Let me let me let's get into how Caroline Leavitt, no, how not Caroline Leavitt. I don't have any stories on that lion heifer today. Pam, let's see how Pam Bimble has possibly put herself in a pickle, and this prosecution of Letitia James and the Letitia James and James Comey is falling apart because of the lies of the other bimbo, Lindsay Halligan, that 4547 put into the position and request the DOJ to prosecute Letitia James, Adam Schiff, James Comey. What's the guy with the mustache? What is the guy with the mustache? And several others. Let's get into that. The link will be in the description box. This is my last video I'm going to share with you. DOJ gets fully exposed in court as indictment collapses. Okay, let's get into this. This is an attorney. This is an attorney who's going to be reading from the actual court papers. So waste your time and say anything is untrue. But this is a channel that actually tries to give you facts. If you want to support the channel, $ Ronnie Q.
The former FBI Director James Comey's criminal. We got some breaking news and a development in the former FBI Director James Comey's criminal case. That indictment is about to blow up in the face of the Department of Justice based on two major events that happened just today in Judge Nachmanoff's courtroom. It was supposed to be a hearing about whether the indictment against Comey should be dismissed for malicious and vindictive prosecution, but it became much more than that. Two major bombshell developments. One, the judge, after doing some tough questioning of the DOJ U.S. Attorney Tyler Lemons, Mr. Lemons, after much hemming and hawing, had to admit that he reviewed a memo that said that Comey should not be indicted, written by career prosecutors in that office before Lindsay Halligan indicted him, and that he was...
He reviewed the memo by career prosecutors in that office, the prosecutors who refuse to put their signature on this sham piece of work that Lindsay Halligan wrote. Lindsay Halligan, who took over for the person in her seat that was either fired or either quit the Department of Justice because they told Bimbo that there were no case here, and he automatically disappeared. He was an intern in this seat. They are only allowed to put one intern person in this seat, and then thereafter the person in this seat is supposed to must be approved by the Senate. And if there is another intern put in that seat, that person has to be put in the seat by a panel of judges in that area. None of that happened. He put a bimbo who used to be in his beauty pageants in there, and she's fucking up the case royally. Never tried a case, but this is who they put in the seat to try this case. And we learned earlier that Pam Bimbo didn't even know she was bringing the case to the grand jury. She had no idea. But when they figured out when they figured out that experienced lawyers like James Comey and Letitia James were going to challenge the fact that the bitch even had the seat to try to bring charges against them, Pam Bimbo made her a special prosecutor. And then Pam Bimbo also said that she had reviewed all the paperwork that the Bimbo had put into court. So Pam Bimbo is on the line for every fuck up that she has done in court. So let's see what Pam Bimbo is on the line for as well. Let's continue.
Instructed by Washington, by the number 2 in the department, written by career prosecutors in that office before Lindsay Halligan indicted him, and that he was instructed by Washington, by the number 2 in the Department of Justice, Todd Blanche, not to reveal that to the judge. That's a bad place to be for Mr. Lemons. You can't get ready for it, folks. You can't make lemonade out of those lemons. And then Lindsay Halligan finally spoke up in court, but it didn't help her. She was cross-examined by the judge about how did the second indictment come to being? What was the origin story around the second indictment? Why were there 2 indictments? And after she got done describing how the second indictment came into being, a cut and paste job in which the entire grand jury was not privy to the document. So how did they return a true bill if the true bill was never presented to the grand jury? She presented indictment number 1, but indictment number 1 failed because they didn't indict on the first count. So when the judge inquired, well, how did you do indictment number 2? She said she effectively put another copy in front of just 2 of the 14 grand jurors that voted to indict and had them sign it. She cut and pasted and fabricated a new indictment. That led to the lawyers for James Comey to stand up, including Mr. Dreeben, and say, we have no indictment, Your Honor. We don't.
So she copied and pasted. An unexperienced attorney copied and pasted. And so we have no indictment. In fact, we have no indictment. The bitch went back to 2 of the grand jury members and had 2 grand jury members sign it as if she had a full grand jury. This is what was done. And Pam Bimbo put her career on the line, saying that she had reviewed all of this paperwork. Let's continue. This shit is, it would be funny if it wasn't so ignorant.
Have a properly returned true bill of indictment and 2 indictment. That led to the lawyer. She said she effectively put another copy in front of just 2 of the 14 grand jurors that voted to indict and had them sign it. She cut and pasted and fabricated a new indictment. That led to the lawyers for James Comey to stand up, including Mr. Dreeben, and say, we have no indictment, Your Honor. We don't have a properly returned true bill of indictment. It should.
Okay, so this is who 4547 is putting it's giving jobs to. This is who 4547. She got a 14 panel of grand jurors, and this bitch fucked up, and then going to copy and paste it and remove the indictment that they couldn't get and put it in front of 2 of the 14 grand jurors and say, "Ooh, I got an indictment." Now, do you think that she's going to keep her law license after James Comey and Letitia James get done with this bitch? Do you think either of them are going to keep their license? Why do you think that no one in the Department of Justice would sign on to it? Why do you think that assistant counsel is from North Carolina, not from the state of Virginia? Huh? Let's continue. I'm not going to interrupt anymore. I just find this shit fascinatingly stupid.
Be dismissed on its face. And if it gets dismissed, the to stand up, including Mr. Dreeben, and say, we have no indictment, Your Honor. We don't have a properly returned true bill of indictment. It should be dismissed on its face. And if it gets dismissed, no, they're not going to be able to go back and impanel a new grand jury and fix their problems. because the statute of limitations on the purported perjury have run. That case needed to be brought by indictment by September the 5th of 2025. Check your watch. We're in our calendar. We're in November. And this is a tremendous set of developments. This is what happens when you create an insta prosecutor who's never been a prosecutor before and ask her to go indict a former FBI director. I'm Michael Popak. You're on Legal AF on Wednesday, and we're covering this fast-moving story both here and on Legal AF Substack. All right, let's unpack it all. Former FBI Director James Comey was indicted, or not, on 2 purported counts of perjury and interfering with an investigation of Congress related to his testimony on September the 5th of 2020. That indictment needed to be obtained by a grand jury within 5 years. Donald Trump fired the U.S. Attorney Eric Siebert for the Eastern District of Virginia when he refused to bring a case against both James Comey and Letitia James. They then appointed Lindsay Halligan. Now, there was a lot of discussion today in the room about a September social media post by Donald Trump, which was supposed to be a direct message to Pam Bondi, directing Pam Bondi to immediately bring indictments against people like Letitia James and James Comey by name, and to use Lindsay Halligan to do it. That left a very uncomfortable, let's just put it this way, Tyler Lemons for the U.S. For the Department of Justice standing in. I think he practices in North Carolina. They schlepped him up for Virginia to say to the judge, looking down at his shoelaces, that there's no evidence, Your Honor, that the indictment was brought because Donald Trump commanded it, or that there's a lack of independence of Lindsay Halligan. Are you kidding me? He had no evidence to support that. He just said it. Naked argument of Tyler Lemons.
The evidence is all over social media. He, the numbnut made it a public live social post when he was trying to DM her that. And then he erased it as if no one saw it, and as if it hadn't been broadcast and screenshot and shared all over the United States. And he turned around and said, Pam Bondi is doing a fantastic job. Within minutes, all of this happened. And the attorney from North Carolina knows nothing about that. The same one who's going to have to admit that the DOJ said that there was no case. Interesting.
While Lindsay Halligan was sitting there. Did it, or that there's a lack of independence of Lindsay Halligan. Are you kidding me? He had no evidence to support that. He just said it. Naked argument of Tyler Lemons while Lindsay Halligan was sitting there. Of course, he had to admit under cross-examination, or as the argument was made by the lawyers for James Comey, that the Trump administration and Department of Justice admitted to the Wall Street Journal that was supposed to be a direct message to Lindsay Halligan. It wasn't supposed to be posted on Truth Social. So, and then within 48 hours, Eric Siebert was out, Lindsay Halligan was in, and James Comey was indictment. That is if that's not a circumstantial evidence, at least, of vindictive prosecution, I don't know what is. But that's not even the headline for this hearing. The headline for this hearing is that Tyler Lemons for the Department of Justice admitted that he was told to withhold documents and information from a federal judge by the number 2 in the Department of Justice. I've said it before. I'll say it again. This is the most.
Who is the number 2 in the Department of Justice? Any guesses? Todd Blanche. No, the number 2 in the Department of Justice is Todd Blanche. Todd Blanche who? Todd Blanche who went to interview Ghislaine Maxwell, and after he interviewed her, got her put in that cushy prison, which is against the BOP, Bureau of Prisons rules, based upon what she has been convicted of. That number 2 in the Department of Justice. Did you think that they were squeaky clean in the Department of Justice? Why do you think the Lady Justice hands are uneven? Because if you are black and brown, you already know justice is never equal. We live with justice not being equal. So y'all just figuring out that the Department of Justice is crooked? Why do you think the scales are off? Let's continue.
corrupt Department of Justice in history. Old documents and information from a federal judge by the number 2 in the Department of Justice. I've said it before, I'll say it again. This is the most corrupt Department of Justice in history. And what was the information that was being withheld from the judge until the judge cross-examined Tyler Lemons and took over the hearing for himself? It was whether there was, as the defense has said, a memo, as has been reported in the press, a memo from career prosecutors in the Eastern District recommending against the prosecution of James Comey and against Letitia James for that matter. And so when the judge inquired to Mr. Lemons, does such a document exist? Because if it does, it needs to be turned over to the defense as part of, we're going to trial in less than 2 months. And he said, well, I'm not aware if it does or it doesn't, but it would be privileged, Your Honor. And then when pressed harder, he had to admit that he had seen a draft of that particular memo. So the thing that doesn't exist, he's read a draft of, and that he was told by the Department of Justice not to release that document, not to inform anybody about the existence of that document. Too late, Mr. Lemon.
So, do you now believe that the Department of Justice is scrubbing that Epstein report? Did you believe that now? But the testy little thing about it, who's questioning this Department of Justice on this case against Comey? They're questioning for a case against the former FBI Director James Comey. The interesting thing about this is about them, whatever scrubbing they do of the Epstein files, whatever scrubbing they do, the fact that Todd Blanche, who didn't prosecute the Epstein file, went there to get information from Maxwell that got her sitting up in a cushy prison. He didn't prosecute that case. He was so busy chasing up under 4547, being his personal lawyer, prosecuting his crimes. So who prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell successfully and got her in prison? None other than James Comey's daughter, Maureen Comey, who was fired without any reason days before Todd Blanche, the Todd Blanche who second in command of the Department of Justice, who told them to withhold the fact that there was a memo out saying that there was no case against Comey and Letitia James. That same James Comey, that same second in demand of the Department of Justice. So if you don't think that they scrubbing all of these memos, if you don't think that this shit is gonna go badly, you're crazy. You're sadly mistaken.
We all know about it now. I'm doing a hot take about it right now. And that is Brady material that needs to get turned over to the defense to allow them to put that on in front of a jury. If that's not reasonable doubt for a jury to hear at trial, I don't know what is. Career prosecutors in the office said there's no case. That's immediate reasonable doubt. But I don't even think we get that far, everybody, because of the other admissions in the courtroom. So the judge took the time, since Lindsay Halligan was there. She's never, as of now, said anything substantively in the courtroom. But now she had to answer questions as an officer of the court to the judge who took over the questioning. And he said, let's get to the bottom of the second indictment, the mystery of the second indictment. Now, what's that all about? We reported at the time that there were not one but two signed indictments by Lindsay Halligan. Already, that's wrong. There shouldn't be two signed indictments by the prosecutor. And when the magistrate judge at the time inquired to Lindsay Halligan, why are there two signed? Lindsay Halligan lied to that judge and said there aren't. And the judge held up two pieces of paper and said, there are two with your signature on it. So she was already confused. Turns out that when the grand jury did not agree on all three counts of the indictment and only agreed to indict on counts 2 and 3, rather than bring in a brand new indictment into the grand jury room and have them review and sign it, or the jury foreperson to do that, instead, Lindsay Halligan never met with the grand jury again, a fact she admitted in an affidavit she filed last week with Judge Curry, a judge who's looking at whether she should be dismissed for having been illegally appointed, but pointed out by the judges in the Eastern District of Virginia. And they said, why is there a 2-hour gap in the grand jury transcript? And why is there no information or transcript about the second indictment? And Lindsay Halligan had to admit, because I didn't go back to the grand jury for the second indictment. And Judge Nachmanoff today in the hearing said, well, how'd you get the second indictment? And she said she brought out a 4-person and another grand juror. There were 14 people that signed this, by the way, to get the indictment. She brought out 2 out of 14. They reviewed it and they signed it. And that's why Mr. Drevens, on behalf of the Comey side, jumped up and said, there's no indictment. We have no indictment, Your Honor. That is a illegal true bill. No true bill has been returned because the 14 people that said that there was a true bill never got to see the final document. You can't have the grand jury vote on an indictment that's not in front of them. You can't have them vote on one indictment and then make a change into another piece of paper and say, see, they agreed. How could they agree to something they've never seen? And if that
how can they agree on something they've never seen? So if you don't think that the woman who prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell knows every ins and out of this case, do you think that they are going to be able to sanitize anything out of these Epstein files? And Maureen Comey, who was fired, who is now suing the Department of Justice for firing her without cause. They gave her no reason for firing her. She knows all the ins and outs of this case. If they wanted, if they weren't so sloppy, she would have been the one they have sent to interview Ghislaine Maxwell. But they already knew they couldn't get what they wanted from Ghislaine Maxwell via her, because what they wanted Maxwell to do is exactly what she did. Pretend like 4547 was the perfect gentleman, and I've only known him to be a statesman and a gentleman around me, and I don't even know if he's ever been to Jeffrey's houses or not. They grab him by the pussy guy. That's what she testified to. That's what they have her on record for. But the emails tell a different story. But they haven't gone back and snatched her back in the regular prison because the obvious lies that they put out here under the guise that she has been interviewed and she knows nothing. Make that make sense. But hey, look at all the rest of the people who got off. Ciao, bye.
Indictment fails. This isn't the. Can't have them vote on one indictment and then make a change into another piece of paper and say, see, they agreed. How could they agree to something they've never seen? And if that indictment fails, this isn't the case where they get to go back and do it again. You don't get a mulligan, you don't get a do-over. You would normally, except the statute of limitations has run. Now the statute of limitations for perjury to Congress is 5 years. That's why they were in such a rush to get Lindsay Halligan appointed as a federal prosecutor for the first time in her life. I don't think she's ever been in a federal courtroom, and sent her in to get the indictment. Okay? Time's up now. And they're going to try to argue some sort of relationship back. There's no relationship back. You can't say, well, we tried and failed, so the clock stopped then and we get to try again. That's not how it works in an indictment world on a statute of limitations. And I don't think equity, meaning a judge, is going to be able to roll back the clock and fix it for them, because I don't think that's allowed under the Constitution. So that was a bad day in court for Lindsay Halligan. The first time she's heard from, but she had to be a witness, not an advocate, in order to respond to the judge, and a tap dancing Mr. Tyler Lemons, who couldn't answer the judge's questions either, except a couple of times he did. He wrapped himself around his own axle and had to admit he was being instructed by the Department of Justice to effectively mislead the judge. Oh, what a tangled web. So now the judge has announced that he's got a lot to sort through, and he's ordered that by 5 o'clock today, in a couple of hours, they are going to have to file at the Department of Justice an explanation as to why the jury didn't see the second indictment and whether the second indictment is valid or not. Let me short circuit this. It isn't.
It's not.
But the judge says he's going to take some time. Maybe we'll get a ruling before Thanksgiving. As soon as that 5 o'clock filing hits the docket, I will come back to you here on Legal AF and on and on the Substack and report on that as well. Until then, I'm Michael Popak. Take a
You should go over to Michael Popot channel. Michael Popot does a excellent job breaking down these court cases. So let me. Ronald Davis. All right, guys. I think that's it. I'm pretty sure that's about it that I have for you guys today. I let me scam my information because I had a lot of juicy stuff. Um, Now, if you got here late, 4547 says that ad that says don't follow any illegal orders. 4547 has called for the arrest of the your Congress and senators in that ad, the people who have served their country. He has called for their arrest and killing. Yes, he has. If you are unaware of that, that ad, let me see. Let me make sure if there's nothing else. Let me make sure there is nothing else I wanted to show you. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that is it. I think I got everything. So let me go here. I will end with this. Let's end with this a bit of information. To see under 4547 what could get you arrested and hung under this administration.
Senator,
I'm Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly, Representative Chris DeLuzio,
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander.
Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow.
I was a captain in the United States Navy,
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy. Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer.
Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
And the intelligence community.
Who take risks each day to keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress and pressure right now. Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
And intelligence community professionals
Against American citizens.
like us. You all swore an oath
To protect and defend this Constitution.
And right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or our Constitution.
We know this is hard.
And that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
The Army, our Navy,
the Air Force,
Your vigilance is critical.
and know that we have your back.
because now, more than ever,
The American people need you. We need you to stand up for our laws,
our Constitution,
And who we are as Americans. Don't give up.
don't give up.
Don't give up.
Don't give up the ship. I'm Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly.
Okay, that link is in my description box, and I also want you to understand what your president said about this ad. I want you to be real clear. This link is also in my description box. Because of this ad, this has been reported.
It is extremely concerning, Donald.
We have some major news right now that is extremely concerning. Donald Trump is now calling for the arrest and indictment of several Democratic lawmakers, amplifying calls to give them the death penalty, to, quote, hang them, accusing them of being domestic terrorists and engaging in sedition and treason. A group of Democratic lawmakers led by Senator Alyssa Slotkin from Michigan and Congressman Jason Crow from Colorado, all of whom previously served in the United States military, recently issued a public service announcement to all members of the United States military to ensure that they are following all legal orders and rejecting any illegal orders handed down by the Trump administration, by Pete Hegseth or Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is now saying that that PSA is tantamount to treason and sedition, that these lawmakers should be indicted and arrested, and that they should even be hung for their crimes, which are not crimes, by the way. And it comes as there has been a skyrocketing number of phone calls being made to outside legal counsel from within the United States military, trying to get advice on whether or not they should follow certain orders handed down by the president and by the Secretary of Defense concerning Gaza, concerning the National Guard deployment on U.S. soil, and even concerning strikes in the Southern Caribbean. I need your help to make this go everywhere. So like, comment, share, and subscribe, because the President of the United States is openly calling for the arrest and death of Democratic lawmakers who are asking service members simply follow your orders. This is a significant development. I want you to watch the PSA issued by these lawmakers first before we jump into what Trump said this morning.
I think we heard everything. The link is in my description box. Why would they think that our troops would not why would they think that our troops would even have to wonder if they needed to take illegal orders? Now, I did a report on the number of military people who are seeking counsel, seeking private outside counsel. Why? Because all of the JAGs officers mainly have been fired from the Pentagon by the new warmonger, Pete Kegbreath. Now, let me share this with you one more
But
time.
what you're doing is something different. Everyone knows this is a political decision, Terry, to detain or arrest protesters military, then it should be the last resort, not protesters, not against the protesters.
This is his confirmation hearing. That is another star in the public service announcement, Kelly, because he also served in the military for this country. Why are they curious, as if the military will be given any illegal orders?
Esper's words, shoot at them, shoot at their legs. Asked you about whether you would accept what I hope we all want, which is an apolitical military. And when I asked you about whether you would accept an order that was actually given to your predecessor, Secretary Esper, Trump's SecDef, to deploy active duty troops against unarmed protesters, and to, in Secretary Esper's words, shoot at them, shoot at their legs. You said this was all theoretical. Here we are, a few months later, you've deployed 4,700 troops to Los Angeles, and against the wishes of the governor. And my colleague across the aisle was right. It is the first time since 1965 that we have deployed Guard troops without the permission of the governor. In all the instances he laid out, the president had sent in the military to protect protesters, not against the protesters. So you may dismiss it, but I feel like this is a fundamental issue of American democracy. If you love your country and you want an apolitical military, then it should be the last resort, not the first resort in our country to use them. So to get to the non-theoretical, have you authorized the uniformed military to detain or arrest protesters in Los Angeles?
Senator, I would just start by saying
You're not a protester if you're throwing concrete.
100%.
at law
Arrest those
enforcement
people.
officers.
Throw them in the jail. 100%. But what you're doing is something different. Everyone knows this is a political decision, right? So we don't trust that you're using the best interests of the military, certainly, and of democracy on top of that. So have you given the order? That's all I want to know. It's not theoretical. For the U.S. military, not law enforcement. They can arrest all day long. That's their job. Do they have the ability, the uniformed military, to arrest and detain protesters currently today? It's a yes or no thing. Authority.
It's sort of amusing the extent to which the speculation is out there. These troops are given very clear orders.
Then what is the order? Then list it out for us. Be a man, list it out. Did you authorize them to detain or arrest? That is a fundamental issue of democracy. I'm not trying to be a snot here. I'm just trying to get the actual, did you authorize them to do that?
All of these orders and what they're sent there to do are public. They are
Okay,
there
so
to,
say it. So say it. Yes or no?
I'd like to.
Please. Yes or no?
As I've said time and time again through interruption, they're there to protect law enforcement.
Do they have
ICE
the ability
officers
to arrest?
who are trying to do their job,
Okay.
deporting illegals who were allowed in by the previous
So
administration.
they cannot arrest and detain citizens of the United States, the uniformed military.
As we've
Is that right?
stated, if necessary, in their own self-defense, they could temporarily detain and
Have
hand
you-
over to ICE. But
have
there's no
you given-
arresting going
have
on.
you-
And you know this better
Have
than
you
you're trying to
authorized
play
the
political
US
games.
military
There's
to
no
use
arresting
cyber
of U.S.
tools
personnel.
of the U.S. military against members of the protest? Have you authorized U.S. military cyber tools to investigate people participating in these protests? Yes or no?
Certainly in no way that I'd be aware of.
Okay, that's good. I love that answer. That's great. Have you given the order to be able to shoot at unarmed protesters in any way? I'm just asking the question. Don't laugh. Like the whole country. And by the way, my colleagues
What is
across
that
the
based
aisle.
on? What evidence would you
It
have
is
that an
based
order
on
like that has
Donald
ever
Trump
been given?
giving that order to your predecessor, to a Republican Secretary of Defense, who I give a lot of credit to because he didn't accept the order. He had more guts and balls than you because he said, I'm not going to send in the uniformed military to do something that I know in my gut isn't right. He was asked to shoot at their legs. He wrote that in his book. That's not hearsay. So you're poo-pooing of this. It just shows you don't understand who we are as a country. Who we are. And all of my colleagues across the aisle, especially the ones that served, should want an apolitical military and not want citizens to be scared of their own military. I love the military. I served alongside my whole life. So I'm worried about you tainting it. Have you given the order? Have you given the order that they can use lethal force against honor? I want the answer to be no. Please tell me it's no. Have you given the order?
Senator, I'd be careful what you read in books and believing it, except for the Bible.
Oh my God. So your former predecessor, I guess that's not enough for you. Okay, on Iran, I don't think there's a debate. There's like a cat fight going on in your own party about.
That's why. This is why they had that question. Pete Keg Breath, the gift that keeps on giving. Now, are we clear on why they made that public service announcement? I'm going to end with this because this is the gift that keeps on giving. Confirmation hearing of Pete Keg Breath.
Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hegseth, welcome.
Thank you.
I am focused on your fitness to serve, including your character and temperament and your overall qualifications to do the job. And I do appreciate the comments of Ranking Member Reed with his concerns regarding your nomination because I share those concerns. As part of my responsibility as a member of this committee to ensure the fitness of all nominees to come before any of the committees on which I sit, I ask the following two initial questions. First, since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
Senator, I was falsely accused in October of 2017. It was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared.
I don't think completely cleared is accurate, but The fact is that your own lawyer said that you entered into an NDA and paid a person who accused you of raping her a sum of money to make sure that she did not file a complaint. Moving on. As secretary, you will be in charge of maintaining good order and discipline by enforcing the Uniform Code of Military Justice, UCMJ. In addition to the sexual assault allegations, and by the way, the answer to my second question should have been yes. I have read multiple reports of your regularly being drunk at work, including by people who worked with you at Fox News. Do you know that being drunk at work is prohibited for service members under the UCMJ?
Senator, those
Yes
are
or no?
multiple false anonymous reports peddled by NBC
Do you
News
know that
run directly
drinking on the job
contradictory to
is
the dozens of men and women at
not
Fox News
contemplated?
Channel
And
who
I'm not
I work
hearing-
with
I'm
who
not
came
hearing
on
the
the
answer to my
record
question.
and said they've
In your
never
opening
seen
statement,
that.
Mr. Hicks, said you commit to holding leaders accountable at all levels. That includes you, of course. And frankly, as secretary, you will be on the job 24/7. You recently promised some of my Republican colleagues that you stopped drinking and won't drink if confirmed, correct?
Absolutely.
Will you resign as Secretary of Defense if you drink on the job, which is a 24/7 position?
I've made this commitment on behalf of
Will
the
you
men and women I'm
resign
serving.
as Secretary of Defense
I've
if
made this
you
commitment
drink
on
on the
behalf
job?
of the men and women I'm serving.
I'm not
because it's the
hearing-
most important
I'm
deployment
not
of my
hearing an
life.
answer to my question, so I'm going to move on.
How
While you
about
have made
her?
that commitment, you will not commit to resigning if you drink on the job. As Secretary of Defense, you will swear an oath to the Constitution and not an oath to any man, woman, or president, correct?
Senator, on multiple occasions, including as a young second lieutenant, I have sworn an oath to the
Answer is
Constitution,
yes.
and I'm proud to do so. Yes, ma'am.
In June of 2020, then President Trump directed former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper to shoot protesters in the legs in downtown DC, an order Secretary Esper refused to comply with. Would you carry out such an order from President Trump?
Senator, I was in the Washington, D.C. National Guard unit that was in Lafayette Square during those
Would you
events,
carry
holding
out
a
an
riot
order to
shield on
shoot
behalf of my
protesters
country.
in the legs?
I saw 50
as
Secret
directed
Service agents
to
get injured
Secretary
by
Esper?
rioters trying to jump over the fence, set
Again,
the church on fire, and destroy
You know
a
what? That sounds
statue.
to me that you will
Chaos.
comply with such an order. You will shoot protesters in the leg. Moving on. President-elect has attacked our allies in recent weeks, refusing to rule out using military force to take over Greenland and the Panama Canal, and threatening to make Canada the 51st state. Would you carry out an order from President Trump to seize Greenland, a territory of our NATO ally Denmark, by force, or would you comply with an order to take over the Panama Canal?
Senator, I will emphasize that President Trump received 77 million votes to be the lawful
We're
commander-in-chief
not
of
talking
this
about
country.
the election. My question is, would you use our military to
This is your Department of War getting spanked by an old Pacific Asian woman getting spanked, looking like he has to go outside and get his own switch off the tree. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. No wonder why his own mama wrote a letter saying what a horrible human being he was. Thank you. That was not a question. That was a factual comment. So, if you wonder why they put out that public service announcement, because it was much needed. Because it was much needed. As the highest of ranking official has retired from the military without advance notice. The highest ranking person in the military, the black I think it was the black admiral who was over the Caribbean. You know, the Caribbean, where they are unilaterally striking these fishing boats and saying that they are alleged narco terrorists. So if you are wondering why they felt the need to make that public service announcement, uh, start watching some of the hearings that go on in your actual Congress, because like they say, the chat is where it's at. The hearings are where it's at. So with that, I appreciate all of you for spending a little time with me. I don't want you to forget that on Saturday, December 6th at 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I am having my annual. Am I on the screen? I think I'm on the screen. I don't see myself on the screen. I am having my annual. I hope I didn't get knocked off again. Because StreamYard. I'm here. Am I here? I'm here. Yes. I'm having my annual Secret Santa event. Why isn't something's going on? Let me see. Yes, it's showing. Okay. I had to make sure I was still lying. I got knocked off line 3 times yesterday. I'm having my annual Secret Santa event. My 4th annual Secret Santa is Saturday, December 6th at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. That will be noon Pacific Standard Time. Secret Santa is where the content creators give back to the subscribers. If you are a subscriber, show up, and all we need you to do is drop your Cash App link in the chat. What the content creators will do, they will be hitting my link. We will be doing a Secret Santa where we exchange names with each other. We will then gift each other via Cash App a gift between $30 and $50. But we content creators will not keep our gift. We will then turn around and give our gift to someone who is dropping their Cash App in the chat. This is my way of showing appreciation for you who support me all year long. I hope you guys show up. If however many content creators show up to give back to you who give back to them all year long, That's how many people we will have. I do this every year, and every year there are excuses of why content creators who beg you all year long never show up to give to you on an annual event. But I will be here. So tell a friend. I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. And as Jill Comfort Zone always says, stay sucker free. Okay, and hope you guys have a fabulous weekend as well. If something comes up this weekend, I may or may not be back. But take care of yourself. All right, I'm out of here. Bye bye.